1. Good morning and welcome to the City Council budget deliberations for November 13th, 2024. I'll call this meeting to order and ask that you all rise for the singing of our national anthem. Thank you to City Council and our very own Neil Towns, who is in town next week. That's exciting, for the singing of our national anthem, and to our very own marketing department for the images of our city. I would take this opportunity to read our land acknowledgement. The city respectfully acknowledges the Beaver, Cree, Dene, and Métis people as the original caretakers of these lands and surrounding areas. We are grateful to live, learn, work, and play on Treaty 8 territory within Turtle Island, and acknowledge these lands have been home to diverse and sovereign First Nations and Inuit nations since time immemorial. First on our agenda today, I'm going to turn it over to our CIO, Mr. Burke.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton, and good morning, Council. As you made your way to City Hall this morning, the streetlights work, the buses passed you on schedule on roads that have been planned and maintained to keep people and commerce moving. I passed both the Eastlink Centre and Montrose on my way to City Hall this morning, and these are just some of the important community hubs that we operate that are so important to make Grande Prairie a great place to live. These are just some of the over 300 services that city staff provide to our residents each and every day. With the positives of increased demand and on community expectations for services that you'll hear about more as we go through today, you'll also hear about the financial realities of cost increases we are facing. Just like every resident is facing every month, we're facing inflationary increases that are making everything more expensive. All municipalities are facing these pressures, but as you will see, we've made efforts throughout the year to look at how we do things more efficiently, to save money this year, and maintain those reductions in the coming years. The budget presented today addresses the direction to maintain stormwater operations as a tax-funded program, recommends funding an enhanced integrated fire police dispatch as an improved and enhanced service for our community, and maintains overall service levels in other areas. The efforts of the organization to reduce internal costs while maintaining our high levels of service will have an internal impact on the workloads of our staff, but are supported by our belief that we are always looking to how we can do things more efficiently. A significant change in our cost structure that you'll see was implemented prior to budget and included an organizational change that reduced our management component by merging some of our smaller departments into larger ones. This change will create new opportunities for employees to grow within our organization and bring together resources in larger work groups. By building a more agile, responsive structure with clear lines of accountability, we can empower our teams to continue to do great things. So we have lots to discuss today, and we welcome your questions and look forward to providing you answers to conclude a budget for 2025.
Perfect. Thanks for that introduction, Mr. Burke. We have a couple items of business before we get started into budget discussions. I'm going to turn it over to our CFO for introduction of our first guest.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I'll first, before introducing our guests from CIBC, just a quick highlight of what we'd like to cover over these next few days. So first off, we have an economic update that'll be presented by Andrew Grantham with CIBC. He's an executive director and senior economist with CIBC Capital Markets and has a wide range of experience in different areas of economic and financial market forecasting. After that, we'll more locally focused get an economic update from Director Dodd with our Invest Grande Prairie team. From there, I have a number of slides to go through of information, set some context for budget, and provide some additional details to Council. Then each chief will walk through their service area budgets for operating. We will then go to a questions, debate, and decision time, followed by capital presentations, whereas each chief will walk through their capital projects being proposed, and then that wraps it up. So, with that said, I'm going to, is Andrew online, Mayor Clayton?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, Andrew, I will pass it over to you then.
Good morning, Mr. Grantham, if you'd like to go ahead.
Perfect. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Excellent. Thank you. Well, thank you for having me and giving me the opportunity to do this update. I'll keep my remarks short and then give you time to ask me questions if you need to. We're on the descent path now in terms of interest rates, which is great news. Everyone's getting a little bit more positive about the outlook, both nationally and for the Alberta economy as well as interest rates come down. And I think that there is a lot of opportunity, both nationally and provincially, for growth to accelerate as interest rates come lower. The only real kind of question mark is how low do interest rates actually need to go in order to unlock some of that growth potential? Because both on a national basis and on a provincial basis, we are starting from quite a weak starting point. Growth rates have been okay, but a lot of that has been driven by population growth. And when we look at some of the numbers on a per capita basis, consumer spending has been weak on a per capita, per household basis. And we've seen quite a significant increase in unemployment rates, both on a provincial basis and on a national basis as well, as a lot of that population growth that we've seen hasn't been able to be absorbed within the labor market. What this has meant, though, this kind of weakness within the economy, it has meant that inflation is already quite low. Headline inflation in Canada is actually below the Bank of Canada's 2% target now. And if we exclude the one component that the Bank of Canada is actually raising in order to get inflation under control, which is mortgage interest costs, inflation is actually only 1% in Canada. So that tells us that there's a lot of potential for us to accelerate growth within the economy without us having to worry about inflation actually rising above target again. Because where we are today, we're actually starting from quite a weak starting point in terms of those inflation numbers. When we look at, for example, retail sales, consumer spending in that sector, the retail sector has gone from understocked relative to demand to overstocked, and that's what we're seeing in terms of prices coming down in those areas. We're seeing the same thing in the housing market nationally as well, where we're seeing housing resales quite low relative to pre-pandemic norms, so there's room for that to accelerate. That isn't quite so much of the case in Alberta as it is in the rest of the country, but there is still scope for certain areas of the economy to accelerate as interest rates come down. So the key question for us is, how low do interest rates need to go in order to unlock this potential? And within economics, we have this concept that's called a neutral interest rate. A neutral interest rate is basically the interest rate that we think the Bank of Canada could set that neither accelerates growth and neither decelerates growth or inflation. And that neutral interest rate, the Bank of Canada has a band for this, which is between 2.25% and 3.25%. We agree with that band. We're kind of in the midpoint about where we think a neutral interest rate is. We think it's around 2.75%. But in order to accelerate growth above its long-run potential, in order to accelerate inflation back up to that 2% target, we believe that we need to go below that neutral level. So the Bank of Canada has cut interest rates already by more than 1%, but we think that they're going to have to go even further. And we think that by the second half of next year, interest rates in Canada could dip as low as 2.25%, which is below where financial markets are currently pricing. And we must admit, when it comes to planning purposes for different provinces, different cities, different companies that we talk to, it is a little bit more aggressive, our forecast, than kind of the consensus. The consensus is more kind of in the 2.75% range. But we think there's good reasons why the Bank of Canada will actually need to go below that. Another reason that's kind of just emerged over the last week or two has been the U.S. election. Now, given that Trump is kind of pro-energy, it may not be quite as much of an issue for the Alberta economy as it is for the national economy. But even if we manage to sidestep a blanket tariff on our trade to the U.S., which would be kind of a worst-case scenario, just the uncertainty that a Trump administration will cause in the run-up to renegotiating the USMCA trade deal in 2026, that can, in and of itself, cause business investment to be weaker than it otherwise would have been, which causes economic growth to be weaker than it otherwise would have been. And that could mean that interest rates have to dip even lower in order to accelerate growth within the economy. The key question that we get asked, particularly since the election, is just how far can the Bank of Canada diverge from the Federal Reserve? Can the Bank of Canada actually cut interest rates as low as we think if the U.S. economy is still doing fairly well and the Federal Reserve is not cutting interest rates as dramatically? Because that would mean that the Canadian dollar would weaken, and that would cause some inflationary pressures for the domestic economy. Now, that is absolutely the case, but as I mentioned earlier, we are actually starting from a starting point now in Canada where inflation is below the 2% target, and quite a long way below the 2% target if you exclude those mortgage interest costs. So we can actually afford, and in some ways we actually need, a little bit of inflation coming through the currency in order to get us back up to that 2% inflation target. So at the moment, we don't think the Bank of Canada, and they've said this themselves, the Bank of Canada should not be too concerned about cutting interest rates, even if the Federal Reserve isn't cutting interest rates quite as dramatically. We could easily afford to have a currency in the low 140s. We could afford that further depreciation before we have to start worrying about inflationary pressures. So, our forecasts, just to sum up, we are quite positive in terms of the GDP forecasts for Alberta and for the national economy over the next 2 years, as long as the Bank of Canada realizes that they need to cut interest rates fairly significantly in order to unlock what is a lot of potential for the economy to accelerate before we have to start worrying about inflationary pressures again. So we do see growth accelerating to almost 3% by 2026, both provincially and nationally. But in large part, that is reliant on the Bank of Canada taking interest rates low enough to unlock that potential. I will leave it there, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Well, thank you for that, and I will open it up to Council for comments, conversation, questions. Recognizing Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you, Andrew, for your presentation today. I have a couple questions, and I'll ask them and then give you a chance to answer them. You did mention a low interest rate coming, and I'm wondering what you expect to see that at. Also, our loonie price today, I think, is at about 72 cents US. Gas is maybe just under 3, I think, and oil is probably around $68.50. Where do you see those prices going? Grande Prairie is definitely a gas-producing town, and those prices are important to us. So I'm wondering where you see those going.
Yeah, so those are great questions. So the interest rates I mentioned, we do think that they're going to go down to as low as 2.25 in terms of the overnight rate next year. When it comes to households and kind of the mortgage rates that households will pay, those won't come down quite as significantly because, in part, the strong U.S. economy, the fact that the Federal Reserve isn't cutting quite as dramatically there, that does cause some inflationary concerns, which do seep over into our longer-term interest rates. So, the 5-year bond yield, which in Canada now is just over 3%, we could come down to around 2.75, something like that, but it's not a significant decline given what we expect to see in the overnight rate. What it means for the currency, we do think that the currency will weaken a little bit further. We think of it the other way around in financial markets, so we're kind of in the low 140s in terms of our forecast for the USD CAD, so that's a little bit weaker, a cent or two weaker than it is today. And in terms of commodity prices, that's actually a really difficult thing to balance out, actually, over the coming years, because we do think lower interest rates will see global growth accelerate, which is generally a positive for commodity prices. But we do now have a U.S. administration that, while being very pro-energy, is so pro-energy that last time around it involved so much drilling, so much supply coming from the U.S. that global prices actually fell. So it's a very difficult balancing act, and I must say our forecasts have very little change in terms of that balance in where commodity prices are going, but there's, I think, greater uncertainty around those, particularly given the U.S. election results.
So just a follow-up question about that, the oil and gas magazines, articles I've been reading, seem to indicate that the U.S. reserves that they still have in the ground, they don't have a lot of drilling capacity left, given, compared to the Middle East or Canada. Is that how you see that as well? Because that would increase the pressure on them to be buying elsewhere.
Yeah, so the U.S. has already seen a significant increase in supply. I think there is a little bit of capacity left. I think a lot of the low-hanging fruit has already been plucked in terms of that. But, I think, again, if the Trump administration is able to lower some of the costs in the U.S., whether that be through taxation or whether that be incentives, because he is, pro-energy, that could help unlock some more supply. So I'm not sure it's already there in terms of reaching the limit, but I think what we will see from the U.S. in terms of their supply or energy supply coming out of there is that the growth rate will slow down, but it will still be growth in terms of what they are producing.
Great, thanks for that. Councillor Berg.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton, and thanks, Andrew. Around Trump and protectionism, one of the areas of concern that I have is around forest products and softwood lumber. It seems to be a fight that comes up in just about every administration. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I mean, nothing specific other than just, that was a key focus for Trump during his first term. It's something that has not been resolved, I don't think, since then. So I do think it will definitely be on his radar this time around as well. So, our base case view is that we will avoid blanket tariffs. There's enough incentive, particularly among northern states in the U.S., to push back against blanket tariffs with Canada, given the close trade ties there. But there will still be some kind of isolated issues, whether that be kind of steel, aluminum that we saw last time, lumber that we saw last time. Those are the obvious areas where we could see an increase in protectionism.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Thank you, Andrew, for coming to our budget deliberations this morning. I have two questions. One is in regards to the inflationary increases that we've dealt with over the last few years. Do you see any reductions coming to our citizens and ourselves in products and services? And the other question I have is, with all the labor disruptions and union negotiations as of late, what do you think the effect will be for us in that regard? Because I think we're just seeing the tip of the iceberg with labor disruptions.
Yeah, so, I think in terms of the prices, as I mentioned earlier, inflation in Canada has decelerated a lot quicker than other countries, in part because, we raised interest rates so much, our per capita spending has been quite weak, so inflation has come lower. But inflation being lower does not equal price reductions for the things that have gone up over the last 4 years. And, particularly when it comes to food prices, for example, what we typically see when there is a shock in food prices historically is that there's this big shock up, which causes inflation, for a year or two. But food prices very rarely, and this is not just in Canada, this is globally, food prices very rarely come down. And so what we are more likely to see, rather than kind of price reductions which help families out at the moment, is a period of time where some staples like food and some other areas that went up quite a lot during kind of 2021 through 2023, prices there stabilize and let incomes catch up. But we're unlikely to see outright price declines in those areas, unfortunately. So until those wages do catch up, it is going to, there is going to be a few tough years for people, as they kind of they're still dealing with those higher prices. Now, in terms of the labor disputes, yes, I think, we're going to see more of those in the next couple of years. The inflationary impact of those labor disputes, whether it be kind of port strikes, whether it be postal strikes or rail strikes, whatever we've seen recently, I do think that the inflationary impact of those is going to be less today than it was when they first started with the BC port strike a year or so ago. Because where we are today, as I mentioned earlier, we've gone from a period during the pandemic and just after the pandemic where inventory levels were very low compared to demand. Now we are at a stage where inventory levels, particularly in the retail space, are quite elevated relative to demand. So whenever there is a supply shock, whether it be a labor dispute or something else, a weather event, the inflationary impact of that will be lower than it would have been 2 or 3 years ago because a lot of companies do have that inventory, so they're not quite as reliant on, just-in-time, supply chains than they were kind of 2 or 3 years ago. But it does add a little bit to inflation. I just don't think it's quite as big of an issue today as maybe it was a couple of years ago.
Great. Thank you for that. Councillor O'Toole.
Yeah, thank you very much, Andrew. There's a couple of conflicts happening in the world right now. We've got the Ukraine and Russia. We've got the Middle East issues going on. How is that affecting Canada right now? And if it goes on longer, how will it affect it in the future?
Yeah, so, we did see the Canadian economy is clearly, we are an open economy. We're very kind of export driven. So we are very reliant on global growth, demand, not just for commodities, but for all sorts of other things as well. So anything that disrupts global growth is generally a negative for Canada. Now, that's not the same across the whole Canadian economy because, as we saw when the war broke out in Ukraine, we did see some increases, dramatic increases in prices of some commodities, which benefited certain provinces. But overall, the Canadian economy is generally negatively impacted by anything that negatively impacts global growth. So a continuation or escalation of those tensions abroad, which would keep global growth lower than it otherwise would have been, is a slight negative for the Canadian economy. But, when we think about growth going forwards, we have to think about not just, what's happening at the moment, but is that situation going to get worse or better? If it gets worse, then global growth will get worse, and that will be a negative for Canada. The hope is that, some of those tensions will ease and that will be a positive for global growth. But where we are, we're already starting from a point where overall activity in the Canadian economy has already been slightly negatively impacted by what is happening globally.
Okay, thank you. I got one more question. We're going to have a federal election here within the next 6 to 8 months. And I was wondering if there's a change in leadership, a change in parties. How do you feel, positive or negative, and how it's going to affect the city of Grande Prairie, the province of Alberta, and the entire country?
Yeah, I would very much like to duck that question, but I won't. So
I figured that would be the one that would get you, so I left it till last.
So I think there's a few different answers to that. I think firstly, we're almost assuming that there will be a change of government, given kind of where current polling is. It would take quite a dramatic comeback for there not to be. I do think that, a change in the federal government, we would see, slightly lower inflation in the near term. If we do get rid of the carbon tax, that will help reduce inflation. But we would see maybe in the near term some slower growth, because I think population growth would be brought under control a little bit quicker than it may otherwise be, which will kind of reduce the near-term growth forecast. I think longer term, though, it's my belief that the Canadian economy, we do need to kind of readjust away from growth which is driven solely by housing and consumer spending, and more towards back towards resources and the manufacturing sector as well, when we talk about other provinces, particularly Ontario. And I do think that transition is more likely to happen if there is a change of the federal government. So I think short term there may be a slight negative, because we will see reduced public sector employment. We will potentially see slower population growth, but I do think a change would be kind of positive in terms of the longer term view.
Thank you very much for your insight.
But I would say that we don't know a lot yet when it comes to the any election platform for the possible change of government. So we haven't been able to kind of cost anything out in terms of near-term, longer-term impacts on GDP as yet.
Thank you.
Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton, and thanks for the presentation, Andrew. Really appreciate it. I have a few questions, but I'll just start with one. Sort of the topics. I have a local question. I have provincial, national question, and since we're talking about global, it's kind of one of my favorite. I always say you got to think global and act local, because all these things are interrelated. I want to ask you about BRICS and the relationship that's happening globally. We have now 173 countries out of almost 200 that have signed up for membership for BRICS and are looking at becoming a part of that economic system of finances. So their global growth is growing. Now, part of the concern for me is it seems that there's discussion that in January, February, they're going to start talking about what de-dollarization looks like in the global economy. And with them unveiling their new banknote, I think they're looking towards maybe supplanting the old economy with their own. What are your thoughts on BRICS and their impact on the Canadian economy as well as their local economy?
Okay, I don't have too much comments on that apart from the de-dollarization part. We have seen a number of times over the years that there's been threats to the dollar as kind of the global currency. It was firstly the yen, then it was the euro, and then it was the renminbi. None of them have actually managed to do it. So I do think that the US dollar is still in a good position in terms of what we are seeing globally. But it's something that I think we're going to have to think about more over the coming years, because you are right. There is that growth, particularly in Asia, that's happening, which is kind of eclipsing what we're seeing in developed economies, and that will become much more important, for Canada as a resource economy, and for the global economy going forward.
How big of a risk does that pose to the Canadian economy if BRICS was to move forward with what their plans are?
It would be a risk, just because over the years, and I'm going back to research that we did a few years ago now, because we haven't done anything particularly recent on this subject. But we did look a few years back about how successful or otherwise Canada has been in terms of trying to broaden our export growth, not just to the U.S. but to other countries. And at that time, and I think it's still the same today, the success was very limited, very limited. And so what we were seeing is even as kind of other areas of the world were growing, the proportion of our exports going to the U.S. was staying very similar, and as a result, the proportion of our exports going to these fast-growing economies wasn't really increasing, and or at least not increasing anywhere near as much as they were increasing as a share of global GDP. So I think it does pose a risk for Canada, but we haven't looked at that recently anyway.
Okay, thank you. I got more questions, but I'll go back in the queue.
Thank you. Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Thanks, Andrew, for coming in. My question, earlier you had mentioned consumer spending has been weaker, and I'm just wondering how that relates to our local economy. We're kind of a hub in the retail world. So what's your thoughts moving forward for consumer spending with retail, and how it's going to impact small business growth?
Yeah, so, I was actually out in Alberta about a month ago, a couple of weeks ago, to do a presentation, and one of the charts I showed there was per capita consumer spending or retail spending among different provinces, and in Alberta it's been quite weak. Pretty much in line with what we've been seeing in other provinces where we expected it to be weak, because in Ontario and BC, we have very much higher household debt as a proportion of income, and so with higher interest rates, we always expected per capita spending to be weaker in those provinces. Alberta is actually kind of seen declines in line with those other provinces over the last couple of years. So, I think that partly picks up the fact that we've seen very big population growth. Not all of that has been absorbed into the labor market. The unemployment rate has risen, and if people aren't making wages, they can't spend that money. So, we're expecting that as interest rates come down, as population growth slows due to new federal regulations, that we will see an improvement in per capita consumer spending. We will see a reduction in the unemployment rate, but it is going to take a little while for that to happen. It might not be a story for the first half of next year. That might be kind of a second half of 2025 into 2026 story.
Okay. And my other question, I just want to know what your crystal ball is saying as far as in Alberta. There's been talk about our minimum wage increasing, which would have a fairly large impact on a lot of our small businesses. What's your forecast on minimum wages in Alberta?
So we don't specifically forecast minimum wages provincially, but what we've seen across different provinces is that minimum wages have had to be reset because of the inflation that we've seen over the last couple of years. That even if there was no kind of mechanism to link minimum wages to inflation, there becomes a point where, that minimum wage hasn't risen for so long and inflation has gone up that it kind of needs to catch up a little bit. So I think that's what we're seeing across the whole country, whether there's kind of a mechanism in place or not. We are seeing that catch up happen. It is going to be difficult for small businesses because, they haven't just seen their wages or their wage bill increase. They've also been the victim of some of that other inflation. They've seen their input costs increase as well. But, we're not just seeing that in Alberta. We're seeing that in different provinces where the minimum wages are being increased in part because they're playing catch up with the inflation that we've seen over the last couple of years.
And can I just one more, or do we hop back in?
Go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. You had mentioned inflation is probably more in that 1% without debt servicing involved. What's your 2026, 27, 28 forecast for inflation?
So we actually see over the next 2 years, we see inflation being slightly below 2%. It's our view that the Bank of Canada slowed the economy down a little bit more than they actually needed to in order to get inflation under control. So we have inflation over the next 2 years slightly below 2%. In terms of the longer-term projection, the 27-28, we have no reason to believe that, by that time the Bank of Canada wouldn't have cut interest rates enough, accelerated growth enough for us to get back to that 2% inflation world. The crystal ball gets very murky the longer you go out. But we do expect slightly below 2% inflation for the next 2 years, in part because I think the economy is weaker than it absolutely needed to be in order to get inflation under control.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. As you can see, I got a pretty clear crystal ball here, but I want to ask you a question about the local economy. So a lot of residents here try to wrap their head around inflation. So when they hear the inflation rates 1%, 2%, 3%, it doesn't make sense to a lot of people. Now, I get it. It's a combination of the averages of everything, but I also believe that when people's economy shrinks, when their budget shrinks. So over the years in 2022, we saw an 11% increase in groceries. In 2023, we saw an almost 11% increase in groceries. And then this year, we've seen a 5 to 7% increase in groceries. The price of a tank of gas has gone up 15 cents a liter year over year. And utilities keep rising. So people are getting pinched. So their economy is getting smaller to pitch into this economy. So can you... Is there hope for people, I guess, in a sense, as they see all these the cost of necessities rising in order for them to live their lives? They find that they are less and less able to participate in maybe retail purchases or that type of culture. How can I go out into the community and assure people that these prices are going to come down and maybe the inflation rate is maybe a bit better, or I have a better way to explain the inflation rate rather than it's a combination of houses, business sold, cars sold, everything, and groceries are just a small part on that list. How do we rebound this? Do you have an answer for that at all?
Well, unfortunately, I don't have particularly positive news for you on that because, as I said in the answer to a previous question, particularly with food prices, what you typically see is after a big increase or period of increases in food prices, it's very rare that you actually see declines. What you normally see is a period of 4 or 5 years where there's very little change in food prices, and affordability only improves because incomes kind of gradually improve to close the gap between the increase that we've seen and where wages are. The other thing I would say as well is that, thinking about Alberta specifically, inflation there has been a little bit higher this year than the national average so far, and a lot of that is due to something that you didn't mention, which is rent prices. So rental inflation has been stronger in Alberta than it has been in the rest of the country, in large part due to the stronger increase in population growth. And that's something that, as a lot of the houses that have been started over the last year, and housing starts have accelerated in Alberta over the last year, once they are completed, once population growth slows a little bit, that's an area where you could see inflation not just easing, but prices maybe coming down a little bit compared to where they are. But typically, unfortunately, what you see is that the price level stays elevated, and it's the years where wages catch up with that higher price level. That's what generally improves affordability rather than necessarily prices coming back down again.
Okay, thank you for that. And I have one more. It's a quick one. So just on the provincial, national scale, and I guess the Trump bump that we've seen down south, at least in the stock market, we know that in Alberta, connecting up to pipelines to the U.S. would stimulate the economy and help out a lot of stuff. What do you forecast as the potential when Trump says, drill, baby, drill, that the pipelines are going to come to Alberta and affordability is going to come back to Alberta?
Yeah, so he's been positive on pipelines before, so that would be definitely a positive for the Alberta economy, both in terms of the spread that is still there between Western Canadian Select and WTI, but also just improving some business investment within the province as well, bringing some investment back to that sector. The one concern that I have about the drill baby drill and the and the positives that could come from that in terms of pipelines is that we saw before that if there is the capacity for the U.S. to drill more, and there was a question earlier that suggested that maybe there isn't as much as we think, but if there is that capacity, that generally leads to lower global prices. So it's very difficult to balance out what potentially lower global prices but better pipeline access and potential investment in the Alberta oil industry, where that could balance out. And there's something that we admit we're still kind of working through in terms of our provincial forecast.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Andrew, you might have already covered this, and you've covered a lot of information, so I might have not caught it. But forestry is a pretty big industry in our community, and the ups and downs of forestry rely a lot on American housing starts. And so I'm wondering where we are there, if they're what their expected growth is in U.S. housing starts over the next 12 months or so.
Well, the U.S. has also seen, similar to us, where it has seen population growth, housing formation or housing starts not keep up with population growth and household formation. They've seen, maybe not quite as extreme as we have, but they've seen increase in rental prices, increase in house prices as a result of that. And, so there is a lot of scope for housing starts to accelerate in the years ahead in order to catch up with that demand that has been driven by population growth. Now, just how quickly and when housing starts will accelerate, in part, will be determined by interest rates and how far the Federal Reserve can cut interest rates, because it is a very interest rate sensitive sector. But based on our forecast of the U.S. kind of cutting interest rates relative to where they are today, but not quite as dramatically as we're cutting in Canada, we will see some acceleration in terms of U.S. housing starts. I haven't got the numbers in front of me right now, but I think by 2026 we have quite a significant improvement, and I'm happy to pass those forecasts on to you after this call.
And do you have a sense of what the housing deficit is in the States?
We think there is a fairly significant housing deficit. Again, I don't have the forecast in front of me at the moment, but I can certainly look that up and get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you so much.
I will say, though, that the housing deficit in the U.S. is in some ways more difficult to forecast than it is, or to know what it is, than it is in Canada, because there's been different measures of population growth. Right? We had last year that, suddenly, population growth in the U.S. has been even stronger than it has been reported to be. And so, depending on which population numbers you use will give you slightly different figures on that housing deficit.
Thanks for that. And our last question, Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton, and thank you again, Andrew. Just a question in regards, we've talked a lot about oil and gas and forestry. Part of positive growth is to have a diversified energy economy. What's your forecast on renewable energies and their growth over the coming year?
Yeah, that's again something that we're kind of thinking about a little bit at the moment because of the elections in the U.S., the possible election and change coming here in Canada. You know, we do think that there's significant growth still in the renewable space. Maybe growth will be slightly slower under a Trump administration than it has been, but there still will be growth in that space because there's still a lot of demand for renewable energy as well as traditional energy sources.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right. Well, thanks so much for being here today. Appreciate the conversation and the information, and wish you a great rest of your day.
Perfect. Thank you.
Next item on our agenda today is an economic update with more of a local focus. I'll give Ms. Dodd a moment to get set up from Invest Grande Prairie. And whenever you're ready, your microphone's on. Welcome.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Mayor Clayton and Council. Happy to be here again to provide a little bit of an economic update. I always like to preface by saying that my crystal ball isn't quite as clear as Councillor Thiessen's, so a lot of what I present today will be based on what we've seen so far in terms of major economic indicators over the first 3 quarters of the year. Where applicable, I will refer to annual data from 2023 and try to use some of that information just to frame the context for what we're seeing locally within our economy, and layer that in with some of our industry experts, some of the conversations that are happening at a broader scale, and what we're hearing locally from local businesses. So if I wanted to sort of summarize what we're hearing and what we're seeing overall in the economy, we are generally seeing stable growth in most, but not all sectors. Continue to see and anticipate upward trends for the most part, both in terms of our population growth and our business confidence. As you know, our economy is very diverse and resilient, and we are optimistic that we will finish strong in 2024 with a positive outlook towards 2025. I always like to sort of set the scene in terms of the stats and the data, and really come back to the people behind it, the population. So municipal population is a little bit of a tricky one in terms of looking at the different levels and sources. This data set here is sourced from the Alberta Regional Dashboard. So this is a population projection based on the 2021 federal census, which has then been adjusted and predicted based on these are then the 2023 numbers that have been adjusted from the province's manager of population. Both the federal and the provincial offices will periodically update their provincial estimates based on new data as it becomes available, and so we will see changes retroactively. So if you have previous year presentations memorized, the data, you will see sort of some of those adjustments in there. So for consistency's sake, we are looking at the provincial numbers across all municipalities. So this data here, it was released in August 2024, and it's based on the best estimates for 2023 population. With a few exceptions, most of the populations within the major cities, counties, and municipalities, or special municipalities across the province, have been adjusted down slightly. Grande Prairie was adjusted based on their analysis from 68,350 down to 67,265. This pretty closely aligns with what the federal numbers also had predicted at that time, which were released in July. And so they had it pegged around 67,606. Again, this is an estimate based on their own processes and procedures, I guess. Based on these estimates, we do remain the 7th largest city in the province. I'll note that the county was adjusted very slightly from 25,900 928 down to 25,909. The biggest shift that we saw actually was Red Deer and Lethbridge based on this data set. Lethbridge was adjusted fairly significantly from 133,000 down to 107, and Red Deer was adjusted upwards from 107 to 109, so that did cause them to swap places in the order of size. So again, just sort of setting the scene in terms of the people and the major indicators across local economy. We continue to have a relatively high median family income of approximately 120,000. Our average house price our annual average house price in 2023 was just over 319,000. We will dig into some more recent housing stats a little bit later in the presentation. And according to the federal census in 2021, our average age was 34, reflecting a young overall demographic. Estimates from the Alberta Regional Dashboard do place us slightly higher, with a median age of around 35.5. As of July 1st, 2024 estimates, our population breakdown was about 20.5% within the age range of 0 to 14, 69.7% within 15 to 64, and 9.9% within 65 and older. This is an increase from the 8.4% that we had seen in previous years. So this tells us people are staying longer. The bulk of our population is within that working age, and that we do have a strong growing youth population who will enter the workforce in the coming years. According to the dashboard data, it does show that we have slightly more males than females, but we remain relatively balanced with 51% male to female ratio, 51 to 49, And the highest grouping overall within our 5-year increments is that 30 to 39 years of age, which comprises 9.5% of our population. So population is one of those things that you could look at a million different ways, and we could be here all day, but this is one of my favorite ways to look at it. This is the components of population growth, showing us where people are coming from. So this data is refined down to the city. It is reported on a July 1st to June 30th basis. Similar to population projections, it is adjusted after the fact for a number of years as more data becomes available. So you can see through here that dark turquoise line through the middle is the natural population growth, the net, which is the net between births and deaths. It is very consistently very strong positive growth driver for our city. We have seen births drop slightly from the 1,200 range in 2015-16 to around 850 in recent years. We have also seen a slight increase in deaths. Again, this could be relating back to our aging population and is mitigated through other factors in terms of population growth. International migration is the lighter turquoise bar that you can see along the top there. Aside from 2020 and 2021, we've consistently seen between 600 and 900 people move to our region from overseas. Last year, we did see a net increase of 639 from international locations. The interprovincial migration, that navy bar, it does really bounce all over the chart here. You can see those big fluctuations can largely be tied to economic swings as people come and go from other parts of Canada in search of opportunity. Last year, we did see an overall net increase of 592 people, which was a big swing from the previous year where we had seen an overall outflow of 515. And then finally, interprovincial is people moving within the province. We do see a fairly consistent outflow of people to other parts of the province. This year, it was significantly less, with 468 people moving out of Grande Prairie. So although we are starting to see a slightly aging population, we remain one of the youngest communities in Alberta and in Canada. We're still a very young, diverse community as a result of the many opportunities that bring people to the region. It wasn't reflected in the previous data set, but It was really interesting to note when I was pulling the Alberta regional dashboard information that when we take a look at the number of new permanent residents, Grande Prairie saw the 4th highest number of new Canadians, despite being the 7th largest city. So we saw 750 new Canadians, just behind Red Deer, who had 815. So of our population, 16% are identified as visible minority. We are represented by 67 distinct ethnic or cultural origins, and 13% of our population are part of that immigrant population. Shifting gears a little bit, but just sticking to the people factors here, employment. Unemployment rate and labor force data is one of those hot topics that gets a lot of coverage in media. I do always like to speak to it a little bit because it doesn't always tell the whole picture, especially for a region. You can see at the top there the title. Our unemployment rate is for essentially all of Western Alberta. It includes places like Banff and Jasper, which have very different economic drivers, so it doesn't tell the whole story. This data set encompasses an estimated labor force of about 218,000 people. And based on this data, the whole region lost 5,400 people from the labor force. So that would be people who are actively looking or participating within the labor force between August and September. So of those, 400 more people are still currently looking for work than were in the previous month. So even with that slight increase there from 4.8% to 5.1%, we remain well below the provincial unemployment rate of 7.4%. Shifting a little bit into housing, and we'll look at housing numbers a couple different ways here. But thank you, as always, to the Grande Prairie and Area Association of Realtors for making this data available. It's probably one of our most requested data sets. Year to date, as of September, we've seen 1,107 residential sales within the city. This is up very slightly from this time last year when we had seen 1,056. Year to date, the average sale price, including both new builds and resale, is around $335,000, which is a 4% increase from the same period last year. So this data is taking a look at information provided by CMHC. The starts data is collected by CMHC when construction is started, shovels in the ground, things are starting to go vertical. I will dive deeper into this a little bit on the next slide, but overall the city has seen 148 housing starts this year, which is an increase over the 74 starts we had seen last year. Meanwhile, the county has seen 70 starts this year, 58 single and 12 multifamily, which is down slightly from the 74 that they had seen in the previous year. Did want to take a moment here just to talk about the rental vacancy data as reported by CMHC. So this is the data that's reported by CMHC on an annual basis. It is a single point in time count, so it is collected in October and typically released later in the summer or early fall. Because it is a point-in-time count, it does have some challenges. It's perpetually out of date. It doesn't always align with what's happening on the ground. The data that's captured within this collection looks at a total overall universe of about 4,287 units, which in 2023 was an increase of 29 units. From the previous year, when we saw that spread across pretty evenly across from bachelors right to 3 bedrooms. The 1.5 vacancy rate is closer to sort of what we're hearing out there from our major landlords. If anything, it's probably on the higher side. This data and that universe only captures buildings that have 3 or more units, so it doesn't account for the large number of single-family residences with secondary suites or other rentals that are outside of those larger building types. So based on what we're hearing, we are hearing closer to 1 or less % vacancy rate. The data is currently showing an average rate of $1,186 for overall, with a $1,206 average rental rate on a 2-bedroom. This is very consistent with the data from last year that showed $1,128 on the 2-bedroom rentals. So as I mentioned, I like to show the starts data broken down a little bit further. So you can see here that the bulk of our starts are within those single family homes. We have seen apartments, which is that burgundy line along the top there, increase recently. Year to date, this is showing 49 apartment unit starts versus the 20 from last year. Again, this is CMHC data once they start to see that construction go vertical, so it doesn't always perfectly line up with what we're seeing on the building permit data side. So year to date, we've seen 87 single-family starts, 61 multifamily starts, based on 6 semi-detached, 6-row, 49 apartments. So this is up from the 45 single with 6 semi, 3-row, and 20 apartments that we saw year to date 2023. Again, sort of shifting and taking a look at the building permits. This is the data where we're able to drill in a little bit more. Similarly, we like to look at it a couple of different ways. This chart here is taking a look at building permit in terms of volume. So building permit data is a great indicator of economic health and investor confidence. By looking at the volume, you can see that the majority of the activity is consistently within residential building permits. This year, 389 of the year-to-date 550 building permits are within that residential category. Overall, we have seen a slight increase over the last year, up from 436 permits, largely due to an increase in residential, but it is relatively spread across all categories. So then looking at the construction value tied to those building permits, this lets us see where the majority of that investment is happening. So year to date, we've seen 550 building permits worth over $77 million. This is up from 436 permits worth $56 million for the same period last year, which is a 26% increase in volume and a 36% increase in value. The majority of that is still within residential, with $39 million in value, up from 26 from last year. But you can see that strong. The bar through the middle there, where the institutional permits are, is gold on this one, which is, and this year we've seen $14.1 million, and that's largely due to a lot of the improvements and renovations happening over at NWP from some of their major projects. To just quickly summarize, 2024 year to date, we've seen $14.8 million in commercial, 8.7 in industrial, 14.1 in institutional, and 39 in that residential. So before I move into a bit of an overview of the regional economy, I always like to sort of set the scene using some of our retail numbers. These are captured within the context of retail, but they really inform everything else that happens within the city. As City Council is well aware, we are a regional hub, and as such, we serve an area much larger than just the city of Grande Prairie. Our primary trade area, which is noted in that red area there, is roughly 177,000 people with a total trade area of 295,000. So that red area accounts for the people that are coming in on a day-to-day basis, either to utilize our shopping or services, healthcare, other professional services, with that broader area coming in on a regular basis, but less frequently, maybe to come in for their big Costco haul or visit Canadian Tire, visit the Grande Prairie Regional Hospital. Both these areas are continued to grow and drive a lot of the activity within our economy as our population continues to expand. So based largely on our strategic position and a number of our strategic advantages, we are very fortunate to have a diverse economy with our traditional industries such as oil and gas, forestry, and agriculture within the region, and many of our city businesses service these industries. We also have our traditional retail and commercial industries, tourism, and new industries that are continuing to emerge, such as TV and film production, and a growing dynamic healthcare industry, largely thanks to new opportunities through Grande Prairie Regional Hospital, as well as new programming at Northwestern Polytechnic, which have served a critical role in supporting the growth of our healthcare industry as it continues to grow. In terms of retail, as I mentioned, because of our strategic position as that regional hub, we continue to really bat above average with regard to retail. Our most recent estimates are that we see over $5 billion in total trade area retail spending, with $374 million of that coming from outside of Grande Prairie into the region. We currently have about 4.5 million square feet of current retail floor space, and based on retail spending and per capita population calculations, they're estimating about a just over $1 million square feet of residual retail demand. This is a number that we continue to try to peg, but we do see fluctuations in that, and so it's one of those best guess, I guess, numbers there. We are, in terms of our regional economy and the major industries, we are fortunate over the last couple of years to begin digging into some more granular data in terms of occupation data, and that's largely thanks to our partnership within the Work Northwest Alberta group. We have access to new data sets both at the city and the regional level. So according to these new data sets, and the 2024 occupation estimates, the city specifically, in terms of occupation counts, the biggest employment drivers by industry are retail trade, which captures 17% of occupations, accommodation and food services, which capture 13%, and healthcare and social assistance, 9%, and construction with 7%. So based on the work that we're doing within the Work Northwest Alberta partnership, we are anticipating a net increase of approximately 4,200 jobs within the region. Drilling into that a bit more, within the city specifically, most recent estimates are an increase of about 2,245 jobs, with the majority anticipated in accommodation and food service, making up 455 of those jobs, healthcare and social assistance with 410, and administrative and support waste management and remediation services, which is a very large category, but it does account for 363 of that anticipated job growth. So, similar to some of the other data I've mentioned today, business licensing is a point-in-time count, meaning if we pull the same data today, it could look very different, and that's really just based on timing in terms of renewals, expirations, changes in ownership. As of the end of 2023, we had 2,983 resident businesses. Of these, 2,171 were commercial-based and 730 are home-based. Additionally, we have 395 non-resident businesses registered within the city. So those are the ones who do not have a traditional home base within the city, but do regularly do business here, a large majority of those coming from our county neighbors. Year to date, we have seen 195 new business licenses issued, 81 of these home-based and 114 commercial. We do know that this is a little bit of a shot in the dark in terms of the numbers. It's our best estimate. We do estimate that it is quite a bit higher because there are a significant number of businesses and industries that are not required to obtain a business license, either through business licensing bylaw or through federal or provincial legislation, specific occupations and professional services. We do our best to encourage these business types to register with the city, specifically to create that point of contact, both with our business licensing team and to tie in with Invest Grande Prairie and to help capture as much of that data as we can. Taking a look, utilizing that business license data, this is looking at the top industries by business count. With no surprise, retail trade is the top there with 492 businesses registered as within retail trade, followed by construction and personal care services, restaurant and food care services. So you will notice a sort of a difference between this data when we're looking at it in terms of the people, and that's simply due to larger operations, AHS taking up a large portion of those healthcare, which holds on tight to one of the top spots in terms of occupation and employment. Shifting outside of city a little bit here, well licenses are generally a good leading indicator of activity and investment within the region. Over the past 2 years, the Montney region producers have really ramped up their drilling numbers, likely in anticipation of LNG Canada set to come online in 2025. Last year, we saw 720 well licenses over the first 9 months, and in 2022, we saw 752. Year to date, we have seen a decrease to 530. However, this isn't necessarily a bad news story or totally unexpected. Due to AECO capacity constraints, Alberta has seen an oversupply in natural gas, which has put a lot of that downward pressure on pricing. So this has prompted producers to just take a bit more of a cautious approach, with some of them curtailing some of their drilling activities and holding back some on previously planned or licensed wells. LNG Canada is expected to provide a substantial new market for the region, which will ease some of these supply constraints. And the producers within the Montney, both particularly our larger ones, from what we're seeing, are prepared to ramp up that production in order to meet the demand as it comes online. So this is likely, based on the crystal balls that I could get my hands on, to increase in a gradual increase in activity as 2025 approaches. This is a very simplified hypothesis, but it was some of the research that we were looking into just to try to explain that decrease in the well licenses. Of course, there are other factors that will impact this: regulatory and environmental considerations, labor and equipment availability, which is something we're seeing across all of our industries. And technological advances and efficiency gains. So things like horizontal drilling means we may not see that full ramp up to well license numbers as our producers are able to increase their efficiency and increase their output based on the increases in technology, which means they don't need as many wells. And of course, global demand, which I'll leave that to my colleague Andrew to speak to. So if well licenses are the leading indicator, drilling completions are that truth teller. These are the numbers that highlight the extent to which companies are acting on their drilling intentions, and they reflect high confidence in pricing stability and demand. This is where we see that immediate economic activity, so things like employment and contracting for subservices. High completion activity indicates higher economic impacts in the local economy. So this is where we see high hotel occupancy rates, airport traffic numbers, and the lineups in Tim Hortons. We've seen consistent completion levels over the last few years, around 700 wells in the first 9 months of the year. So year to date, we have seen 697 well completions, with 701 last year and 765 the year before. Another factor that we like to use to analyze the oil and gas activity is over-dimensional vehicle traffic. So this data reflects movement of equipment, major equipment through the city of Grande Prairie. Particular interest, drilling rigs and support structures tied to energy projects. It tends to mirror the trends in well licenses and completions licensed during the same time frame. So in the first 9 months of 2024, we've seen 6,258 over-dimensional vehicle traffic permits compared to 7,255 over the same period last year and 6,425 in 2022. The decline in 2024 does mirror the increase that we've seen in drilling licenses and completions. It may indicate that companies are sort of slowing down, delaying in response to factors like AECO pricing. So while they are lower than what we have seen in previous years, it could also just indicate a stabilization rather than a significant downturn. It is still really well within that expected range of what we've seen historically. We typically will see a big spike as equipment is moving out to the field, but then we'll also see another big spike as things are coming back in to go to their laydown yards and things. So this could also mean that there are longer term projects or our local operators are increasing their efficiencies and finding ways to keep equipment out in the field. So as with most of this data, it sort of tells one story, but you have to dig into it and maybe look at it a couple of different ways. Another major indicator that we keep an eye on is our airport traffic. Year to date, we have seen approximately 200,000 passengers pass through the Grande Prairie Airport. This is up significantly from the same period over the last few years, steadily increasing from the bottom when we saw 60,000 by this point in 2021, but we are still well below that peak in 2018 when we would have seen 326,000 people pass through by now, and we capped out at nearly 440,000 for the full year in 2018. So every year we like to compare the top producers based on well license numbers issued out of the Grande Prairie office for the year to date. Looking back at my notes from my presentation back in 2021, I noted how Tourmaline had recently acquired 2 of Grande Prairie's top 20 producers at that time and were poised to become the top natural gas producer in Canada. Since then, they've continued to acquire additional local Montney producers. And so it's no surprise that they're now our top producer based on well licenses for the region. CNRL remains a major player, holding steady at second place with 57 licenses in 2024, down slightly from 67 last year. ARC Resources was the top license holder in 2023 with 94 licenses. We have seen a decrease to 47 licenses in 2024. From what we can see, this reduction aligns with ARC's strategic focus on the BC Montney, which is positioned more favorably to take advantage of LNG Canada and pricing associated with being on that side of the border. We have seen Ovintiv shift a lot of their strategic focus into their US-based assets, and so we have seen them drop in terms of their number of well licenses within the region. Varen Inc. is a new entrant into the top 5 this year. They didn't even rank among the top 20 last year. When they were previously known as Crescent Point Energy. Additionally, Paramount Resources has moved into the top 5 in 2024. So this entry of new active players into the Alberta Montney amongst these mid-sized companies is a great indicator of the local landscape sort of shifting and preparing for increased capacity and increased demands with LNG Canada coming online. Moving into some of the major projects within the region, of course, when we're looking at economic activity, we aren't just looking at the city. We do consider activities happening across the full region, specifically city, county, and the MD. Because as a hub, we know that we are servicing oil and gas industry and the wider region at play here. So we work very closely with our colleagues at the MD of Greenview and their focus on the Greenview Industrial Gateway, which is set to be a world-class eco-industrial park located 40 kilometers south of the city, with the goal of reducing barriers to large-scale industrial development. Previous project announcements for this area, NPC, Saralon, and Interprovincial Fuels, are examples of the type of multi-billion-dollar type projects that are targeted for Greenview Industrial Gateway. I will take a few minutes just to highlight some of the big announcements within this region. The Saralon project is a proposed $2.8 billion gas to liquids facility, which will aim to convert natural gas into ultra-low sulfur diesel. The project is expected to create approximately 1,600 jobs during construction and over 80 permanent positions once operational. Timing on this one, the initial announcements had indicated a construction projection of 2026. And they have an MOU with the MD of Greenview to purchase 200 acres of land within the gig in order to accommodate this. Northern Petrochemical Ammonia and Methanol Production Facility is a proposed $2.5 billion project located within the gig. This facility aims to produce 200 million tons annually of blue methanol and blue hydrogen, which will be converted to ammonia. It is anticipated to create up to 4,000 construction jobs and approximately 400 permanent positions upon completion. The construction timeline was pegged between 2023 and 2026. And I haven't received updated numbers on that timeline. Interprovincial Fuel Solutions is a proposed $600 million petrochemical facility within the gig. It aims to produce 5,600 barrels per day of low carbon synthetic gasoline. It is expected to create approximately 600 construction jobs and 50 to 70 full-time positions once operational. So taking a look at all the major capital and infrastructure projects planned, proposed, or underway across the region. In order to do this, we utilize the Alberta Major Projects database where available, and then we layer in additional media releases, information across multiple sources, or try to go straight to each of the private industry companies where we can. I've already covered a few of the big ones. Overall, based on sort of what we can see, our best estimate right now is just over $6 billion of planned and proposed projects for the region. I will highlight a couple of the smaller ones further down the list here. New Vista's Grande Prairie Regional Energy Complex is a estimated $40 million project, which aims to produce low carbon hydrogen using innovative methane pyrolysis technology. This project, the timeline is still to be determined, and it is owned and the proponent is New Vista Energy, with an estimated 150 to 200 construction jobs and 40 to 60 permanent jobs once up and going. The Mascua Medical Center is another major capital project planned within the region that will have far-reaching implications for our greater economy and labor force. The estimated construction value on this is $35 million. The center aims to enhance healthcare services in Northwest Alberta by providing comprehensive diagnostic and treatment planning services. It is also set to include an academic teaching clinic in partnership with the University of Alberta and NWP, focusing on training new physicians and healthcare professionals. NWP has a number of major capital projects that I mentioned previously. So the Power Engineering Instrumentation Lab is a $16 million project, expected to be operational by the end of the year. And it is a specialized lab for training skilled trades and engineers, supporting our regional demand for technical expertise and growing our own, keeping people close to home for their education and close to industry where the jobs are. Additionally, the NWP Side Family Center for Entrepreneurial Excellence is a $6.4 million project, which is for the Entrepreneurial Center at NWP in order to foster innovation and support local business development. There are a number of other projects that have been highlighted within the media and talked about with no dollar values publicly associated with them, but worthwhile mentioning, one being the Econa Plant 1, which is, the proponent behind that is Econa Power, and that is a proposed clean hydrogen production facility located at the Arc Resources Gold Creek plant. This project aims to produce 1 ton of clean energy per day using Econa's methane pyrolysis technology, converting natural gas into hydrogen. Similarly, the Opal Gas Power Plant is located within the county of Grande Prairie. No dollar construction value has been publicly disclosed on that, but it is another natural gas power plant project. And finally, the Albright Sour Gas Processing Plant, which is the proponent behind that is CSV Midstream. It is estimated to create between 400 and 600 construction jobs and 50 to 100 permanent roles located within the county of Grande Prairie. It is a sour gas processing facility. So before I wrap up here, I will take just a few minutes to highlight a little bit of what we've been hearing from our interactions. Every year, we have the opportunity to speak with small businesses across our city as a part of Small Business Week and our partnership with City Council in our Small Business Week walk. This year, we engaged with 53 businesses, both through in-person visitations and on the phone. Over the past 4 years, we've always made it our priority to ask, how satisfied are you with the city of Grande Prairie as a place to operate a business? As you can see, our responses have remained really consistent within that 8, with a grade of 8. This year, we did jump up to an 8.2 with 77% of respondents rating the city as an 8 or higher. The follow-up question to this has always been, how has this changed over the last 12 months? This year, we actually saw a pretty significant shift in the number of respondents who said it was more positive. 47% said that they see doing business in Grande Prairie as better this year compared to last year, and this is up from 28% last year, or 28% last year and 36% the year before. So this really reflects and echoes the general sentiment that we've been hearing in our work, that both through local stakeholders and those across the province and Canada, that Grande Prairie continues to be a place to invest, do business, and grow. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Perfect. Thanks for your presentation. I got a couple people in the queue. Recognizing Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. That didn't come out the way I wanted. Anyway, thank you, Ms. Dodd. My questions are relating on what percentage of commercial construction was new and or renovation of an existing building? And the second part of my question is, are we tracking the number of empty buildings that are sitting there not being rented or owned or sold?
Ms. Dodd?
Thank you. I do have building permit volumes here. Let me just see if I've got it handy split out. I don't have the chart handy in terms of renovations versus new builds. I would have to, I would have to come back with the data. Otherwise, I could pull it, but it would take me a couple minutes.
Okay, thank you.
And similarly, in terms of the commercial vacancy rate, it is a little bit of a moving target, just because similar to residential vacancy rates, it's tracked sort of differently across multiple different stakeholders and ownership groups. We have seen anecdotally a decrease in commercial vacancies, specifically within that industrial vacancy rate, as some of the larger pieces have been eaten up by new projects. Retail commercial, with the Sears building recently being renovated, the previous Canadian Tire, as well within some of our older industrial areas, such as Richmond, we've really over the last year or so seen that vacancy decrease as we've seen more people move into the area. Don't have the exact numbers for you, but just speaking anecdotally, and I can bring those back to council.
Thank you.
Councillor Berg?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton, and thanks for the report, Ms. Dodd. Kind of a two-part question around workforce recruitment. Can you give us an update on healthcare professionals, specifically doctors, but also just like a quick update on rural renewal stream, how that's going and what kind of jobs we're filling with that?
Yeah, thank you, through the mayor. So workforce recruitment, I've been saying the last few months since I've been back that we really seem to be in the business of people, dealing with people challenges, and that's across all of our industries. So healthcare has been a major priority for the Invest Grande Prairie team, thanks to the direction from City Council. We have seen, I believe it was an increase of 20 new physicians, both physicians and general family doctors as well as specialists. Within our own team, we've had an opportunity to engage with 16 of those through our familiarization tours, and we're starting to see great response of ways that we're able to support them in integrating into the community, where we actually have them now, physicians who have landed here from Calgary or Edmonton or directly from overseas, reaching back to family and friends in those other markets and saying, hey, there's something really great here. So it's one of those really feel-good projects. We don't get to see a lot of immediate wins through economic development. It's sort of a longer game, and we're seeing some great return within that area. With regard to rural renewal, we have seen a slowdown in the uptake. There continues to be a demand as people are looking for pathways to permanent residency. But due to the announcements at the federal level with restrictions around immigration numbers, changes at the provincial level in terms of how they are prioritizing and processing applications, they have indicated that they are prioritizing applicants who are already here within Alberta and those that have strong ties to their communities. Back in the summer, they shifted from sort of first in, first out type approach to processing applications for provincial nomination to an expression of interest. So whereby they are prioritizing higher value positions, those with stronger ties to the community, those that are educated locally within Alberta. And so that, as people are starting to wrap their heads around that, we have seen a decrease in the demand for those endorsement letters. Year to date, it is still keeping us very, very busy. So since the beginning of the program, we have issued 788 endorsement letters. With 2024, we've seen 281 endorsement letters. Large majority of those are within those tier 4 and 5 occupations. So those are the frontline counter customer service type positions. But we are starting to see a shift as we've seen sort of the tier 1, 2, 3 occupations, realizing what an opportunity this is and that they have sort of that opportunity for prioritization. So those are positions that are requiring a master's, full degree, or at least a 2-year certificate. So we're starting to work more closely with some of our employers on seeing some of those. So the volume is not quite there yet, but really starting to see more of an uptake of that. And so as those numbers are decreasing, we're shifting in terms of the types of positions that we're working directly with.
So it would be fair to say it's more focused rather than broad.
Becoming that way, yeah. There is, of course, continues to be demand across all, but we have noticed it is a noticeable shift that it's becoming more focused and more strategic in terms of the requests coming in, both from the employers and those candidates.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Blackmore.
I have a couple questions about apartment starts. How many, I should know this, but how many units can a building be to qualify as an apartment? Between a fourplex and, where's that line?
5?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I think it's somewhere once you eclipse 4. I think once you have 5 and above, I think you start hitting an apartment, but I can confirm that for you.
Okay. I feel that maybe that data would be more valuable to us if it was number of units rather than number of apartments. So you get a sense of how many families are being housed. That would be more valuable for me. And also, I have a question about business retention. I know we track business starts and business licensing, but do we have a way of determining the longevity of businesses in the community? Do we have any kind of retention numbers?
Thank you. Thank you through the mayor. That's something that we're working on with the data being introduced in business licensing requirement being introduced in 2021. Our first step was differentiating between new businesses and newly licensed businesses where businesses were not previously required. And so that has taken a little bit of work here to work out some of those kinks. The other problem is now as businesses are changing ownership or their licenses are expiring or they're closing, there is not necessarily that incentive for them to let us know. And so we aren't finding out until that renewal date, that annual renewal date is definitely something that's on our wish list and that we're working towards, but we don't have a great sense of it yet or currently.
And you don't have an anecdotal sense right now?
Not a strong one, no.
Okay. Yeah, I just feel that healthcare retention is probably more important to us than healthcare attraction. The same would apply to businesses in the community. Okay. So I would look forward to seeing those numbers in the future.
Yes,
thanks.
Sure. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I have 2 questions there. Couldn't be further apart. With the Small Business Week graph that you showed, it shows basically better or the same. Yet our CIBC representative said that retail in particular is down overall in Alberta. My concerns are about retail in this city. Out of this better and same, how many were retail based versus, let's say, restaurant or industry?
Dodd.
Thank you. Through the mayor, I don't have a great sense on that. We did, when our business retention expansion coordinator sort of plans out the day, we do make a good effort to hit some of those areas that we aren't naturally walking into, the downtown or small businesses on a day-to-day. So we really did focus in on a lot of the industrial parks. We did hit the downtown as well, but we made our very concerted effort to try to spread it across all industry types. So I wouldn't say that this data set is specifically reflective of the retail sector.
I would like to see that, to see how in the future, how we rate with what CIBC is seeing provincially, because that's where, with the online sales and competition that our retail faces, our small businesses, I'm struggling with wanting to know how to help. Particularly retail. And I have another question. If you have...
Well, I have others, but go ahead.
Okay. My other question is in regards to the rural renewal stream. You said in 2024, 788 endorsement letters?
788 to date. So okay. Since the program was approved in 2022, so 281 this year.
Oh, sorry, 281. Out of those, let's say the 788, do we know how many have actually been hired through this stream?
Thank you. Through the mayor, a little bit of a theme here in terms of we know what we don't know. Some of the data, and this has been one of our main points of conversation with the province. The tracking is very difficult. Due to FOIP and privacy concerns, they're not able to provide strong reporting back on these candidates and where they actually land. So we are working closely with our Access GP team and our CSD team to implement our own surveys to follow up at that 6, 9, 12 month, 24 month period, surveying both the employee and the employer to see how has this impacted you personally or professionally, and where are you at in the system. The transition from a work visa into a permanent resident is about a 2-year process. So we are just sort of at that tail end of that period where we really should start to be able to have a stronger sense of the data. Speaking with our CSD colleagues, we are hoping to be able to bring something back in the first quarter of 2025 to council that would give us a better understanding of this. I will note since the start of the program, we have seen a significant shift of people who are actually within our community already working, applying for this job. So these are people that have either moved here because of rural renewal, or they were already within the community and they've prioritized finding employment opportunities with our improved employers. And so our businesses are seeing that impact right away now, whereas at the beginning, they were receiving applications from candidates who were overseas and were just simply looking for a pathway to permanent residency in Canada, both through an initial work permit and then a permanent residency. So now we're seeing that shift. People who are already in Canada on work visas, post-graduation work permit is a very common pathway. So we have seen that a significant positive impact. Again, we are working on some of those numbers to bring back.
Good. I look forward to some concrete numbers because this feels very vague to me. And it ties in with my second half of this question is...
Third question is what you mean? Go ahead.
The ROI on this program. You know, are we doing it as a community, the return on investment is worth it? Or is it a lost leader and we're accepting that? I'm just curious where we sit.
It's done.
I don't have a great answer on that. I know that the program was introduced in response to demand from our major businesses, particularly in early 2022. As we were coming out of COVID, labor restraints, changes in temporary foreign workers, and availability of labor force just in general, we did really hear a really strong cry from our local businesses that this was an opportunity that they saw to help solve some of those labor challenges. With the shifts in policy and the shifts in what we're seeing in terms of applications, that ROI I don't have a strong sense of anymore. Not to say that there is not a return on, but I couldn't give you as strong of an answer as I could sort of at the beginning. And that's something that once we have this data, we'll be able to really provide concrete, here are the number of people that took advantage, here that actually came and invested in our community and created a home here, and where they've ended up, whether they've stayed with that employer or they've moved on to other opportunities.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mayor, for the extra.
Yeah, no problem. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton, and thank you very much, Ms. Dodd, for the report. I found the information included enthralling. I like all the data sets and points, and I did generate 2 questions from that. So thank you to you and the InvestGP team for the good work on this. The first question that jumped off the top of my head was the census number. So it's hard not to miss that a lot of that data came from 2021, 2023. We just did a census. Where are we on our census numbers? Obviously, that means hopefully a bit of a bump to provincial grants and federal grants coming our way. But are we on track? Or are we still sitting around that 67,000 number under population on our?
I can turn that over to Mr. Tarrant for an answer. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So we are still awaiting results from the province. They need to verify the census results from the city that we've provided. So we do anticipate being over that provincial estimate that was provided today. However, we are still waiting verification, which we were recently told we'd hear by the end of the month.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Tarrant, and thanks for your work on that. My other question, I knew it was going to go to Mr. Tarrant over there, but this is more for you. There's been a lot of talk about a large lithium play that's going to be opening up in 2024 between Peace River and Grande Prairie, Arch Lithium, Arch Lithica. It's all about direct lithium extraction from the brine waters underneath. Where do you see that growth happening in our community? Is it going to be a positive bump in population and economy, or is this going to largely center in the county and Peace River areas?
Ms. Dodd?
Was it, my colleague Andrew said he'd like to duck the question previously.
He did say that.
I don't have a good sense. I would say just based on what we've seen and what we really focus on, we look really within that city-county MD. That project is a little bit further outside. So in terms of economic spin-off, they would be much more, I would anticipate, ancillary in terms of that retail, professional services, healthcare coming in to utilize more of that urban setting. But once we get into that Peace River area, we don't see quite as much as we do coming kind of from the other side. Not a great response, not a great sense.
That's okay.
On that one.
I just thought you might have a little more insight than I've had digging for it. But it is a big play, and
yes.
it could land on our borders. So thank you.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'm just wondering to dive back into the housing starts a bit. So just to clarify, so if somebody builds a 30-unit apartment building, would that show up as 30 starts in this, or with one start?
It would show up as 30 starts. Okay. Yeah, so it is by units, not by bedrooms, but by units.
Okay, so legal up-down suite would be considered 2 units then. Okay, so I'm just seeing we went from 74, and we're nice that we're doubling up to 149. Coming into 2024, do we know what we were forecasting for 2024 for starts, or do we have does admin forecast what we would hope for 2025 for starts? Like, do we have a sense of that?
I believe Chief Glavin may have some backup data. I can, while he takes a look there, with regard to the municipal fee rebate, I can say that so far we've conditionally approved 156 units just based within that program. We do have a backlog of additional ones that we are working through, so we do expect to see that number grow. But currently we're working through agreements on 156 units, either ones that were started over the summer and we're just coming to that completion phase, or ones that are currently within the development permitting phase.
And just wondering, when we're forecasting revenue and growth moving forward, is your team involved in, within the admin side saying, hey, we anticipate in 2025 there's going to be 160 housing starts or 60 housing starts? Just trying to understand how we come up with our number of what anticipated growth is and how, I guess, Invest GP plays into that.
We do our best to try to provide sort of that anecdotal insight or what we're hearing based on businesses, but a lot of that work does happen within the service area and the specific departments in terms of their historical data and that projection. So we support best we can, but ultimately that prediction lands within Chief Glavin's area.
Okay, so would we have a prediction for what we see 25, 26 housing starts being, just because they do play into our budget, I guess?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. I don't have the exact number, but right now we are forecasting close to a 10% increase in revenues in inspections based on some of the applications we're seeing under that program. We do work with InvestGP, and we track all of those as they come in through the service center. So we are trying to reflect what we're seeing for next year. We are certainly optimistic that we'll see some increase. But yeah, as of right now, I think overall we're roughly forecasting about 10% increase in revenues.
Okay, so looking at the vacancy rates of how it's dropping, like, is that played into that, and historicals of vacancy rates drop? We tend to see housing starts go up. Is there a correlation with that administration looks at, or is it?
Chief Glavin.
As far as the vacancy rate, we've been experiencing that here for the last year or so. So we have been, I'd say less so just the vacancy rate than we are seeing kind of intentions. Our inspections group and planning group are very close to the builders in the area. And just hearing from some of the plans that we're seeing from them, we're expecting that increase. We could be surprised on the upside as well. We know there are some bigger projects that haven't reached final investment decision on whether they're going to go ahead next year. If they go ahead, we should see a more positive increase than 10%. But as of right now, until some of those larger decisions are made, we've been a little bit more conservative in the revenue increase projection.
Okay, and can I get confirmation? So the legal up-down suites that are happening, that we have a lot in queue, those were through our program that we did, but we're still getting paid for those, correct? Like the builder's getting a discount, but we flowed that through our DIG program, so we're still getting revenue for the permits being pulled. Are we still?
Through the mayor, correct. It is a capital budget. City Council previously approved $700,000 for that. So it is a rebate program. So the builders are required to pay all permitting fees upfront, and then it is paid out upon occupancy. Excuse me.
Okay. Oh, great. Thank you.
No one else in the queue. I just had a couple quick questions in regards to business licensing. Can you tell me the percentage of uptake? How many people? It's free, so that it's not really, and there's nobody out there continually knocking on doors to make sure that businesses are filling these out. So how many new businesses is the first part of my question, and what's our repeat percentage of subscription?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. If you give me just one moment here, I do have. So our, again, it's a little bit of a shot in the dark based on best case predictions and estimates. We, again, as you mentioned, there's not a major stick to go out and require businesses to register. We have seen an increase in business licensing directly tied into the rural renewal, as participating employers are required to have a valid business license within the city for a minimum of 6 months, in addition to provincial requirements to have been located within the province or located within the community for 2 years. So the Alberta Regional Dashboard estimates that the city of Grande Prairie has about 3,100 businesses based on federal and provincial data within their offices. So we are pretty close to that. I believe, what did I say, the 2,900. So we are narrowing in on that. Looking at the data, anecdotally, it feels very accurate. And we're seeing less of those business licenses come through as new licenses for businesses that we know have been longstanding operators. When we first started, the bulk of the data, as we were looking at it, our Invest Grande Prairie team, and specifically our Business Retention Expansion Coordinator, is looking at those licenses as they come in and sort of doing our own verification and gut check. And we use that as an opportunity to check in with those new businesses. So I
think it's more along the vein of Councillor Blackmore's bringing up in regards to retention. So if last year we had 2,800 business licenses, there's a drop of 100. Do we not go ABC Mechanical and ABC Mechanical, check, and the ones that didn't fill out that application, are we not picking up the phone and calling them and saying, hey, are you still in existence? And we'd really appreciate you filling out your business license. Are we doing that type of work?
There is an automated process through business licensing that captures that as best as possible at the renewal date. And so we do have, once we have that initial connection, it is much easier to ensure that it is maintained. Where we see some of that challenge on our side, from sort of that relationship, is when ABC Mechanical closes down or is sold. They don't let us know that they've closed, or suddenly we get a new, 6 months later, we get a new business license from the new owner of the store.
Right. So what I'm more
finding that gap
is what percentage of the ones that had a license last year renewed and have a license this year.
I don't have that data handy, but I believe it would be possible to pull.
The other question, for multiple years, well, as long as I've been elected, we hear about the unemployment rates in regards to the fact that it's quite regional, not specific to our region. Has there ever been any consideration or conversation about calling our largest employers and saying, what are you, first of all, regards to their growth, what are our largest employers and largest organizations forecasting for growth? And then what are our largest employers forecasting for employment numbers? Rather than always looking at that number that we know is quite anecdotal and maybe not reflective of what's happening specifically in our region, have we ever dove in to do a more sort of specific evaluation of what's happening?
A lot of that work is happening currently both through the Invest Grande Prairie team as well as the Work Northwest region. So sort of a two-part answer. In terms of the unemployment data in that economic region, there has been a number of advocacy pieces that we've supported through the Chamber and other stakeholders to bring forward to try to see if we can have that economic region adjusted. We haven't had an uptake or any luck on that. In terms of doing our best to understand, a lot of the work that we've been doing is directly engaging with our major employers and trying to see where those what they are predicting for job growth and vacancy and what they're seeing. So we have a number of initiatives both within the Invest Grande Prairie team and Work Northwest, speaking to our employers, both large and small, to try to get a handle on that number. But the other piece of that too is there are other data sets out there. So Lightcast is a subscription-based model that pulls from a wide variety of, it's sort of like the Environics, where Environics hits the retail and spending. And this pulls for all of the occupation and job data across Canada and North America. Based on that information, we are we can see where some of those trends and growth are within industries, and we can drill down right to sort of that 4-digit NAICS level and give it a lot more granularity. So recent numbers that I pulled for the city are that by 2031, we're expecting 2,245 jobs within the city. And I can see sort of the best estimate as to where those jobs are going to be. I can also see which ones are expecting declines. And sort within those. So there is a lot of work and different pieces, and I think that's part of the reason that the budget presentation ends up taking so long, is because we're looking at it from all different angles. But that unemployment rate is really the one that hits the news. It's the one everybody talks about and are very familiar with, and so I think it's important to continue to layer all these other pieces into that conversation.
I think there's some evaluation that could be done in regards to the 10 largest employers. What percentage of the workforce do they represent? But there's fair evaluation as opposed to consistently using the stats that's not really reflective of our regions. So.
And we do, to add to that if I can, through business licensing data, we do request our employers submit their total employee count and their full-time employee count. So that does give us a good sense of our major employers and how that has changed over the years. Especially some of our major employers are bigger retailers, Walmart, Superstore, Costco. So that is a bit of a fluctuating number.
So how would you say that compares, like in your presentation today, you use the data that's more large northwest of Alberta. How would you say specifically in our region the workforce is looking? Is it growing? Is it decreasing? What does it look like?
Growth. They are predicting growth within that. Those.
Do you have a percentage by chance?
I could have it in a couple of seconds.
Okay.
So within retail trade, between 2024 and 2031, they are predicting...
Sorry, I don't care by sector, overall.
Oh, overall? Okay. Very quickly, without reading too much, 6% increase overall, and that's city-specific.
Great, thanks for that, appreciate it. Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, along that vein, I'm just wondering what advocacy can we do? We're included with Banff and Jasper in the employment numbers, and I find that because they're both very seasonal, and what's happened with Jasper because of the fires, we don't know what the actual numbers of growth of unemployment are. So I'm wondering, is there an opportunity for us to say, hey, why are we included in these areas? And I think it affects us and how we're looking because it sends the wrong message. And the second part of that, I'm just wondering on the rural renewal stream, why we can't ask the employers just to give us an update on did they place positions or not. So I'm just wondering if we're allowed to do that because, we're sitting here looking at the numbers of 788 and 228 or something. That doesn't tell us an awful lot of information. So I'm just wondering if we can't get a hold of the employers and find out what's going on.
On the first piece, this has been an ongoing concern and issue for many years. It's a federal evaluation. We've tried repeatedly to ask for changes, and it's never been addressed. So I don't know if you have anything new to add to that, but maybe on the rural renewal stream you could update.
Thank you, through the mayor. That is what we're working on currently. Because our for example, ABC Mechanic, they may submit a request for an endorsement letter for one mechanic in January, and then perhaps February of the following year, they would submit for another mechanic or a secretary or additional position. So the tracking for one employer is fairly all over the place. So we do have surveys that go out. Surveys are tied to each request for endorsement letter. It is tied to a specific name and a specific employer. So we are doing the survey work. It's a huge, huge number of data. So 730 endorsement letters surveyed 8 times. Times 2. And so the 8 times is in terms of the frequency because it is a long, complicated process. So we're looking to capture, have you made it to Canada? Are you within our community? Have you received your provincial nomination? Have you been accepted into the queue for your permanent residency? Have you received that residency? And then ultimately, where are you? But then we're also looking at that data from the employee and the employer side. So it's data that we're working on, but it's a significant data set, and we don't have that full 2 years worth yet, which is why I hesitate to provide any sort of estimate, but we are expecting to bring in a number that we can really solidly speak to. We need a little bit more time on that analysis.
Okay. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. Hopefully this is a quick question for you. Since you had some realtor information, can you tell us the number of homes, single detached, that are on the market right now?
I do have that data. I don't have it pulled up in front of me currently, but it would be very easy to send over, yes. It's something that we do receive, but I've lost it in the back of my mind at the moment.
Maybe, but maybe if we can just get that later.
I could have it pulled up in
information piece. Thanks.
All right. Well, thanks for your presentation and taking our questions. Appreciate that. On council, in regards to the agenda, the next item, I'm going to turn it over to the CFO for introduction, but we're going to take a 15-minute break. So we will be back in 15 minutes. Thank you. 1. Welcome back to the Council Committee of the Whole budget discussion. Budget deliberation, rather. We are, if you're following our agenda, we are on item number 7. I'm going to turn it over to the CFO for introduction, and then we're going to move into our operating budget presentations. We will be taking a break for lunch at 5 to 12, as some people have to get to Rotary, and then we will start again at 1:15. I'll turn it over to Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. As the Chief Financial Officer for the City of Grande Prairie, I'm pleased to present the city's 4-year operating and 5-year capital budgets today. These budgets provide a comprehensive outline of our financial strategies and priorities over the coming years, and they reflect administration and council's commitment to maintaining high standards of service delivery amidst the complex landscape of rising costs and economic pressures. The city, like many others, has not been immune to the increasing costs for essential services, supplies and labor, alongside revenue pressures and growing demands for enhanced service delivery. These challenges require us to be strategic and innovative, ensuring that we continue to meet the needs of our residents while being responsible stewards of public funds. This budget introduces necessary adjustments to ensure efficient service delivery, emphasizing clearer lines of accountability and the agility needed to best serve our community. Our goal is to maintain the services our residents expect while positioning ourselves to adapt to the financial pressures that we face. To achieve this, administration has developed a budget that incorporates inflationary, contractual, and revenue challenges while minimizing the impact on residents. The proposed budget requires a 4.75% tax increase, which translates to approximately $12.82 per month more for the average single-family dwelling when compared to this current 2024 tax year. This increase is essential to maintaining core services and infrastructure investments, as well as incorporating newer enhanced services that align with resident expectations. It is an investment in both our current and future needs, ensuring the sustainability of our community through fostering a high quality of life and supporting attraction and retention for the growth and development of our local economy. Before each chief walks through their department budgets and services being proposed, I will take a bit of time to go through the financial landscape and budget pressures that our city faces. Additionally, we'll walk through the work that management undertook these last few months to propose only a 4.75% increase for 2025. The city, like many others, faces a number of budget challenges that must be considered and incorporated each year. Limited tax growth. The city no longer experiences historical levels of growth. 2025 is projected at $650,000 of new tax revenue, and then to remain generally stable into future years. When we look at court fine revenues, these include conventional enforcement ticketing, automated traffic enforcement, RCMP court fines, and other revenues such as animal fines. In 2020, there was an increase in the portion of court fine revenue retained by the province, as well as decreased revenues due to the impacts of COVID. In 2023, the province imposed further restrictions on ATE, which further impacted our court fine revenues. In response, implementation of a traffic enforcement unit was planned for 2023. However, staffing vacancies had this unit not operating at full capacity. When council kept stormwater expenses as tax funded rather than the alternative revenue via a user pay utility model, a number of one-time strategies were approved to reduce the tax impact on 2024. Those one-time strategies will require funding in 2025. The city has 2 unions as well as a number of out-of-scope employees. QP has an active collective agreement for January 1st, 2022 through until December 31st of 2024. IAFF does not have an active agreement, however, are in the process of beginning arbitration for 2023 wages, followed by further bargaining. Estimates had to be made and contingency budgeted for any potential impacts going forward. Finally, all out-of-scope positions have been budgeted to include step entitlements for staff and any cost of living increases for future years. Contractual goods and service escalations also put great pressure on the city's budget each year. Materials and supplies, including fuel, parts, construction materials, and more, have greatly increased in price. This impacts the goods and services that the city procures each year, and these cost escalations are mitigated as best as possible through our competitive procurement practices. However, offering the same levels of service today costs much more than it once did. To demonstrate, CPI over the last 6 years in Alberta has accumulated just over 20%. There are a number of services as well that the city provides that are actually within the scope of the province. The city has chosen to take some of these on and are using municipal tax dollars to provide each year. Additionally, there have been decreases in funding sources from the province to the city, most notably in the amounts of grants in place of taxes and local government fiscal framework funding, previously MSI. This puts greater strain on municipal tax dollars, especially in terms of capital investment. So looking back over the last number of years, Council has approved a cumulative tax increase of only 3.87% since 2019. Alberta's CPI over the same period has accumulated to just over 20%. Although not dollar for dollar, inflation still certainly impacts city budgets. Fuel and utilities, goods and services, materials and supplies, and capital construction costs are where we see the impacts of inflation the most. On top of the rising costs of providing services, Council's enhanced services and added new during this time period. Balancing the budget over the last number of years has been a challenging exercise of significant changes, efficiencies, and cost reductions, as well as decisions on new revenue opportunities in order to keep tax rate increases less than the rising costs of providing those services. A city relies on its assessment base to generate tax revenue. Growth is the new assessment added to the existing tax base that produces new tax revenue for the city. Growth helps the municipality to further spread taxation out throughout residents and businesses, as well as aids in balancing a city's budget without a significant tax increase. In past years, the City of Grande Prairie was fortunate to see exponential growth with new homes and businesses being built. However, since the peak in the early 2000s, predominantly around 2006 and 2007, we've seen much smaller annual growth numbers than we did. We would see back then 6 to 7% or over $3 million in new tax dollars. And for 2025, we are budgeting $650,000 in growth. For our city, we do have a heavier reliance on taxation revenue rather than other sources of revenue when we look at other municipalities. The chart before you is based on 2023 actual results from each of these municipalities' audited financial statements as submitted to Municipal Affairs. And for us, just over 50% of our revenue budget comes from taxation, whereas others have many other revenue streams helping to balance their budget with less taxation. Other municipalities have other revenue sources such as utilities, recycling, waste disposal, charge higher franchise fees on electricity and gas. And these other revenues typically allow for less reliance on taxation. More locally focused, the city's taxation is almost all collected from residential and non-residential properties, whereas our neighbors rely heavily on linear and machinery and equipment as taxation sources. This is just an example of how a municipality's assessment mix has a significant impacts on the mill rates in each class. So in this demonstration, the County of Grande Prairie and MD can both levy less from their non-residential and residential properties because of their significant number of linear and machinery and equipment. Another important factor to consider is looking at spending per capita. Spending per capita is calculated by taking the total spending for a year and dividing it by the municipality's population. This gets us approximately what we spend per person each year. This chart before you is based on each municipality's 2023 actual audited financials as submitted to Municipal Affairs, and it has been normalized to make more comparable. So items like airport operations or other business lines and waste management have been removed for comparability. Grande Prairie comes in pretty close to average, spending per person similar to others and less than the county and Medicine Hat. We seem to be quite similar to the city of Edmonton in terms of dollars per person. Again, many factors impact what a municipality is required to spend each year. Some of these are located near large urban centers that allows for sharing of resources or the ability to not offer certain services that are available in a neighboring community. Additionally, age of infrastructure, service levels, ability to attract staff, and much more will impact a municipality's annual budget. In more detail, another item impacting the 2025 budget was the 2024 decision not to proceed with the user pay model for the city's stormwater infrastructure costs. So, at the time that the 2024 mill rate was approved and taxes were levied, Council made a number of one-time decisions to reduce that impact on taxes. With the recreation facility not planned to be opened this year, the operating budget was consequently not needed in 2024 and was allocated to cover. Additionally, there was 1.782 from reserves, a mix of Council Strategic Initiatives Fund, Future Expenditures Reserve, and the Financial Stabilization Reserve. The total impact on the 2025 budget was $2.2 million. As requested by Council, before you is an overview of the stormwater costs that are included in management's budget. Stormwater operating and capital requirements have long existed in the city's budget. These costs support the ongoing maintenance, repair, and necessary upgrades to stormwater infrastructure. Budgets exist in the Transportation Services Department for the city. Stormwater maintenance costs in the operating budget consist of the street cleaning program and stormwater maintenance program. Operating expenses will include salaries, contracted services for ditching and drainage, equipment repairs and maintenance and supplies, such as catch basin repair materials, water for spring thaw and street sweeping, and brooms for street sweepers and fuel. Stormwater capital expenses include rehab of storm lines and culverts, catch basin and maintenance hole repairs and replacements, upgrades and installations of storm ponds, storm flushing and inspections, as well as other repairs and equipment purchases. Finally, just to summarize the provincial impacts on the city's budget, there are a number of services that the city provides that are within the scope of the province. Additionally, there have been decreases in funding sources from the province to the city. Housing and homelessness supports are costing taxpayers approximately $590,000 a year. These funds support the outreach facility, community housing, our homeless initiatives, our outreach support, the Cedar Point housing, as well as Fletcher House. FCSS contributions from the province require that the recipient municipality also contribute 20%. The city contributes above that rate at just over 40%. Prior to 2019, grants in place of taxes were reimbursed at 100% by the Government of Alberta. In the fall of 2019, it was announced a transition for reimbursement at 50%. So for the 2024 tax year, the total levy on government property within the city was around $500,000, meaning the city only collected $250,000. City of Grande Prairie has invested in healthcare retention. $100,000 was invested this year, with another $100,000 being proposed for 2025. Rural Renewal Stream is another provincial initiative being administered by the city and has cost staff time, software upgrades, and new process implementations without funding support. Medical co-response from the Grande Prairie Fire Department doesn't at this time bear too much significant cost, but we are providing ambulance wait times and patient care. The disaster recovery program has recently been reduced by the province as well. So rather than 100% reimbursement, municipalities can expect only a 90% reimbursement. I will more thoroughly walk through the capital funding pressures put on the city budget during the capital portion of deliberations, but the province has significantly reduced the amount of funding we receive annually to support necessary infrastructure within the city. This, alongside significant rising costs for capital construction projects, puts more pressure on municipal tax dollars to sustain our capital assets. These budget pressures are evident when we especially look at our status quo budget. Status quo reflects the 2024 budget rolled forward with adjustments for contractual obligations, utility adjustments for usage and inflation, and reversals of any one-time budget adjustments approved by Council for 2024. As I've explained, administration's first step to building the 25 to 28 operating budget was first to determine what that status quo budget would require for a tax increase. More specifically, in terms of revenues, the status quo budget incorporates taxation growth in certain fees, rates, and charges, predominantly at the Eastlink Centre, as well as increased dividend and franchise fee revenues, net of reductions in court fines. In terms of expenditures, the status quo budget incorporates all contractual salary and benefit obligations based on collective agreements, assumptions, and administrative policy. New GPPS staff and 2025 election workers required to support the election are included, as well as an increase to capital tax to achieve strategy and sustain assets. Planned deposits to the Fleet Renewal Reserve to support future evergreening requirements and any other known contractual goods and services increases in order to maintain the same level of service that you see today. These adjustments resulted in a 8.33% tax increase. Once we determined what that status quo budget looked like, management began compiling additional requirements and efficiencies, as well as embarking on new initiatives to develop a budget for council that would allow for a lower tax increase than status quo. Each department put forward requests for new budget and potential efficiencies that were vetted and analyzed by the corporate leadership team. We incorporated scenario budgeting, where each department was tasked with documenting the impacts on multiple scenarios. This assisted the corporate leadership team in realizing the pervasive impacts of budget on current service levels, as well as explore further opportunities to reduce that expected tax rate. Although Council directed that recreation fees, rates, and charges be compared to other jurisdictions, administration performed a full jurisdictional scan on all fees, rates, and charges. This allowed us to see opportunities where we are not comparable in rates and propose potential changes to Council. There were a number of in-depth departmental reviews performed, looking for efficiencies and opportunities to provide services more effectively at a lower cost. And for the first time, we introduced a pilot for voluntary separation, offering staff an opportunity to apply to end their employment with the city. This is a very common budget practice in organizations with high salary costs like ourselves, and can create opportunities beyond budget savings. Finally, there was also the engaging of a third-party consultant to perform a benchmarking analysis of the services performed at Eastlink, Fleet, and Corporate Facility Management. From that, management is proposing numerous increases and changes to fees, rates, and charges, additional grant opportunities and revenue opportunities, organizational adjustments and realignments, a slight reduction in fleet reserve deposits, as well as other savings and efficiencies. But management's budget does also include an enhanced dispatch service for integrating fire and police. With that said, the results of that work is before you. Management is proposing 4.75% for 2025, rather than the 8.33% determined for status quo. This proposed operating budget will maintain all of the services available today, as well as incorporates the continued investment in the transition to a municipal police force and the expanded dispatch service. It also supports any related costs for 2025 election. It also proposes increases to fees, rates, and charges. There's a number of organizational adjustments and efficiencies. The total revenue, additional revenue, being proposed by management is just over $2.4 million. In addition, management's proposal is $2.5 million less in expenses for 2025. As mentioned, part of our preparations each year, departments do a review of their applicable fees, rates, and charges, and they propose changes to Bylaw 1395. For 2025, this included a complete jurisdictional scan, which informed the decision to adjust rates and fees where new opportunities existed. The net impact of these changes has been built into the 2025 budget, increasing revenue by $380,000. The following I'm going to go through some examples of proposed changes, but the details are in your budget book, starting on page 40, Appendix A. We see increased fees at Community Knowledge Campus, looking at Eastlink memberships and drop-in, as well as room rentals. Management is proposing to be increased by 4%. Drop-in admissions at the outdoor pool are being proposed with a 2% increase. And our outdoor pool sport and swim camps within sports development, wellness, and culture are being proposed to increase from $195 a week to $210 a week. This is comparable with similar municipalities and will help to meet cost pressures. Within our ice rental at Banats, it was determined that the per-hour rate should be increased. Our GIS team looked at custom drafting work and increased the hourly rate to be more comparable with other municipalities as well as private industry. Inspection services as well as transit also are proposing slight increases to some fees. New fees were introduced in by law enforcement services and environment and parks, and a couple fees were removed. Private tree work within parks was determined to be removed as the city doesn't have capacity to engage in private tree work, and it really should be left to private industry. Engineering services, our jurisdictional scan showed that comparable municipalities are not doing pavement degradation, and therefore it was removed. A variety of comparators had to be looked at in order to compare all fees, rates, and charges. Mostly Eastlink, as an example, was compared against St. Albert and Airdrie's rates, as well as locally to the Beaver Lodge pool for memberships, drop-ins, and rentals. Where a comparator didn't have the same fees, rates, and charges, others were brought into the analysis, such as Calgary, Red Deer, and Leduc. For the outdoor pool, we looked at Calgary, Silver Springs, Spruce Grove, and Leduc, resulting in management's proposal to increase by 2%. For ICE users' fees, rates, and charges, we looked at a number of different municipalities. We looked at Brooks, Red Deer, Spruce Grove, Edmonton, and Wood Buffalo. It was determined an increase could also be warranted. Overall, the results of the jurisdictional scan that was performed on the city's recreation fees, rates, and charges were below or comparable to other jurisdictions. Management's budget incorporates these findings and includes multiple increases that would generally still see us comparable or below others in the province. From the initiatives taken on by management, such as the third-party consultant review, internal review, scenario planning, and voluntary separation offerings, a clear direction for the organizational structure emerged. In working with Western Management Consulting, for example, their review confirmed that we are a well-run organization with exceptional staff who consistently deliver high-quality services to the community. Also, it was their feedback that while we are strong, our current structure had been limiting us from achieving even more. So, a restructure was made that includes confirmation of a return to 4 chiefs overseeing the service areas. We have been operating under such model for the past year. Creation of a legislative and executive services department. That includes legislative services, legal services, executive services, and intergovernmental affairs under one single director. A merger of communications and marketing into a single department. A return of community and social development and housing and homelessness under a single director as well, with the recruitment for a new housing position in the future. Creation of development services, which will bring together planning, development, inspections, and the development portion of engineering. Merger of transportation and most of engineering, as well as bringing together sports development, wellness and culture, events and entertainment, and the community knowledge campus into a new recreation and events group. By building a more agile, responsive structure with clear lines of accountability, we can empower our teams to thrive. The revisions to the organization right-size the management team and positions us well for greater innovation and success. So the organizational structure came into effect in late October and was incorporated into this budget being presented to you today. Any corresponding budget adjustments as a result of this new structure has been included in management's budget. So I think perhaps Mayor Clayton, that does conclude my walkthrough. And prior to the chiefs walking through, I didn't know if you wanted to pause for a break or.
Sure. I'll just, I know a couple colleagues of mine have questions in regards to your walkthrough, so we'll go through that. I will be respectful of people's time, as I indicated that a couple of people have obligations at lunchtime, so we will break. We'll have about 10-ish minutes of questions, and then we'll break for lunch, and then we'll come back following. So recognizing Councillor Bosch first.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I just want to ask a quick question in regards to the graph that you showed, assessment and tax growth. So can you just walk me through, because maybe I'm misunderstanding something here. InvestGP says we have roughly about a 6% growth, yet our graph shows a decline. Is there a correlation?
Thank you, through the mayor. Sorry, so this is just new properties coming onto the tax roll. So it may not be the same 6% growth that Ms. Dodd spoke to. When it comes to increases in assessment based on values or some renovations, those are not included in growth. So this would be new homes that we expect to, new homes, new buildings, et cetera, that we expect to now collect taxes on that previously didn't exist within city boundaries.
Okay. Thank you for that clarity. I have one more, but I can wait if you want.
You can wait. Thanks. Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. It's actually building on the same question here. I'm confused when we had our housing starts double from 23 to 24, with vacancy being basically almost effectively zero. I'm struggling with why we're forecasting lower. I guess I just need to understand our housing starts look like they're poised to go up. We're hearing nothing but optimism in the community. We're seeing, through InvestGP, they're talking about that. And yet we're forecasting almost $200,000 less in revenue. So can I get some understanding of why we're dropping the number when every other indicator would show it should be going the other way?
Ms. Whiteway?
Thank you for the question. This is based on the work done to date by our assessment team. So they're quite quite confident in what will be completed and available for taxation next year. So although there might be projects online or like in the lineup to be done, we're not going to necessarily see them all coming to fruition in 2025. Based on the work the assessors have performed, it is anticipated that there will be new growth again this year, but $650,000 is based on what's been done and inspected to date.
Okay, so can you just maybe walk me through, just recently I drove through quite a few developments where a lot of homes are at foundation stage. So I would assume then at the end of the year, if it's a $500,000 house and it's 30% complete, we'd only assess it at a certain value of 150,000 at year end. We can see, I guess from industry, you can see the amount of permits and starts are growing towards completions. And so that should increase our revenue. So again, I'm extremely confused on our housing starts are trending one direction and yet we're trending a number the other direction. I can't make sense of it. I appreciate taxation saying that, but when you go out and look at physically what's in the ground, there's a lot of homes at foundation stage that are going to get completed next year, which will only increase our revenue from where it's at. And so, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just confused on how we're forecasting $200,000 lower and lower than 2023 as well.
Thank you. Yeah, so this is the new growth in 23 was yes, higher as well as 2024. This $650,000 is new taxation. It is based on 46 million of residential assessment. So there is 46 million of assessment base being considered for new revenue, as well as 12 million in non-residential. That comes out to approximately 650,000 of new tax. So yes, there could have been a greater number of completions in 2024 versus what we expect next year. And that's how we determine the new tax that's coming.
Can I just ask one other question? What are we forecasting for 26 and 27 then for new growth?
Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you for the question. At this point, we've kept it consistent and stable through the 4 years. It's something that we revisit with assessment each year and move up and down based on the inspections that they know. Otherwise, I do know that our Director of Tax and Assessment works with planning and development to get an understanding of what might be coming down in future years, obviously with Ms. Dodd as well. But also, you know, there's a history and there's a level of trends that we're used to seeing that are incorporated in these decisions as well. For the most part, we've been fairly accurate on our growth estimates each year.
So for 26 and 27, are we still forecasting at 650,000 growth, or is it going lower still?
Ms. Whiteway?
We expect around the 650 going forward in the budget.
Okay.
Would it be fair to say, so am I understanding your breakdown of res and non-res? In 23 and 24, there was more non-res growth, and in 2025, you're predicting an increase in res growth, but a decrease in non-res growth. Is that correct?
Yes, Mayor Clayton, that's exactly it. We had more commercial for sure in previous years. We're seeing a lot more residential than non-residential now.
I just had a question in regards to your provincial impacts. I love your polite language as opposed to provincial downloads. But I was curious in regards to, can you give me what the number equates to in the FCSS? You said that, the expectation is 20, we're at 40+%. What does that number equate to in FCSS?
Certainly, Mayor Clayton, one moment. On the FCSS side, by contributing the 40%, that's about 900,000 for the city budget.
Remind me, so based on our provincial expectations commitment, the only thing we're obliged to commit is 20%, correct?
Correct.
Council and previous council's choices have increased that to 40+%, which equates to $900,000 annually.
Correct.
Thank you. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. Can you, in the graph that shows taxation and percent of revenue? Thank you. For, like, I understand Medicine Hat, they have their own gas, things like that. But in our City of Grande Prairie line, as a shareholder in Aquaterra, is that revenue in this 53%?
Ms. Whiteway?
Thank you, through the mayor. So the blue line is just your taxation, 53%. The gray remaining is where those other revenues that you speak of would be captured. So 47% of our revenue comes from things like fees, rates, and charges, dividend revenues, investment revenues, court fine revenues. Those other revenue lines are around that 47%.
Okay, and where does Aquaterra's shareholder revenue come in?
She's saying.
Is that also in the gray?
Correct.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just before I go to Councillor Berg, I'm curious why in that line of taxation revenue, you're including linear assessment. And for the county in particular, I'm looking at the 69% of their taxation. The linear's in the blue line on that as well as M&E.
Correct, yes.
We always count that as taxation? Linear and M&E?
Yes, correct.
I thought it was other forms of revenue. Okay, thanks. Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. Chief Waitway, just kind of curious. I was going to keep a running total of, again, to use the not so polite word, the provincial downloads. You'd mentioned 590,000 housing and provincial. Do you have a grand total of areas that we have covered, but also where they've scaled back what they contribute to the city?
Ms. Whiteway, when you get a minute.
Certainly. From my notes, I'll give you a few more of the dollar amounts of the items. And pardon me, I didn't. What was the second part to the question?
It was just a grand total.
Oh, just the grand total, pardon me. Okay, so as I'd said, housing and homelessness are around 590,000 a year. The FCSS contributions around 900. The impacts on the taxation, so the grants in place of taxes, around 250,000. 100,000 in healthcare retention. I will get you the rural renewal stream amount, and the medical co-response is around 130,000. In terms of disaster recovery, not something we've estimated at this time, but I will give you the rural renewal stream after break, and then we'll have a grand total.
Okay, yeah, just doing some quick math here. So right around 2 million or just slightly north of 2 million. Thank you.
Perfect. I'm going to take I never do this, but I'm going to take the last question and then we'll break. Appreciate that calculation of approximately $2 million of provincial impacts. Curious where operations such as mobile outreach follow into this. Is it in the housing and homelessness?
No, Mayor Clayton, it's not. Those sorts of items under GPPS budget are actually not included in this.
I mean, public safety is obviously a municipal responsibility. Supporting mental health and homelessness and housing is not. So in my opinion, that should be in this bucket as well, but that's just a personal opinion. So anyways, I appreciate the information. It is now 11:54. We're going to break till 1:15. We'll see you then. Thank you. Welcome back to the Council Committee of the Whole Budget Deliberations. It is November 13th, 2024. We are now going to provide an opportunity for Council to ask any other questions following the CFO's Introduction and Information presentation. If you have any questions regarding the CFO's presentation, now would be the time. Following that, I will provide Council for an opportunity, with an opportunity to go in camera in case there was any in-camera questions. So first, recognizing Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I guess my question's on the fines, rentals, licenses, and permits. Can I just get an understanding? I know our fine revenue has been dropping, so can I get a number of what it was in 23, 24, and what we're expecting in 25 for fine revenue?
Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I will just need a few minutes. I have that. I just need to get it open and then I'll go through it.
And I'll just ask Councillor Plott, could that be presented tomorrow morning in the with the other list of questions that Council has asked, or do you need it?
Oh, that's fine. If it
Okay,
more as
so
long
we
as
bring that tomorrow morning, Ms. Whiteway, with the other questions that CLT is collecting.
Okay, and to confirm 23, 24, and 25.
And then what we're forecasting for 25 and I guess beyond within this budget.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
And so I apologize to our media who's just showed up. We are running a few minutes late, as those who attended Rotary were late coming back. I do see two others in the queue if you want to wait for this, unless you're both in the queue to make a motion to go in camera. So yeah, I don't think we'll be long, but thank you. So I'll recognize Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you, Mayor Clayton. Yeah, I do have a question that would be better in camera, so I'd move that Council go in camera.
So I'll call the question on going in camera. Please vote. Just stand in your mic. Councillor Plott says he's in favor. O'Toole in favor. And that carries unanimously. Just give us a minute for our Welcome back to the Council Committee of the Whole Budget Deliberations. Thank you for your patience as we had a briefing camera. We are now moving to item 8 on our agenda. I will turn it over to the CFO for the operating budget presentations.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. So each chief is going to walk through their appropriate service areas, departmental budgets, and services provided. First, we're going to take a look at the City Council and City Manager's Office, which includes the budget for City Council, City Manager, Human Resources, and the City Solicitor. Within Human Resources, we can see that first I'll start. HR is dedicated to supporting employees and departments in reaching their full potential. Guided by our core beliefs, we collaborate with leaders, teams, unions, and partners to maintain a safe, healthy, and dynamic workforce. HR plays a vital role in the city's success by fostering continuous learning, innovation, and driving best practices. As you can see in the chart in front of you, there's a number of services provided by our HR team, including strategy, reporting, performance management, recruitment, labor relations, policies and procedures, HR system support, training development, and health and safety. Looking ahead at the 2025 budget being proposed, HR is anticipating a decrease in their overall budget of $95,535. The adjustments include vacancy for 2025, offset by some increased costs for licensing in that area. Within the city solicitor, that is the department that plays a crucial role in providing legal services, supporting the city's governance and operations. This department is responsible for ensuring that the city adheres to applicable laws, including the Municipal Government Act, and while also aligning with the priorities set by the council. Providing timely and effective legal support, the city solicitor helps facilitate the city's initiatives and ensures legal compliance in municipal governance. There's a very slight contractual obligation increase of just over $10,000 going into 2025 for a total budget of $400,000. And I'll pass it over to Acting Chief Tarrant for investment and strategy.
Sorry, I'm going to take department questions as we go.
Certainly, thank you.
Councillor Blackmore.
Chief Whiteway, can you tell me if the budget of $400,000 includes any outside contracted legal support?
Ms. Whiteway?
Thank you for the question. Yes, there would be some legal support in that budget.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Sorry, Councillor Bressie.
So there's some legal support in there. Is all legal support in here, or if a department's using outside legal advice, that could put to their budget?
Chief Whiteway?
External legal is all budgeted, within this budget. It's not spread out through departments.
Thank you.
Interim Chief Tarrant.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'll start with the corporate communications. Corporate communications is responsible for projecting the city in a positive light, relaying information to residents and to staff, and for facilitating community engagement. The corporate communications department also has Access GP, so the city's contact center under this department as well. For the budget, we are realizing some savings this year. There is some are due to transfer of some of the website functions over to IT, but there are a number of cost savings in terms of travel supplies, and then a number of organizational adjustments to bring down the budget for communications this year. In terms of some of the significant operational priority for in 2025, communications team will be heavily engaged in planning for a rebranding and technical update to the website, which will occur in 2026. Moving over to corporate marketing. Marketing team is responsible for overseeing the city's brand, graphic design, videography, and photography, and building out marketing plans and generating sponsorship revenues. The comms and marketing departments have been combined, as you'll notice this year. Although they're reflected differently, but there are a number of cost efficiencies and savings that have been realized as a result of the combining of those two departments. Move on. Okay, sounds good. Perfect. Move on to Invest Grande Prairie. So Invest Grande Prairie is responsible for supporting local business retention, attracting new businesses to the city, and for supporting the city's efforts to cultivate a business-friendly environment for the city. Moving into 2025, the Investment Attraction Department was brought into the Invest Grande Prairie, resulting in, with that change, resulting in a number of cost savings there, which you'll see reflected in the budget. You'll see there are another number of other services that Invest Grande Prairie provides. Rural renewal being one of the newer ones that has been added to the department's portfolio. But there's also a number of other projects relating to childcare retention and healthcare attraction that has fallen within the Invest Grande Prairie portfolio. All right, moving on to legislative and executive services. Legislative and Executive Services is a newly formed department which combines the old departments of Legislative Services, Intergovernmental Affairs, and Executive Services. The department is responsible for supporting the Mayor and Council's public engagement activities, legal and legislative requirements, intergovernmental affairs, and Indigenous relations. In 2025, the department will be heavily engaged in planning and running of the municipal election, as well as council orientation after that election. You'll see there was a number of smaller adjustments made to this budget, but there was cost savings realized as part of the amalgamations of the various departments. I'll just note a couple other, the service areas that are involved in legislative services. So, as I mentioned, intergovernmental affairs and some of the provincial federal advocacy will fall under there, as well as the council committee coordination, all the appeal hearings that are taking place, both the election and then should there be a future census will fall under this department. Indigenous relations and grant coordination will also follow here, as well as bylaw and policy management. With that, I would open the floor to questions.
Thank you, Mayor. I have two questions. On page 67, when we're looking at the reduction of revenue from $1 million going to 826,000, and thereafter still within that 800,000. Can you tell us why it's reduced?
Yeah, Mr. Tarrant.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So, just going from 23 to 24, what a decision was made to take all the revenues that were collected through sponsorship and to realize them within the corporate marketing department, as they were now responsible for the sales and sponsorship and collecting those revenues and to provide better accounting of those revenues. Going into 2025, there was a look at the potential of revenue to be generated, and we felt that the number provided there was more in line of what was more realistic and what could be expected.
So, meaning that 2024, we didn't meet our revenue budget. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. And I have one more, but I can...
Sure, go for it.
Okay. My other question was, on page 44, in the explanation of investment and strategy, the healthcare attraction and retention strategy for $100,000. I'm curious about 2025 and 2026. I thought we received as a council the strategy already presented to us. Are these costs
from that cost money?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Is it's not the strategy of sorts in regards to the presentation or the report. It is ongoing programming.
Mr. Tarrant.
Through the chair, so this is part of the capital plan, which is going to be spoken about tomorrow. Would you like to wait until, because I'll be going through the projects in more detail tomorrow.
I just can't recall. Okay, thank you.
All right, Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just go back to a question Councillor Bosch made. I'm still a little bit confused from 24 revenue of $1 million, just over $1 million in corporate marketing, and then it drops to what's the $175,000 drop equated to, I guess, in revenue?
Mr. Tarrant.
So am I reading it? It looks like the top line revenue is dropping by $175,000. What's the reason for the drop?
The drop is that we believe that the $826,000 revenue projected for 2025 is much more realistic and in alignment with what we can actually achieve in terms of our sponsorship revenue.
So again, how did we achieve it in 24, and why aren't we achieving it?
We didn't. We were $1 million under projected revenue in 2024, and then we're forecasting that we're going to be $826,000 below projected revenue in 2025, and that difference equals 175.
Okay, sorry, I missed reading that. I guess just looking forward on it, and I'm not looking at motions today. It seems odd to me that we have an opportunity to sell something, and we're selling something but at a loss.
No,
it's done like we're
still
paying into the corporate marketing.
Thank you. Right, so the revenue target for this year was $1 million for corporate marketing. It doesn't look to be achieved. We've revised budgets by dropping it $175,000 to what we feel is a more achievable sponsorship target based on what we're seeing in the community. So the realistic number we're thinking is the 826. So us accountants do like to make things confusing with a negative revenue number, and I realize that. But when you see that 175 in that sense, we are adjusting down to 826. And we feel that that's the more achievable revenue.
Okay, so we didn't achieve the 2024 budget of $1 million. Okay, but I guess my concern still is on a marketing perspective. If I'm selling something, to me it looks like we're selling stuff at a loss. When it's also we're still subsidizing a marketing team that's selling our naming rights and our sponsorship opportunities.
Ms. Whiteway.
Well, thank you, Mayor Clayton. Yes, the net is a cost. So there is a cost for those staff members, for the supplies, for the pack, for those items that have to be included in the.
Sorry, I'm just going to help. It's not just sponsorship in that operating expense. Okay. There's graphic designers, there's marketing people. Like it's the expense of sponsorship department is in there, but as well the entire marketing department's in there. And then the only revenue stream for this department is the sponsorship revenue.
Okay. And so on the sponsorship revenue, I just, maybe I'm wrong on this, but it feels like in the last few years we've sold a lot of our naming rights for extended periods into time. Does that have an impact on our staffing levels as we've sold a lot of this product into time now on the sales side of it? Is that going to have an impact on our expense side moving forward as we've already actually sold these contracts moving into the future?
Yeah, if I may, so there are a number, different buckets of sponsorship that we generate revenue from, and so there is our naming right sponsorships, which I believe of that I can get you the exact numbers, but I believe it's about a third of that is some of those larger naming right sponsorships that would be 3, 5, 10-year deals that are would be baked in overall. But then there is, about 2/3 of that is a revenue that needs to be derived on a more regular basis. So those would be all our transit advertising, all our advertising within our facilities like bonnets, all the digital screen advertising that's done, and then also some advertising or some sponsorship that's required for larger events. Like we had this year, we had the National Aboriginal Championships that we assist with those. So there is, a significant amount that is not, baked in or part of multi-year deals that are generated.
And I just say, if you'd like to talk staffing, it's preferred to do in camera.
No, I'm okay about that. I just maybe this is more for my knowledge at another time to maybe be asking at a standing committee to get a bit of a breakdown. I guess my assumption was we sold a lot of them were on naming rights, and maybe not as much are on naming rights as ongoing operational things. I just thought some of our contracts where naming rights were fairly large and they were comprising a big part of the income of this side. So maybe just a learning curve for me.
Councillor Blackmore.
I guess, Councillor Plott, it's still important to remember that even though a naming right's over 10 years, they still pay every year. My question is on InvestGP. There's a drop of basically $250,000, which is excellent. I'm just wondering what brought about such a big change, particularly is because that change seems to be carried forward throughout to 2028, and often, in the rest of the budget, we see a drop and then an increase again. I'm just wondering what magic took place there.
Mr. Tarrant or the CFO?
No, I can take that. So there was some staffing, some vacant staffing that was taken out of the budget. There was previously an investment attraction department, and so with the combining back under Invest Grande Prairie, there was a couple of positions that were deemed not to be required under the new model, and so those savings were realized as a result.
Right. And then I had one other question. So election costs in 2025 are one-time cost, and yet I don't see the 2026 budget adjusted for that. So I'm wondering what the cost of running the 2025 election would be, and why that doesn't show up as a drop in future years.
Mr. Tarrant?
Yeah, I'll just pull up I can get you the costs here. Just give me 1 second. But there was a census cost that was included in 2024. Sorry, and Chief Whiteway has something.
Go ahead, Chief Whiteway.
Sure, I'll just add that we do save annually within the future expenditures reserve a little bit of money to put towards election years. So you will see that there's an increase on the revenue line of the Legislative and Executive Services Department. That's the revenue coming in from reserves that helps to reduce the impact.
Okay, so you just smooth that out.
We smooth it out, yeah.
Okay. And if I had any comment at all to make about corporate marketing, you're so close to being breaking net. Just work a little harder, just a little harder and you break net.
Councillor Bressy.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I do appreciate the conversation about corporate marketing. I don't know if I need it during budget deliberations because I don't know if there's going to be a motion coming out of it, but I definitely would love to dig into maybe in first quarter next year. I'd love to get a breakdown on where the operating expenses live between that external selling expenses and where they live, and doing the marketing for the city. I think would be interesting information to get at some point. So I think that's a conversation that if Councillor Plott or Councillor Blackmore don't beat me to it, I might raise sometime in the next couple months. But my question was about legislative services. Am I remembering? So with provincial changes, we've got increased expense for the election, but we've also got increased expense for maintaining an elector's roll. And if I'm remembering, the elector's roll was $100,000 expense-ish. Am I remembering that correctly?
Mr. Tarrant?
No, sorry, I don't have the exact number on that, but we do have, I can give you, it's $160,000 is what we have budgeted for electoral workers altogether. The elector coordinator is only, I believe it's a 6-month position between the election and 6 months prior to that, so it's not a full year commitment.
Right. So, but part of that expense is maintaining a roll of electors, which we didn't have to do before it, correct?
Well, in your report at committee, I think it was $100,000 extra for the electoral list, right?
Oh, sorry, for the registry. Sorry, for the registry.
I'm using the wrong words. So
yes, yeah. And so we had anticipated some increased costs because of the Bill 20 changes. So we have incorporated some increased, costing in this budget. There's still a few pieces that we're still, waiting to find out for sure about to get give some accurate costing, but there has been some increased costs provided in the budget for that.
And what I'm curious about is I know that the canceling tabulators will be just once every 4-year expense when elections come. But are there significant annual costs maintaining that electors list, or is that a cost that we only really hit if we have an election or a by-election?
Mr. Tarrant?
I don't have the answer on that right now, but I'll get that for you.
Thank you.
Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. My question's on corporate marketing as well, but it's not necessarily. I did have it circled, the revenue change. And I guess my question is, Mr. Tarrant, it's one thing to say, well, we can't actualize these revenues, but where we had goals, I see opportunities. And so when we talk about little things like naming and stuff like that, skate parks, climbing wall, poles for the driving range, the ARC, the GP Museum, spray parks, these are all opportunities for, I guess, at least naming rights sponsorship. Is administration set on sticking to these numbers moving forward, or will you endeavor to find more revenue sponsorship opportunities in the years ahead?
Mr. Tarrant?
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Certainly, we wouldn't ever cap our revenue generating potential. If we can generate more than what's expected, but just given the fiscal economic environment right now within the city and the capacity that we have, we felt this was and even the number that's provided, we did give ourselves some stretch goals in there compared to what the revenue that was generated in 2024. So we do believe that there is some room to push us there, and certainly there is no ceiling to what we can generate.
That's great news, because when you shoot for the stars, sometimes you land in the moon. Thank you very much.
That's Councillor Thiessen. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor. Back at this corporate marketing piece, can you tell me in the 2025 and onward, in this revenue bucket, did we actualize the position of council and putting an increased sponsorship in our airport? Has that been done or talked about? As a council, we talked about much more sponsorship at the airport, getting signage, getting making that a hustle and bustle activity space for both corporate marketing and our own corporate marketing that we don't get money for.
Sorry, just to clarify, revenue at the airport is airport's revenue. Are you referencing the marketing initiatives that were to come from the identified fund of marketing out of the brand refresh, and we were wanting to promote Grande Prairie in other airports, or what are you referencing specifically?
Oh, well, I was referencing both the corporate marketing. Yes, we talked about that. There is no revenue coming to us from that. But what I'm asking for is sponsorship revenue at the airport. That goes to the airport's coffers, not ours?
Mr. Tarrant?
Through the chair, currently right now, we do pay to rent some signage at the airport that is provided there. I just did get a note from our communications manager. We are in conversations with the airport right now, and I know there has been conversations about having an increased city presence there and increasing our marketing of our different facilities and amenities. So that work is ongoing, and conversations are happening there and would be accommodated within the operating budget.
But the revenue piece sticks with the airport is what you're telling me. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just can I just get some clarity on the corporate communications? I'm just on the 2026. There's a revenue, just a one-time revenue of $40,000. Can I just get an idea what that is for?
That is for the website upgrades in 2026.
We'll get revenue just.
So what we do is we set operational dollars aside in a reserve each year because we know every 3 or 4 years there's a big website upgrade needed, and so that upgrade will happen in 2026.
Okay, and so it's just a one-time thing. And then also I'm just wondering on Invest Grande Prairie. Also want to thank you guys for administration for making that budget coming down. I guess I'm always curious with investment related decisions. We're forecasting $650,000 growth, so we're going to spend over 2 times on trying to get growth is what we're achieving. Is there any benchmarks or something that's related to why we spend so much money on investment attraction versus investment growth? Is there any benchmarks around that? Or
Mr.
I think that ties into the strategy we have going forward for our Invest Grande Prairie team. So the focus that we're shifting for in 2025 is we have that business retention and business outreach and trying to grow the businesses in the community. That's one of the first pillar for their focus. The second is looking at some of our regional economic development, which we talked about at council this week. And so instead of us growing the Grande Prairie team, we're looking at investing in a regional team. So smaller resources internally, but still investing in doing some of that new business attraction that might just be to the region. So it's just a shift in focus instead of us getting bigger, that we're just looking at investing dollars in sharing that in the region. So okay, it's a shift in focus for 2025.
That's great to hear. And I did see that it says, under strategic partnership and engagement that we're going to invest Northwest support. So within this budget, could you give me a sense of scale of what percent would be in within the budget without specifics? What percent would be in that area versus just Invest Grande Prairie, I guess, so to speak?
Mr. Bork?
And if it's an email that comes back, I can appreciate that. I wouldn't mind so I can understand the difference of what we're looking at moving forward versus now.
We'll include that in the information update. It's a small percentage of that, but me doing math on the spot is probably not a good idea. So.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I think that was it for you, Mr. Tarrant, and I was going back to CFO Whiteway.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Okay. So within the Financial and Administrative Services team, I'm going to first start with Financial Management. So the Financial Management Department is the department that provides comprehensive financial services, including budget planning, accounting, pay and benefit administration, asset management, debt management, investment oversight, internal and external financial reporting, and regulatory compliance. This team plays a critical role in safeguarding municipal assets, optimizing financial resources, and providing transparency to stakeholders while supporting the city's long-term financial plans. As you can see in the budget before you, the change to financial management is being proposed at an increase of $185,000 going into 2025. So these budget adjustments do include consulting and professional fees that we anticipate to be increased for us to meet our financial reporting requirements, as well as we're seeing the ERP licensing costs start to hit budget in 2025. Next, moving on to geographical and information technology services. So this department is essential to city operations. They provide specialized knowledge and support various aspects, including network infrastructure, hardware, and software applications used across multiple departments at the city. This comprehensive, centralized approach to technology does ensure that municipal departments can carry out operations effectively. So the ITS team is responsible for maintaining a consistent and stable system architecture and safeguard against any unauthorized access to our systems. Their role is very pivotal in ensuring the reliability and security of the municipality's technology. And the GIS information team enables the organization to visualize, question, analyze, and interpret business data to understand relationships, patterns, and trends. GIS is the key to better decision-making for day-to-day operations as well as long-term planning. Government agencies use GIS technology to foster innovation in their organizations and build smart communities. So for 2025, the proposed change to the GIS budget is a decrease of $370,000. A lot of work this year went into reviewing our contracts with various providers, as well as analyzing budgets for cost savings. We are looking at future cost savings in 2025 in relation to software and computer hardware, as well as data communications. But we did have this is net of an increase, so we do have support costs for the city's website being transferred from corporate communications into this department. We'll also see a revenue into next year, an increase in revenue due to more computers being rented out to the organization, various departments from IT. So that is our one of our internal revenue lines between IT and other departments. So just a brief service overview. So in addition to what I already went through, so IT supports network and connectivity, cybersecurity, business systems, map production, corporate spatial data and records management, as well as analysis of that data, plotting digital and large format printing, application design and development, as well as help desk, user support, education, customer service. Next, we have procurement and supply chain management. The procurement and supply chain management department's responsible for the procurement of goods, services, and construction for all city departments as a centralized service. Governed by the trade agreements, they provide strategic services to internal and external stakeholders. Procurement provides the necessary resources, education, and training to facilitate effective and efficient procurement processes, both externally and internally. So looking at the budget going forward, just a slight adjustment of $13,780 is being proposed. This does include an increase to procurement, has modules within our ERP system, and there's licensing costs associated with users. Also within this budget is the City Hall operating budget. We're looking at anticipated increases in water and sewer, as well as insurance costs. So a few highlights of procurement and supply chain management services: competitive bidding, scope development, contract creation and execution. This team also oversees purchase order creation and issuance. They do have the cell phone account and hardware provision, as well as system and processing training, so for the multiple systems used for bidding and purchasing. Mail and building services at City Hall, supplier development and performance management. They do handle all surplus and retired asset disposals as well, and mail and building services, internal mail. And finally, within financial and administrative services is taxation and assessment. This is the department that's responsible for generating and collecting funds from the public so that the city can provide services to its residents. Assessment's responsible for determining and defending fair and equitable assessments for all properties. Taxation is responsible to collect the different taxes levied against properties on behalf of the City of Grande Prairie, the Province of Alberta, the Grand Spirit Foundation, and the Grande Prairie Downtown Association. For 2025, taxation and assessment is proposing a decrease in the net budget of $26,755. These adjustments do include a decrease in consulting fees. We did implement a new system, and we are seeing that we don't require as many consulting fees in handling the new taxation system. But we're also seeing an increase in tax search revenues here as well. Just a slight overview here. Of course, they perform the property assessments as well as appeals, send out tax notifications, collect tax payments, provide customer service, and handle any tax delinquencies. And that does conclude my presentation.
Thanks for that, Ms. Whiteway. Recognizing Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I got two questions, one from two different areas. The first one is under procurement. And I guess I just need to be walked through this, or maybe it's a quick and easy answer. But so increased costs for City Hall's water and sewer for procurement. Seems like it would be more in Mr. Glavin's department rather than in procurement. Can you explain to me why that's there as an increase?
Ms. Whiteway.
Certainly. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Yeah, we have assigned, with our corporate facility management team, we've sort of assigned some building managers. Our director of procurement has been the building manager for City Hall for a number of years. Additionally, we have a male clerk within City Hall, and that individual does ensure that a lot of the things that may need to be submitted to facility maintenance, for example, are handled. So with management and decision of sort of changes or repairs or things that need to be done at City Hall, that's where the responsibility lives. That's why we have it budgeted within procurement.
Okay, no, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you for that. And then my other question is just under financial management. It's in regards to the enterprise resource planning, the ERP. I guess the question I wrote down here is, what is the cost of licensing that, and is it a year-over-year cost that we pay every year, and does it constantly increase?
Thank you for the question. So total licensing costs are billed and paid for annually. We do share those costs between financial management, human resources, and procurement and supply chain. And those total $368,000 annually.
And sorry, does that rise every year? Is there like a 10% increase in fees that we have to account for?
Through the mayor. We do sign longer-term contracts. I don't know if there's an escalation in this one. I'd have to look that up. But it is based on number of licenses, too. So we can see fluctuations. So if we're able to not have we don't have every staff member potentially with a license. There's different types of licenses. So for example, my access would be very different than maybe Chelsea's access or another member of finance's access. So those and same with HR. So HR is going to have very different licenses based on what they are permitted to see and permitted to do in the system. So it's not a straight, we have to kind of change it as we go, but I can get the details of the ongoing contract for tomorrow.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just looking at our financial management, can I just get a sense of how the enterprise asset management, how has that created any savings, or how has that worked for us to generate savings from, we've spent a substantial amount of money on it, but I'm just wondering, have we seen any direct savings through financial management or through procurement from using that system?
Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. In terms of the an ERP, and the ERP was not intended to reduce costs. It was intended to increase the ability to have financial data in a centralized place, as well as have the supporting all of the corporate departments together in one system. It also enhanced our controls and our ability to report publicly and enhance that. I think in terms of, and I don't have an actual quantitative figure, but being the ERP allowed us to have a proper procure-to-pay process. So the idea of ensuring that you're ordering at the best rate that you can, if we have negotiated contracts, all that information is in the system, so that departments know who do we have a contract with that we can get the best price on things. So those are ways that it has enhanced our ability to purchase, for an example, and that in turn would help us with our spending. But it was not implemented with cost savings as a actual return from the project.
Okay. And can I just get just seeing that revenue is dropping in our GIS, seeing that we're renting equipment, why would our revenue be dropping? It's not a substantial drop, and seems like a theme. Our revenue is going one way and our expenses are going another way in a lot of these files. So I'm just wondering why this one, the revenue is dropping.
Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So the revenue for GIS is increasing $79,000. So in 2024, we estimated a budget of $1.63 million. We're increasing that revenue budget to $1.71 million.
Sorry, I didn't. Ongoing, it starts to drop. So 26, 27, 28, it starts dropping every year. But if these are based on rental contracts back to the departments, why would it not be a flat line revenue, I guess?
Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you. That Yes, so we are still supporting GPPS in terms of equipment, and do anticipate some of that in 2025 as they roll out their own IT department with equipment. We will see less chargebacks for the equipment that they're utilizing.
So at some point, I guess this is maybe down the road, is if we're not using that department, will we see an operational saving somewhere if we're not doing that on the revenue side? I guess I keep coming back to revenues are going down, expenses are going up. So I'm just trying to get a correlation. Is there a forecast of that? Okay, when our revenues drop, we have to look at our expenses to see how we get those back in line.
Yeah, through the mayor. Well, I think that if you look at the change from 24 to 25, so ITS is supporting GPPS without asking or requiring any additional savings. So they've embraced that additional workload without asking for additional support. So they're managing to support GPPS without adding additional costs, but but the revenue we will drop off. So we won't have costs to reduce when we do lose that revenue.
Okay, so just to follow up on that, are we able to actualize any of these expenses through our transition grant then? If we're supporting GPPS through this department, are we able to actualize some of the transition money to offset some of our expense?
Ms. Whiteway?
And the transition grant's been budgeted within GPPS already. I would have to take a look at what for IT they've covered specifically, but some of this is ongoing operational requirements that are being supported by city IT. So they wouldn't necessarily all be transitional based and could start to form that tax funded GPPS piece. For further, I'd have to double check that there's IT costs, specifically these internal ones, being claimed for the transition grant. I can't speak to it without looking it up.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bosch?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. My question is in the Geographical and Information Technology Services on page 44. 2025 sees a capital tax ask of $500,000. But then in 2028, we're at 65,000.
Sorry, just Councillor Bosch, we're going to do all capital later. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me remember
Hold that thought. Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. Stacking on Geographical and Information Technology Services, I'm kind of curious. There definitely are emerging opportunities when it comes to both AI and, even more exciting for me, is process automation that could save us some good cash and increase services in the future. Do we have sufficient capacity in this department in our budget to make sure that we're leveraging opportunities and discovering those opportunities as they come?
Mr. Burke?
At this point, we haven't budgeted anything for next year, though it is an ongoing discussion. Most intriguing to us right now is some discussions we've had with AB Munis, and the IT director and myself are joining a call with them. I think it's in the next few weeks to discuss some AI services that they're considering providing. We think that there's some opportunity there if they're to be the bleeding edge of this and to provide AI services that are municipally aligned, that'll be a better opportunity. We still have the costs and the ideas of that. That's so far the path we're looking at for AI for 2025.
Excellent. Thank you.
Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Ms. Whiteway, just a question on ERP, on the Enterprise Resource Planning. What type of security does that exist within that system? So let's say we had a natural disaster or a hacker attack or whatever. Are there safeguards that are built into that ERP system that would protect our sensitive data going forward?
Ms. Whiteway?
Thank you for the question. So the ERP is cloud-based, so it wouldn't be housed within city server or the IT infrastructure here at the city. In terms of specifics, my preference would be to potentially email out that information on like sort of how that's safeguarded is something I'd prefer to email out to council.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Whiteway, who's next? I don't have mine open, sorry. Chief Glavin.
Glavin, yeah.
And sorry, I'm just, at 3 o'clock, we will take a break for those who are looking, so. And I'm sure we won't get to your questions by then. Chief Glavin.
All right, thanks, Mayor Clayton. We'll start off with corporate facility management. Corporate facility management oversees the city's asset management, project management, maintenance, and energy management for 50 different city facilities. Looking at the change in budget this year, on the revenue side, minor change on the reserve transfers, and then on the expense side, largely due to a forecasted reduction in utilities of about $330,000. Outside of that, it's a lot of small changes throughout. In engineering services, this is where we manage our city-owned infrastructure such as roads, sidewalks, bridges, stormwater. The decrease in expenses here is as a result of the restructuring where we have combined engineering and transportation services, and we've eliminated the director position starting next year. In transportation services, we manage the maintenance of our transportation and stormwater infrastructure, as well as snow removal, pothole patching, street sweeping, traffic signals. No significant changes in revenue or expenses as far as any individual line items, except for on the revenue side, we're seeing less over-dimensional traffic, which means we have less requirements to go out and do pole turns to allow high loads to go through the city. In environment and parks, manage all of the parks, our playgrounds, green spaces, pest control, cemetery, sports fields, environmental initiatives, and any environmental emergency response. In here, similar to transportation, not a lot of significant changes on the revenue or expense side, a collection of a lot of small adjustments. In fleet management, we do all of the vehicle maintenance for our city vehicles as well as inventory management. We provide service not only just to city vehicles, also the Grande Prairie Police Service and AHS for their ambulances. On the revenue side here, looking at lower mobile equipment recoveries, this is things like repairs and maintenance, fuel reductions that we're seeing come down in cost. And on the expense side, expecting lower contracted vehicle repair costs for next year. In transit, we provide conventional, accessible, and on-demand transit services, as well as private charter services. We're forecasting increased revenue for 2025. You'll note in 2026, 7, 8, you do see a reduction in revenue. This is a result of an operating grant that we currently receive. That from another level of government that we aren't expecting to be renewed at this point. If it does come up, that's something we would certainly apply for and try to have allocated to us in the future. But as of right now, we have no guarantee that we'll receive that. On the expenses side, largely just similar to fleet, lower fuel and maintenance costs expected for next year. Largely fuel. Fuel's probably the most significant one. In inspection services, we manage the issuance of permits, conducting inspections, and ensuring code compliance for building and trades permits. We're forecasting an increase in revenue here for next year to reflect some of the current market trends. Expenses are decreasing, and this is a result of the creation of the Development Services Department, where we are, in this case, eliminating a couple vacant positions in that department. In planning and development, where we manage the land use planning, development permits, business licensing, and public land, we're forecasting relatively stable revenue in there. We might be a little bit above some of these projections were made mid-year when things were trending a different way. We might be trending a little bit higher now than we were before. On the expense side, again, with our creation of development services, where inspections, planning, and development are coming together, as well as development engineering, we are eliminating one position, a vacant position in that department as well. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thanks for that, Chief Glavin. Recognizing Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Chief Clavin, I'm just curious on the first page, unless I missed something, it says 50 buildings, and the last time that I've heard the number of buildings was in the 40 range, and I think the only building that we've added was Cedar Point, and so I'm just wondering, did I miss something, or is there different asset management changes, or did they add building? I don't understand the number.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. No, 50's been static here, I believe, for a couple of years.
Okay. Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I had this question when InvestGP was here, but it seems to be coming up in my mind again. So the over-dimensional traffic you said was down, so there isn't the cost to manpower as much, but there also isn't a increase in revenue due to the permit, right? What about, is there somewhere where we capture the unintended consequences of such heavy equipment on our roads? Like, where do we capture the wear and tear and the lifespan of these roads with this big equipment on it?
Chief Evan?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. We do get some permitting revenue. Does it offset the cost of the truck traffic? It would be difficult for me to give you an exact degradation curve of the traffic volumes and the overdimensional loads and what that would be, other than, yes, the more overdimensional heavy traffic that you have going through at a more regular basis with the varying climatic conditions that we have in Grande Prairie will cause more wear and tear. We've seen that with some of our roads, and you've seen that when we've presented higher road standards where we want to increase the base, increase the pavement thickness in order to handle those loads. So we are seeing it. A lot of that is just by virtue of we're the only route to get down Highway 40 to go south of the river. And unless we were to change our fee structure in some way to account for it, we don't have a lot of tools to capture that revenue. There's certainly work that could be done to try to better quantify it, but it would there's assumptions that would have to be made, and then the origination of those loads and yeah.
And then who do you charge, right? So once Highway 40X is built, then this will alleviate all the in-city travel, correct?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. You'll certainly, I think you'll see less. You're still going to have traffic go through the city unless you put regulations in place to dissuade it. It's not uncommon for large cities to direct truck travel to the bypasses. It's quite common in large metropolitan areas because you don't want to have that traffic on roads that aren't designed for it, certainly. And it does create a lot of congestion. They take a long time to accelerate, longer periods to slow down, so it does slow down traffic the more heavy truck traffic you have. But to answer your question, yes, we would expect to see some, but certainly not eliminating it.
Okay, so I imagine when we cross that bridge, sort of say, for sure, I'd like to take that off the citizens paying for overdimensional traffic in their tax-based repairing infrastructure. Thank you.
In reality, will be still a lot of localized, heavy, overdimensional traffic moving, considering the proximity of our industrial park to 40X. So I wouldn't say it'll be completely removed. Councillor Blackmore.
Although I do notice that there's a lot more traffic going down 68th Avenue now from the south, which is interesting. So, Chief Clavin, looking at fleet management, this actually is a question that was created by an employee of a different municipality who was complaining that they were getting rid of vehicles that didn't need to be gotten rid of because their insurance wouldn't cover them because they were past their best before date. Is that an issue that we're facing? And we have a 10-year capital replacement plan, I know. I'm wondering if 10 years is the right number.
Evan?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. We don't have a set in stone year replacement. It varies based on the usage of the vehicle, the wear and tear. So if for example, like a fire engine historically was about 15 years, we extend them now closer to 20 to get some of that. It comes down to a calculation of, is it cheaper for you to replace it with the capital costs of replacement currently, or is it cheaper to maintain it? Right now, it is definitely trending to maintenance than it is the cost of fire engines over the last decade has more than doubled, substantially more than doubled, and we've taken that into account that we can ensure that we have a serviceable vehicle for 20 years and get better value out of it. So that's what we've done for some of it. We have some of our light duty trucks that are, I think, we don't have too many, but I know we have at least one from the 90s still that we're still running. But it kind of depends on how the reliability you need. Does it need to go on the road? If you have something that's only at the cemetery or only in South Bear Creek, does it need to be of a certain quality? So we do a lot of evaluation, and then we also look at end of life for, if you have a vehicle that we need high reliability at fire, but we can accept a lower reliability in parks, can we repurpose that, say F-350 that fire needs and turn it into a parks vehicle for the last 10 years of its life or the last X years of its life? So it varies widely, and I'd say COVID definitely extended the replacement cycle for a lot of assets because it became cheaper to replace, assuming you could get the parts. We also had some logistical issues. And there were also some anomalies during COVID where we were getting close to new value for vehicles that were 7 and 8 years old just because there was nothing in the supply chain where it actually did make sense to replace it right away than it did to just than to maintain it just due to supply chain. That has left the market. That's no longer the case. We're not seeing some of those crazy prices where we bought something in 2006 and sold it for more than we paid for it, which happened a couple times for us. But
so our fire trucks, we are keeping an additional 5 years longer than we were previously. That's what you're saying?
I would say as a general trend, we are keeping all of our assets longer than we did historically.
Okay, that's interesting because the person was complaining to me specifically about fire trucks. They weren't keeping them that long.
Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. So this is a high-level question, and I bring it up here because I'm not sure if it falls under facilities or transportation, but it may be a question for Chief Whiteway. In here, I don't see anything around the city asset of the airport. It has revenue, it has expenses, but I don't see it in the city budget unless I missed it. So I'm just kind of curious where that would fall.
Ms. Whiteway.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So the airport operations are only included in our audited financial statements each year. They have a separate operation, and so taxes aren't impacted based on what the operation, they self-balance themselves, do their own budgeting and those sorts of things. We do have to include for accounting purposes and reporting to municipal affairs their results, but we have no involvement in the airport budgeting. It's not included in ours. It's not required to be.
Okay, so from an accounting standpoint, we count it, but for budgets, it's not relevant.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Since we're on that topic, can you remind me the reserves that the Grande Prairie Airport holds? Do you have that number?
I don't. I can get it, though. It's on our 2024 audited financial statements. I'll look it up. Yep.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just wondering on our transportation services, it has in 2023 we had a budget for revenue of 354,000. Moving to 25, it's 130, and on the notes it says reductions of transfers. So is that mostly where the transfer is part of our revenue in transportation services before, and now that's the decrease in the revenue?
Chief Glavin.
There's a component of that. The vast majority of it, though, is the decreased overdimensional traffic.
Okay. And that's the reason we're continuing to trend kind of lower 26 and beyond for revenue, is that we're just forecasting that's what's going to stay for traffic?
As of right now, yes.
Okay. And then just on fleet management, I realize capital's later, but I've always been confused with fleet management on is the revenue what we're taking out of reserves, or where does the revenue come from for fleet management?
Chief Glavin.
Yeah, thanks. A lot of this comes down to our mobile equipment charges. So we charge back the cost of things to the operating department. So it shows up as an expense in transportation, parks, transit, and then shows up as a revenue in fleet.
Okay, so there's no correlation to revenue and what we put in for capital reserve replacements on these?
Well, just Ms. Whiteway, just to add some more detail.
Thank you. So the fleet reserve specifically is used for replacement evergreening, and it is only in the capital budget.
Okay, so there's no correlation between the two. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Thank you, Chief Glavin. A couple questions. First, under transportation services, just some clarity here. Part of our service and traffic engineering is maintenance and updating of the city EMME model, which is used for long-term traffic network planning. Am I correct when I say that that's the Bluetooth system that sort of measures traffic flows and intersections along the way, or is it more than that, or am I way off?
Chief Glavin.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. No, the ME model, and again, I can get you a more detailed explanation likely from transportation engineering, but that is used to model the traffic throughout the city. It also takes into consideration some of the regional traffic impacts that come in from the county.
Okay, so it's a separate model of how traffic's flow in, basically taking off the traffic counts and surveying and stuff? So we do a lot of detailed traffic counts every year, just using you'll see them set up throughout the city occasionally on poles where we have automated traffic counts that again can feed back into that model to keep it up to date. But to give you a kind of a more specific, I would probably get our traffic engineer to draw it up a little bit better than I can explain on the fly. Okay, no, that's fair. Just a question, is related, maybe not related. One of the things under signals is cleaning and maintenance of 350 traffic detection cameras on a yearly basis. Is this part of that system?
Chief Glavin.
Sorry, I just missed the first part of your question.
Oh, sorry. The cleaning and maintenance of 350 traffic detection cameras on a yearly basis, is that part of that system?
No, that is separate from that. So you have ME, which is modeling software, and then you have traffic detection that is used for when you pull up to an intersection, it detects that you were there, and then will request service from the lights to get a green light.
Awesome, because so that's sort of the system that I was talking about. I guess so. Just leading into that, the cost. So it seems like it's really labor intensive. We got to send somebody up in a bucket, go clean the cameras and stuff like that. What is the cost to maintain those cameras and any capital that we got to put into that on an annual basis?
Chief Glavin.
I'd have to get an exact on there, but it depends on where it is in the city. If you're on the west side of the city, you tend to get a lot more dust than you do in the more developed areas of the city, just due to having fields in proximity to it. So those require more maintenance than something, say, in the middle that's back under Resources Road. So it is variable. I don't have an exact number.
Okay. Is it possible to get that, or is it harder?
Likely could get an estimation, but there won't be a true exact number.
Yeah, I'm cool if I can get an estimation there, and forget the MS system. I was trying to figure out if those two were correlated. So, but yeah, if I could, that would be really awesome. Thank you.
Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. I'm wondering, I'd like to look at transit services, and I'm just trying to pick management's brain and get how it's examining its recommended budget for transit. So we're seeing increased revenue, which is awesome, and we're having real success with increasing ridership, which is awesome. I see that we're decreasing expenses, and I get why that is if we're seeing fuel maintenance going down. But at the same time, I am hearing about a lot of, especially on our, for our on-demand service, where we've got neighborhoods that can only get on demand. I'm hearing about more trips being declined and people not being able to access transit at all in those neighborhoods at certain times. So what's the management philosophy in terms of why the decrease in expenses in transit with a recommended council enhancement budget instead of just building some of that transit service that's needed in some places into the recommended budget?
Chief Glavin.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. Generally speaking, we're trying to on the mobile, or not the mobile, sorry, the on-demand, we're trying to deliver somewhat of an equivalent service to conventional. Right now, the average wait time for on-demand, I think, is around 13 minutes, ballpark. That ranges everything from, under 5 minutes to, I think, in the low 30s for service, depending on how busy they are. And there's also trips that don't get booked because they're not available. We saw a spike in that September, October due to some staff that left us for other municipalities, as well as a number of sick leaves that we had in that area. We're starting to see that come around with recruitment and people coming back in for that. As far as adding in as part of the base budget, right now, we still are below conventional service. There's not a hard and fast metric that we have for increasing service to those neighborhoods, at least on a standard service level that's been approved by council. But generally speaking, we're trying to provide somewhat equivalent service to conventional for wait time.
Yeah, and I'm completely fine with where wait times are. I don't expect people to get quicker in conventional transit, but at least if you're in a conventional neighborhood, the bus is going to show up. I am really concerned about people that just can't get a ride, period. But I know we've got a service enhancement package, so I'll be arguing to my colleagues to spend more money on it there. Also, along the transit number, for me, I'm wondering if you could get for us, and I don't need it right now, I can wait till tomorrow, or even I can wait more time if needed, but for me, the metric on transit that matters more than the total amount we're spending on it is the amount we're spending per trip. I wonder if that's something that you're able to get for me as what we think we're spending per trip these days.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. We'll endeavor to have that for the morning.
Excellent. Thank you.
Mr. Burke.
And just to add to Chief Glavin, the question was about management philosophy, and it isn't precise for the whole document, as there's a few anomalies, but overall, we really were looking at management budget was to provide the same level of service at a lower cost. So if it impacted internally, but didn't impact the public, that was something we would propose. In this case, we viewed that this was an increase in service that we thought should have council touch point to ensure that it was added in. So that's sort of the general philosophy. So there's a service impact that council should have a touch point.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate that. That makes a lot of sense from management's perspective, and I'm looking forward to council debate on enhancing this.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just looking under inspection services, it shows, happy to see we're seeing the revenue increase through inspections and services on that. But earlier we're looking at forecasting lower revenues from growth-related things. Wouldn't those two be tied together?
Chief Glavin.
So I heard inspections. Which two were you tying together?
So inspections for revenue. We're in 25, 26, 27. We're seeing the revenue budget go up, which maybe not in all assumptions would mean new buildings, new product, but we're forecasting our revenues to actually go down on the income side earlier. They don't seem to correlate to me.
He means in comparison to overall revenue.
Our revenue that we're saying for new growth, we're anticipating it to drop, but we're showing that we're going to have more revenue coming in through inspection services, which would be inspecting new products. So.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. So you're talking about, so we have inspections, revenue on one hand, and then we have taxation, realization of taxation revenue on the other. Yeah, so some of it is going to be because, especially more complicated projects, if it's a commercial project, it may not be completed in that year. And then taxes, they'd have a supplementary assessment, and then the final assessment would come in a future year. There's probably some opportunity to sync those up better in future years, but as of right now, some of it is in somewhat of an inflation factor as well, assuming fee increases on the inspection side as well. Right now, our fees, even with some of the adjustments that we're making this year, are substantially below other municipalities, especially on the residential side. We're very, very low.
Okay, so we are looking at potential within the fees and changes here. Was there major fees and changes to development services proposed within this budget for 2025?
Yes, Chief Glavin.
Yeah, thanks. I wouldn't call them major. We did increase some of them, and some of them on a percentage basis will seem high, but they're relatively low dollar amounts. But where the most significant one would be the building permit fees are very low on the residential side, provincially and even regionally.
Okay, no, thank you.
Chief Whiteway, did you something, Dad?
Just in terms of taxation growth, and I know that our team within tax and assessments does work closely. There's other revenues within there that would not correlate to taxation growth at all as well. And as Chief Glavin did mention, this into 2025, that's where you do see a switch between residential and non-residential in terms of what we're expecting for new assessment. So if fees are a little bit less in terms of residential, then we may see that correlation.
Councillor Thiessen.
Thanks again, Mayor Clayton. Chief Glavin, in regards to fleet management, just reading over your adjustments, it says we had a reduction in contracted vehicle repairs. As a revenue source, do we do vehicle repairs to non-city vehicles?
Chief Glavin.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. So the contracted vehicle repairs we're talking about is stuff that we would, more specialized work that we would pay for work that that we budgeted less for going forward. Yes, though, to your other question, do we do work for any other organization? We do have done work for AHS for ambulances for quite a few years. Couldn't even say how long. I think it's been 10, 20 years that we've had a relationship with them. And then GPPS would be the other, but again, that's more of an internal customer.
Okay, so just a question. As a potential source of revenue generation, are we limited to who we can service through our fleet management shop, I guess, garage? Let's say ATCO needed a water truck fix. Could we do that for them at a contracted fee?
Chief Glavin.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. As a general rule, we try to avoid competing with the private sector, so we haven't pursued that. We had specialized expertise in AHS, and I believe they approached us years ago for that type of work, and that's how that relationship, but we have not sought to increase revenues from trying to get work from other entities.
That's good to know in the future. Thank you.
All right, so I see no further questions. We're going to take a 15-minute break, and we'll be back for Public and Protective Services next. Welcome back to the Council Committee of the Whole conversation on November 13th, 2024. Thank you for your patience while we took a brief break. We are still in operating budgets and presentation. I'm going to move on to Chief Lemieux, Public and Protective Services.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the first department I'll talk about is Community Social Development, but before I go there, I just wanted to point out for Council that the new organizational structure does consolidate the previous Housing and Homeless Initiatives Department with Community Social Development Department. For the purposes of the budget, we've kept them separate so that will allow for some transparency, and I can speak to the changes in budget from 2024 to 2025. So on your screen, you can see the Community Social Development services that they provide. So I wanted to touch on the budget change from 2024 to 2025. So there's a revenue increase of $57,313, and that is due to an increase in the provincial FCSS grant. So just about that entire amount is just an increase from the provincial government FCSS grant. On the expenses side, so the expenses are increasing by $72,267, and that's due to contractual obligations with regards to QP and out-of-scope staff, and also some adjustment to operational expenses. Out of that, our FCSS contract that we have with 21 different community organizations, there's been an increase in their funding for 2025, and also there's some increase due to funding being allocated to Youth Career Expo for 2025. So that is a community social development. Moving on to housing and homeless initiatives. So on the slide again, you could see the services provided by that particular department, which is now being consolidated with community social development. In terms of the changes on the revenue side, there is a revenue decrease of $269,000, and that's due to a reduction in the tenant revenue. So the tenant revenue for the third floor will be reduced from $950 a month to $850 a month, so that we are competitive with other affordable housing available in the community. And also our projected vacancy rate has been increased for the third floor to be, again, more realistic with what property managers are telling us. And also the 2024 budget numbers, at the time that we developed the 2024 budget, this was a new department, so the numbers that we had in 2024 probably weren't being 100% accurate because it was a new department. On the operating expenses side, so the operating expenses are reduced by $364,000, and that's due to adjustment to staffing. We have one less management position. We will not have the past director position in that particular department. There's also some adjustment to utilities, and expenses for the Street Outreach Center and Fletcher House are also less than we had expected. So that speaks to the change and a reduction in operating expenses for housing and homeless initiatives. I'll move on to emergency management. So emergency management has basically two accounts. The first account is the actual GPREP partnership, which is funded by the five partner municipalities. And there's a second account, which is really a city account used to maintain and operate our emergency coordination center. So I want to speak to the differences in revenue and expenditures. So on the revenue side, there is a increase in revenue of $51,694, and that's mainly due to the GPREP formula. So the GPREP formula is based on equalized assessment, and for the first time since the inception of GPREP, the county contributions will be more than the city contribution because their equalized assessment is greater than ours. The contribution from the three towns remains unchanged. So that's the difference on the revenue side. Under the operating expenses, there is a significant increase of $526,000. That is not the GPREP account. That is the city account, and that is for operating dollars for the Integrated Emergency Communications Center. And the reason we've placed the money in this particular account is because a governance decision has been made in terms of, is the integrated dispatch going to sit with fire, or is it going to sit with police, or is it going to sit as a separate city department? So we thought we would place that operating increase in this particular account for the time being, but certainly we'll be coming back to council with a recommendation on what the governance should look like for the integrated dispatch. So that's emergency management. Moving on to the Grande Prairie Fire Department. The Grande Prairie Fire Department, their services are listed on the slide that's in front of you now. In terms of the revenue increase, there's a revenue increase of $172,000, and that's mostly due to increased revenue in dispatch and some service contracts, but also medical first response. So we are receiving additional funding from the province in the amount of $133,000 for medical first response. That MFR commitment, grant commitment, is for 3 years, 2024 to 2026. So you'll notice that in 2027, the revenue number goes down because we're not guaranteed to have that revenue after 2026, although we're hopeful that that will be continued. On the operating expense side, there's an increase of $105,000, and that's due to contractual obligations, partially offset by some decrease in equipment and building maintenance. And the fire department has included close to $74,000 in efficiencies that they found in their 2025 budget. All right, so I mentioned that the dispatch operation for the integrated dispatch do not show here, so this is strictly the fire dispatch at this particular time. Moving on to the next department, that's the Community Knowledge Campus. Again, there's a revised organizational chart that shows one box. The box is entitled Recreation and Events. We have kept the budget separate for transparency purposes. Community Knowledge Campus is a really good news story. They've had a great year this year, tremendous revenues, which will contribute to our surplus for 2024, and we're projecting continued increase in revenue next year. But I wanted to mention, before I touch on the budget here, that during the last year's budget deliberations, there were questions raised about custodial services and guest services at the Community Knowledge Campus. So we have been doing some work. That team has been doing some work on that particular area, and CKC management did conduct a review of those services and made significant adjustments to the operational budget. Custodial staff has been reduced by 3 full-time positions, so that's 120 hours a week that have been reduced in custodial staff, and we continue to monitor the impact on that facility because we want to make sure we haven't cut too far, but we're monitoring that situation. And also, guest services budget has been reduced in 2024. Although the customer service hours remain unchanged, we've made some adjustments there that have reduced the budget. So again, pleased to mention that CKC had an outstanding financial performance in 2024 with membership and revenue numbers surpassing the pre-pandemic numbers. We now have over 9,000 members, which we have not seen since 2015. And revenue projections will contribute to our 2024 surplus. In terms of the 2025 budget, we are looking at an increase in revenue of $784,000. This number is based on the current revenue trends and anticipated growth in membership, drop-in passes, programming, ice rental, room rental, and previously unbudgeted the Dave Bar daycare facility rental. So all of that amounts to $544,000. This budget also includes an average increase in fees, rates, and charges of about 4%. So fees and charges review will be discussed later tomorrow, I believe. So there's also, if you notice in your budget, 2025 accounts for some increase in operating expenses in the amount of $167,000, and that's due mostly to contractual obligation, professional services, utilities, and insurance. So that's the Community Knowledge Campus. And next we have Sports Development, Wellness, and Culture. They are showing an increase in revenue of $576,000, and most of that is due to Special Olympics in 2025. There's a projected revenue of $505,000 for the Special Olympics, and there will be a corresponding expenditure offsetting that same amount. The remaining increase in revenue is due to increase in community gym rentals, interpretive programs, and anticipation of opening of a new recreation facility in the later part of 2025. I want to point out here that the Activity and Reception Center ARC is intended to be a low cost, therefore fees were not increased in that facility for 2025, and there are still free drop-in times in the ARC that are sponsored by CN Rail, which we really appreciate. In terms of the operating expenses, increase is $671,000. Most of that, $505,000, is due to the Special Olympics being held in 2025. The rest are contractual obligations, utilities, and general goods. Also, there's some operating expenses anticipated for the opening of a new recreation facility, and that operating expense was based on 3 months of operations in 2025. And the last area is events and entertainment. Pretty much a status quo budget in this particular area. A very small increase in revenue due to some fees adjustment and some increase in operating expenses due to contractual obligations and insurance and utilities. And that is my information, Madam Chair, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
All right, thanks, Chief Lemieux. Open it up to council for questions. A reminder, if the conversations are regarding anything in camera, there will be an in-camera opportunity at the end of, towards the end of today. Recognize Councillor Bosch.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. For me, my question is in regards to housing and homelessness initiatives. In regards to Cedar Point, the reduction is to $850 a month in that location or all locations?
In that particular location for the 42 units on the 3rd floor.
Okay. And so my second question is, when will we see fruition of people moving into the 3rd floor?
Yes, thank you for that question. So we have had to delay our contract with the Mustard Seed for property management of the 3rd floor. Isn't quite signed yet. I'm hoping in the next few days that it will be signed. The CAO from Mustard Seed is in town in the next couple of weeks where we need to brush off a couple things. So I'm hoping early in the new year we should have people living on the 3rd floor.
So construction is complete at this point?
Yes.
Okay. And so in this 2026 budget, and moving forward, if you're suspecting by January it will be full, or will this number change due to when people move into the 3rd floor?
We're going to do, thank you, Madam Chair. We're going to do our very best to try and get as many residents as we can. We've also reduced our projected vacancies, so we're thinking we might have a few more vacancies. So, but we need to get residents in those units as quickly as we possibly can. Otherwise, we end up running a variance.
Can you just tell me what the total amount of residents will be once fully operational?
I believe there are 42 units on the 3rd floor.
Oh, I mean in the whole building. 106 still?
On the 3rd floor.
That's correct.
106.
Sorry, yeah. So there's 63 on the other side.
Because I thought we were leaving some vacant for transitions, but I could be remembering wrong.
I believe there is a plan to have maybe one pod where there's flexibility so that we can move people around. So yeah, it's 5 or 6.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. My question is around emergency management. So each of the past 2 to 3 years where we've taken on evacuees from different jurisdictions, what we found is when we submit the bills, the other levels of government aren't fully reimbursing the city for hosting the evacuees. And I know that we've recently discussed approaching the province that there is a standard level of service so that we know what will be covered and what won't. So kind of a two-part question. Have we budgeted, based on the trends that we've seen the last 3 years, any amount, say around $100,000? Or when we do have to eat that amount, where does that money come from?
Thank you for the question through the mayor. So we don't formally budget for money that may not be recovered through the DRP. We know that the rules keep changing, so we never get 100% of the DRP back. We have always been okay with the budget and been under budget simply because when there is a major event, we charge the wages of our GPREP members to that event. So it saves us money. So at the end of the year, we're usually under budget, and that's how we've been absorbing the cost that is not covered by the DRP.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Blackmore.
Chief Lemieux, if we could look at the Grande Prairie Fire Department, you said that they had worked hard to realize some efficiencies. I'm curious what number of dollars saved that would be, and what kind of efficiencies they've managed to bring forward.
Thank you for the question. So the efficiencies that are in the management budget are in the amount of about $74,000 that they have found. Most of that is due to better bunker gear and better station wear. We spend a lot of money on bunker gears and station wear, and they have researched and looked at other municipalities to see what kind of station wear, kind of bunker wear that those municipalities use, and our bunker wear is of higher quality, or our station wear is of higher quality and lasts much longer. So a lot of the savings comes from there. Also, there's some new technology that piece of equipment that actually better technology that costs a bit less. So that's most of their efficiencies that they've found.
And then they counterbalanced, or they balance that out by adding some staffing, I think.
So the fire department has not added any staffing, and there are no staffing embedded in the management budget. However, tomorrow we'll talk about an ask of the fire department, but
okay.
It's not embedded in this budget.
Okay. I think that's it. I'll come back if I have another question.
Good. Councillor Thiessen.
Thanks very much, Mayor Clayton, and thanks for the report there, Chief Lemieux. I know I said I didn't have any questions for you, but you did trigger a question in me in regards to emergency management. One thing that I became aware of over the last 2 years is that it's pretty labor intensive for our staff to input the receipts of the evacuees when they come in here. Sometimes it can take days, weeks, heck, even months. So my question is, how do we capture those costs? And is there a more efficient way that we can work with the province on submitting these files? Like, since we don't get all the costs always recovered, is there just a better way for us to advocate to the province in remitting the costs of what we've undertaken to take care of these evacuees?
Chief Lemieux.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So thank you for the question. The provincial government requires very detailed accounting, and rightly so, when we submit DRP. So tracking expenditures is very, very important. And you're right, if we have hundreds of evacuees that come from Jasper or from the far north, it takes some time to reconcile all that information. However, when we hire somebody or use somebody internally to reconcile that information, we keep track of their time because we could actually claim that back as part of the DRP. So that's how we cover it there. Your other question, you make a good point though about, is there a way to streamline that process? We do a debrief after every incident, and trust me, we talk about financials and how do we streamline that process. I think we're doing a pretty good job. We have some very competent financial people that are at the incident command post when we have a major incident, and we continue to improve that process.
Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I've got a question regarding the ARC building, Activity Reception Center. Has it been holding its own, doing well received, busy, not so busy?
Chief Lemieux.
Thank you for the question. So I don't have the exact numbers in front of me. I'll certainly try and get you some numbers for tomorrow, but it is a very popular site. It's a recreation facility that's very well used, and certainly the free drop-in admission has been a hit. So we've seen, very, very good uptake of participation at the Arc.
Good, thanks. Makes my heart pump a little harder.
Councillor Plot.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just building on the ARC and another one, did you mention that we didn't have any user fee rates increases at the ARC at all moving forward, or?
That's correct. So we, in our environmental scan, we did look at other municipalities. We did increase the number of fees at CKC, but we did not increase any fees at the Activity and Reception Center. It was always meant to be a lower cost recreational opportunity, so we didn't touch it.
Okay, the pickleball folks will love me saying this, but we didn't increase pickleball fees either, because there's a lot of folks that are asking that, using that. I'm fine with that facility being used as a low cost facility for youth and that, but we didn't touch the pickleball rates for that facility either.
Chief Lemieux.
I'll double check. I'll get you that answer tomorrow morning. I don't believe so.
Okay, and just I'm happy to see on the Community Knowledge Campus that the revenues are moving up. When I look at 25 and beyond, though, they're kind of stagnant and they're flat. I'm just kind of curious when we forecast moving forward, do we look at an inflationary bump every year on fees, or how? I guess I know council comes back and has that review, but it looks like we basically got about a 0.5% increase in fees every year when we know our costs are going to go up by substantially more than that every year. I'm just wondering if we looked at a lens of, an inflationary step every year on the revenue side to at least keep up with expenses, or is that something that council is going to come every year and try to look at fees and charges specifically around that?
Chief Lemieux.
Thank you for the question. So we've seen a significant increase in membership and revenue this year. We expect that to continue next year. At some point, we think that will sort of top up, and so I think that we've been a little bit cautious moving forward. So we'll monitor next year and see how well we do, and then evaluate whether our forecast for the future years is still accurate.
Okay, and just so I can understand more, are we doing a jurisdictional scan of what other gyms in the area would be charging for similar facilities? Because most gyms haven't held their rates flat for long periods of time. So I'm just wondering if that's part of our jurisdictional scan, or we more look at what is Cullicut Center and Red Deer charging, or Millennium Place. Are we looking at those facilities or local?
Chief Lemieux.
Thank you for the question. For sure, we looked at mid-sized cities. We normally also keep track of local fees, but I'll confirm that with you tomorrow whether or not that was part of our scan this time around.
Okay, and just one more on CKC if I can. I'm just curious, I know there's been some improvements and I appreciate some of the efficiencies that we've worked on. Has there been a look at putting in some automated scanners so people can come in and out and access themselves so they're having to... I get complaints about people standing in line, and I can appreciate that, but I also don't want to have more people standing at a counter to let them in. So I'm just wondering if there's a way that we can be more efficient with that as well.
It's definitely a project that we're working on, and you can expect to see something in the future. I'm not sure if it's going to be the next year's budget or the budget after, but definitely we're investigating that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Blackmore.
My question is actually for CAO Burke. And you might want to answer it in camera. I'll let you make that determination. We know that you've had a contract look at operations at the Eastlink Center and other places in the community, and I'm sure there's some efficiencies that are found in this budget. But are we going to see a report back from that where we're going to see maybe a realignment of services, or?
CAO Burke.
That report was always intended to be for management. It would have been a very different report if we were looking to provide that to council. It really was on the operational level. So yes, you'll see some of those small changes, but I will share the advice we got from our third-party consultant was that if we didn't look at the structure of the organization, everything else was tinkering. So that's where you will see some further changes by the end of the year. As you saw in the organizational structure, we created the new box of recreation and events. We are still doing some work there to look at what that structure would be. in conjunction with the directors that are in that department, giving me advice on what that will look like. So there were a few small things in that report, if I were to generalize, but the big one was we need to get the alignment in the structure, and that'll be things I'll continue to discuss with council.
So will that result in more efficiencies in the next budget cycle? Or is it probably not going to result in budget efficiencies?
I'd say the reason it isn't in this budget, it was too soon. So we did that report and received it, and we implemented as much as we could for this report. But there's still some future things. So there are some other opportunities, but I wouldn't speculate or commit to future things. We're still looking at it, though.
That's good. Thanks.
I just had the last question so far, Chief Lemieux. In regards to the Grande Prairie Fire Department, you talk about increased revenues for medical first responding, and that I think you acknowledged that it was over a couple of years. Correct?
That's correct. For I believe it was a 3-year commitment: 2024, 2025, 2026.
Are we at full cost recovery on that yet?
It's really difficult to say whether it's full. I don't think it's even close to full cost recovery. It's $133,000, and full cost recovery would require some analysis. But if we're sitting around waiting for an ambulance for 10, 20 minutes, that's very costly. So it's not cost recovery.
Yeah, I just wondered if it should remain an advocacy priority. Yeah, but based on that, absolutely. Thanks. Next. Financial and fiscal services, rather.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. This is the last budget to review with council here today in terms of operating dollars. And then we do still have the additional initiatives and opportunities and budget referrals. But fiscal services is really where all of the organizational revenues and expenditures are budgeted. So this is where property taxes are budgeted, many operating grants, our dividend and investment income, our franchise fee revenues, as well as our long-term debt payments, and our budget transfers to and from reserves are in fiscal services. So what you will see here is that the overall change in budget is a decrease in revenue of $2.9 million and an increase in operating costs of $6.2. So what that does come to a budget change of $9.2 million additional required within fiscal services. Predominantly, the impacts of this, or what is impacting, the $9.2 million, is a reduction in court fine revenues, as well as increases in capital tax funding for capital projects, increased costs of expenses related to contractual obligations, and transfers to reserves. And I'll take any questions on fiscal services.
Thank you for that. Seeing none, I think you can continue.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Clayton. So now that we've finished presenting management's proposed budget, we're next going to move on to some additional initiatives and opportunities for council's consideration. So over the last few months, administration has gathered, analyzed, and determined 10 additional items for council to consider for deliberations. Items include increasing capacity of existing services, potential expansion, additional revenue opportunities, community support initiatives, and potential capital investments. These packages are detailed in your budget books starting on page 29, and each chief will now walk through each one of these. And I'll pass it over to Chief Lemieux first for the fire services proposal.
Great, thanks. Chief Lemieux.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the fire services proposal are broken down into two different proposals. The very first one is one where the fire department is proposing to add 3 flex firefighters and 1 admin assistant. if I could speak to this particular proposal, I just want to mention that as an urban fire department, Grande Prairie Fire Department is very much relies on off-duty callback members to sustain high consequence incidents. This model has been a long-standing operating model with the city, and it continues to serve us very well. And it's also very cost-effective. The addition of 3 flex firefighters significantly reduces the amount of overtime worked by firefighters. It increases their work-life balance, and it ensures that we get better response from off-duty staff for callbacks. So in the slide in front of you, you could see that the staffing costs for 3 flex firefighters and the admin assistant is $438,971. The admin assistant would be focused more on assisting with the GP 911, and there is grant funding available to support that and to pay for that particular admin assistant. So we would use grant funding from the GP 911 grant in the amount of $77,000. I want to speak to, if we add 3 flex firefighters, there is a cost. However, there's a significant overtime offset of $290,000. The flex firefighter is something that's in our QP contract that allows us to move people around with very little notice and gives us tremendous flexibility and will significantly offset our overtime costs. The additional operational efficiencies is the fire department with the additional staff will be able to find additional operating efficiencies in the amount they estimate in the amount of $85,000. So for all intents and purposes, this budget ask is fairly neutral. It's a saving of $13,000. I also want to mention that Grande Prairie Fire Department does have low overhead related to labor relations, and that's in part due to this flex firefighter concept. It gives us tremendous flexibility and helps us minimize overtime costs. Also, Grande Prairie Fire Department continues to explore further cost controls by approaching community risk with a regional lens. So we have spoken to some of our partners in the region, reducing potential duplication. We're talking about specialized apparatus. Can we share apparatus across the region? The Regional Training Center, I think, was a good example of that regional work. And also GP 911 continues to be a significant source of ongoing and stable revenue for the city, and there may be some opportunities in the future to expand there. So overall, when I compare the Grande Prairie Fire Department in terms of costs compared to other mid-sized municipalities, I think we are lean and very efficient. This ask is not a new one. I think in the last couple of budgets we have talked about flex firefighters. At some point we had 2. Last year we reduced by 1, so we're down to 1 flex firefighter. And so the budget ask here is for 3 additional flex firefighters. So I'd be happy to answer questions on that particular ask, and then there's another one I'll cover after.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'm just curious, on the bottom it says in addition to the $74,000 of operating efficiency. So is that, regardless if we go ahead, there's $74,000 in operating efficiencies?
Thank you for the question. So the $74,700 is the one that's already embedded in the management's budget. So there'll be $85,000 on top of that.
Okay. And again, I'm a fan of this, and you're correct. We have talked about this for a few years now. And just, what assurities do we have that this overtime offset actually actualizes, like that it?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we brought a report some time ago estimating what the cost and what the savings will be. That was based on, we had at some point 2 flex firefighters, we went down to 1. So we have a pretty good idea looking at actual savings. So we're pretty confident that this is the right number.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton, and thank you very much, Chief Lemieux. Just in regards to those flex firefighters again, could you remind me, would they be full-time equivalents, part-time, or phone-in employees?
Thank you for the question. So yes, they would be full-time, 3 full-time firefighters. They would not be assigned permanently to a platoon. So they'd be like floating from platoon to platoon, and they would be the more junior firefighters.
Okay, that's what I remembered it as. Thank you for that clarification. I just a question around the additional operational efficiencies. So you said that the fire departments quantified it at about 85,000 savings to have those people around. guess I'm just kind of looking for the quantification of it. Is it more work around the station, like folding equipment, putting stuff away, maintaining the equipment, the trucks, stuff like that? Is that the type of operational efficiencies they provide?
Chief Lemieux?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So yes, it's all of the above. So if you have more, there's certainly lots of project work around fire hall, and contract services are an expense line that probably will be impacted positively by this, but it's all of the above that you mentioned.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Councillor Blackmore.
I'm curious, Chief Lemieux, where the admin staff will be housed. 911 seems like it's pretty tight where they're operating. Is that where the admin staff would be, or are we going to put that person elsewhere?
Chief Lemieux?
Thank you for the question. So the admin staff would most likely not be in the dispatch center because you're right, it's a very crowded area. But there are some workspaces very close to the 911 center, and that's where this person would be located.
That whole area seems really tight to me.
There is an office at the front that isn't fully occupied.
Okay.
So that's most likely where this person would go.
Thanks.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Just looking at our budget binders versus the slide you showed, there's just one line item missing there that's different. I'm not sure.
So I could speak to that. The budget book shows this budget ask, but it also includes the second item that I'm going to speak to, and that's on page 29. So if you look on page 29, there's a reproduction of my slide, except there's an added line that says projected profit from emergency response recovery, $147,000. That'll be my second discussion.
Okay, and just Mayor Clayton, are we wanting to go through all these, or do you want to do business as they come up?
We're not doing any business right now.
No, okay.
Chief Lemieux, if you wanted to go on to your next item.
So the second component from the fire services proposal is we've looked at are there opportunities to increase revenue, and there are opportunities to increase revenue. We've looked at a number of them. The two that we've placed in front of council is potential revenue from recovery from fire response to vehicle fires and motor vehicle collisions. So we've highlighted those two because in most cases, this is something that can be recouped through your insurance company. Not always, but certainly there's many situations where this money can be recouped from your insurance company. So there's an admin component. There would be some expenses because we need to have an admin person to manage this for us. But certainly it's a revenue opportunity, a net revenue opportunity of almost $148,000. But that would mean sending invoices to people that are involved in motor vehicle collisions and vehicle fires.
All right. Questions on this projected profit for emergency response recovery, recognizing Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Thanks for the report on this. Chief Lemieux, the last sentence of this says billing for structure fires is not a common practice provincially and is not recommended by administration. It seems like a revenue generation opportunity, but at the same time, it also seems like administration isn't recommending this.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So yes, we've looked at a number of potential revenue sources, one of which was could we start charging to respond to fires, structure fires, and we opted not to. It is not a practice in the province of Alberta, although there are one or two municipalities that have started doing that. We're not recommending that one. There's certainly could be some pushback on any invoicing because people will use the argument that I'm already paying for that service through my taxes. Why am I getting double billed? Vehicle fire, motor vehicle collision invoicing is certainly becoming very common, but not so much for structure fire. So we're not recommending that third one.
All right. And then if I may, Mayor Clayton, sorry. So I just question with the motor vehicle collisions, vehicle fire stuff, would there be any training that would be required for our firefighters? And the reason I ask is we're definitely seeing a move from from gas-powered cars to electric vehicles. And there recently has been a lot of electric vehicle fires, battery explosions, stuff like that. That puts our first responders in jeopardy if they're responding to a fire such as this. So have we researched the costs of potential training to put out a fire on an electric vehicle?
So thank you, Madam Mayor. So there certainly, it's new technology. We have to adapt to new technology. It's no different than when people started putting solar panels on their houses. Fighting a fire with a solar panel is something that you have to be trained for and you have to pay attention to, and it's the same with electric vehicles. So there is specialized training, and certainly it's part of our hazard assessment. So I don't have the details right now in terms of what that training looks like, but yes, we're very much aware of those hazards.
Is there a expected cost that we might have to budget for that type of training?
Yeah, we do have a training budget that we adjust from year to year, so that's probably covered in our existing training budget.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. So Chief Lemieux, just kind of curious, if we were to charge for a vehicle fire or a call to a vehicle accident, I'm sure that you've worked that number backwards from the number of vehicle fires and vehicle accidents. What would we be looking at charging per incident?
Thank you for the question. I'll get that information for you, but definitely this was based on a number of vehicle fires we go to and a number of vehicle collisions, and probably based on information from other municipalities in terms of what do they charge, what is a reasonable rate. There's also a provincial rate. So we already recover money from the provincial government if we attend an MVC on a provincial highway, but there aren't many provincial highways through our municipality anymore, so our revenue stream there has dried up. So there are some standards in terms of what's reasonable charge for those responses. And just to come back, Mr. Councillor Thiessen, just received a note from the fire chief. We already train for all those things. The electric vehicle fires, we already have a training program for that.
That's super good to know. Awesome.
Councillor Berg.
Oh, I've already asked my question.
I apologize. Councillor Bressie.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Excuse me. I'm curious for this vehicle bill back. Is that something that would usually be covered by insurance, or would usually be an out-of-pocket expense for residents?
Chief Lemieux.
So our understanding is that most of the time it would be covered by the insurance, but it depends on your insurance policy, right? Every policy is different. So I'm not going to say it's always covered, but depending on the policy, in a lot of cases it is covered by your insurance company.
And do you know if it's usually covered by the liability coverage that you're legally obligated to have, or is it usually covered by the comprehensive that you might not have, especially if you're a broker person?
I wouldn't have that information, but I'll see if the fire department has that information.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. My question is just on clarity. People attending, or is it civilians attending, or is it people associated with emergency criteria already? So is it like an off-duty somebody or other, or is it just a civilian that wants to get trained to be a part of this? Because you said they have to be at each collision or fire, right?
All right, so thank you, Madam Chair. I want to make sure I understand the question. So when I talked about off-duty response, what I'm talking about is we have a staffing model where when there's a major incident, we have to call back existing full-time firefighter from home. We page them in, and they come in and they help resource that particular incident or number of incidents if we have more than one incident happening. So it's for a sort of a large response. So I'll give you an example. If we had a log pile fire at Canfor, we'd be calling in the entire department right now. So those are off-duty people coming back. What I'm saying is, if people are burnt out because they've worked so much overtime, the chances of them responding, because it's voluntary, is lessened. So I'm not sure if that was your question, if I've answered your question.
Yeah, I just needed to have the clarification if it was workers that are within the field or civilians that you train.
No, these are trained full-time firefighters, not civilians. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Blackmore.
I don't think we have any volunteer firefighters, Councillor Bosch. I think I know the answer to this, but your proposed emergency response recovery would be billed directly to the owner of the vehicle, not to the insurance company. I'm confused how that works.
Chief Lemieux?
Again, I believe that on provincial highways, we may be invoicing the insurance company directly. In this case, I'll have to double check with the fire department in terms of what is the process, what is the procedure. My understanding is it would probably go to the vehicle owner, and then the vehicle owner would put in a claim with
Submit
his
the claim.
insurance company.
Okay, thanks. Everything?
There we go. Sorry, I just need to get back to where I was. My intent, and council, if you'd like to change it, that's fine. My intent was to go through all the additional initiatives and opportunity before we did business. Just to make it clear that I wasn't not allowing any business arising from these presentations. Yes, so that was my intent. I'm going to move CFO Whiteway, if you want to introduce who's next. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I will introduce this one quickly. There's a lot of detail in your budget book starting on page 30. But ultimately, the cost recovery rate now for interpretive programming based on 2024 budget was 31%. What we wanted to do, within management's budget, we proposed various increases on an average about 12%. That was following the jurisdictional scan that was done. With this, the management's budget for 2025 does have cost recovery on our programs at 35.6%. Management did undertake a review of our interpretive programming to look at what the impact would be if a goal was set of a cost recovery of 50% and a goal of cost recovery for 75%. Actual program rates do vary on the type of program, whatever their instructor requirement is, as well as participation ratios, specific materials, etc. This analysis focused just on interpretive programming. Didn't consider fitness and aquatic programming at this time. It is also assumed that the city would need to proportionally increase the budget, of course, for grants to individuals that would support the recreation access program. And this is estimated at about 5% of revenue. So with this analysis, management did determine that a 50% cost recovery type model would see average program fee increases. But this would keep seasonal camp rates comparable to other jurisdictions and local for-profit offerings. But city day program rates would become higher under this scenario. Option 2, we looked at 75% cost recovery, and that would see average program fees increase by over 100 or around 113%. This would put us well ahead of others and local for-profit offerings. It is not the recommendation of management. So with that said, if we did look at a 50% cost recovery model, which is still keeps the city comparable to others, as well as local for-profit offerings of similar programs, and the impact on the 2025 budget would be approximately $125,000 of additional revenues.
Thanks. Or do you have more? Sorry. My apologies.
No, I don't. Sorry, Martine. Okay. You were right. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for the presentation. Open up to council for questions, recognizing Councillor Thiessen.
Thanks very much, Mayor Clayton, and thank you very much, Ms. Whiteway. Chief Whiteway, question in regards to the difference of the fee increases. So one was 42%, one was 113%. Why do we pick such large variances between the two? I guess it represents 50 and 75%, but if we knew that one was going to price us out and one was going to price us within, why wouldn't we drop the top end and see if there was a nicer medium?
Ms. Whiteway?
I mean, this was a practice. This is the first time we've sort of looked at programming on a cost recovery model. We really did just try to make it a financial exercise to demonstrate sort of what we would need to charge to obtain. And we did choose 50% and 75% as our models, and 35% is the current rate now.
Okay. Yeah. So just a quick question in regards to the winter, spring, fall, summer programming. So I actually used to help with the interpretive programming. I was employed by the city of Grande Prairie years ago and helped out with lots of the under 5 crew. For their proposed $85.27, is that a daily rate or is that like a weekly rate?
Ms. Whiteway?
On the which one? Sorry.
Sorry, under all of them, winter, spring, fall, summer programming, it says average price is $85.27. Is that per day or is that per registration?
These are done on averages. I'll look up what went into that, and I'll answer that one tomorrow.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah, just to follow on that, it would. I think it's valuable to recognize if the programming is 6 sessions, 4 sessions, that type of thing, so we can evaluate what it's costing the parent or the resident per person, per child, per program day. Councillor Blackmore.
On page 30, you have current state. Is that what it would cost me if I registered for something right now? Or is it what would be paid after your 35% increase?
Ms. Whiteway?
Yes, so the current state would be based on management's budget, which is about a 35% cost recovery.
So $60 average price is an increase over what it is right now today? Because we haven't increased those fees yet.
Correct.
Right.
Yep.
And because I'm an acronym moron, can you please remind me what RAP is? You have less RAP increase of 5%?
Recreation Access Program.
Well, I would never have guessed that.
Well, for your information, there's an appendix at the back for acronyms, and it's also explained in paragraph, second paragraph.
I looked for it.
The very last line. I just assumed the words Recreation Access Program equated to RAP. So it could be a mistake on my part, but am I correct? Okay, good. Anything further?
Such sarcasm. I'm wounded.
Hey, it's what you get. Okay, Councillor Bressie.
Well, I had some sick beats ready to lay down, so I got disabused of that notion. So good thing Blackmore went before me. I do have a question about the musical poetry program, and that is, so I just want to make sure I understand how it works. That's something where we don't hit, when we hit the budget amount for that, we don't say, hey, that's oversubscribed, and we start turning people away, correct? We just we'll fund everybody that comes to the door and just hope that we've got the right amount of budget for it.
Chief Whiteway?
I can speak a little bit, and perhaps I'm not sure if Chief Lemieux has more to add, but I know that quality programming is obviously a high expectation for the city, and numbers as well. So appropriate ratios with instructors and those participating in whatever setup they have. So my understanding is that they would take up to those appropriate levels if they can expand the offering and get staff to help out or relocate or whatever it may come to. They would do that in terms of offerings.
Chief Lemieux?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If I may also add, we have a minimum threshold. So if we don't meet that minimum threshold, we cancel that program.
No, I don't think you quite understand what I'm asking. So what I'm asking is, so we budget for X amount of people accessing a program to be on the RAP program. But if we increase prices so more people apply for the RAP program and more people qualify, we don't just go, oh, sorry, we've hit the maximum amount of people we'll allow on the RAP program. We've hit the budget amount. Sorry, you're going to have to wait till next year to apply. We just stretch, or do we stretch the budget for those people?
Thank you. I apologize. I misunderstood the question. So we've indicated in here that if we increase the rates, we're going to have more requests for the RAP program. So we've also estimated that piece. So we don't turn people away. If we need to adjust the budget, we'll adjust the budget. We've taken that into consideration here.
I think currently the practice would be similar in the sense that if it's oversubscribed, we still fund it.
I'll answer that for sure tomorrow. I believe that's the answer, but I'll confirm that in the morning.
Okay.
Then one more question, I'll get it back to you. And then my next question is, personally, I don't have appetite to go up to 50%. I might be willing to go above 35.6% though. Is there any concerns with management if council picked an arbitrary percentage in between the 35 and 60? If we said, hey, we want to do 40 or something like that?
Chief Lemieux, or Chief Whiteway rather?
Yes, there would be no issue if you wanted to choose a different model. Absolutely, the revenue impact, of course, would change accordingly, and we would come back with what that would look like.
Excellent, thank you.
If I may, Mayor Clayton, I'll just follow up on, it was asked sort of on the average price on winter programming. Most of those, so that is per registration, not per day. So some of those would be a 6-day or 6-session program, for example. But it could be anywhere between 1 and 6.
I'm just going to jump in the queue on some similar vein. I'm just using my calculator here, sorry. So if the average programming is 6, let's say, because I know the summer camps are a little longer and they're full days, that kind of thing. Are currently all these programs are fully subscribed? Maybe it's a question for Chief Lemieux. Do we know, I know you mentioned that if there's not a good subscription, then if it doesn't justify running the program, you don't. But on average, what do our subscription rates look like?
Thank you for the question. So our rate of participation is very high.
Okay.
So most of our classes are
I know the summer
close to
camps are
full.
hard to get into, but I just wondered about the other ones.
Yes, most of the programs, and we monitor the programs, we change the programs. If some programs don't see the subscription, we might change to a different program. So we do evaluate that all the time.
And this is more sort of showing my cards to Councillor Bressie. I think that the reality is even if the program's only an hour, I can't hire a babysitter for $14 an hour. So, yeah. Anyways, Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. Really, from 35 to 50, you're looking at 15%. I too am showing my cards. Come on, things have gone up all over the place, including childcare. What my concern is the number of programs and the average participants. That seems really, really low, 9 and 7 participants per class. If you look within a school system, you would never run a class with those kind of numbers. I'm wondering, have we looked at combining programming or increasing the number of participants? Like these seem so low.
Chief Lemieux, do you have some background information in that?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So I think it depends on the type of program. There are some programs where you could have large classes, but there are some programs that it's not effective to have large classes. But I'll get some clarification in terms of the 9 and 7, and maybe give you examples tomorrow of those types of programs that have a lower registration versus programs that have a higher registration.
Mayor Clayton, may I?
Also, just RAP also is a high school program for a work program. So we've got several RAPs going on here today. But yeah.
We don't fund high school programming.
But everybody knows
Councillor
it.
Thiessen, you had some context?
Yeah, I do have some context. Since I used to be a daytime programmer at Muskosipi Park in the Ernie Radburn Pavilion, a lot of these participant programs are toddler programs. So when we're talking 6 to 9 kids, that's 9 kids with a maximum, and toddler-sized kids, with a maximum of maybe 2 people to watch over them. At times, I've had classrooms of 7 where I'm watching over 7 kids by myself. Working through the PlayStations and stuff like that. Now, that was obviously about, 15 years ago now, but they haven't changed too much. It's so that the kids have attention on them and that the instructors aren't overwhelmed. So the class registration are capped at a certain limit based on the size of the room and the amount of available instructors.
Yeah, and it'd be great for Chief Lemieux to bring back some context. I'm assuming that there's some regulations similar to daycares, et cetera, based on the age per person, that kind of thing.
I'm curious about the industry standard because a play group can have 20 kids in it, one teacher and one assistant. So if what is industry standards is, I guess, what I'm looking for.
Chief Whiteway?
Yes, certainly. So I did gather. I want to point out too, this is average participants. So yes, it does seem low, but it could depend on the offerings. As Councillor Thiessen had mentioned, younger age groups have different ratio requirements. Also, so like swimming activities, for example. So there might be some programming that might involve swimming in one of these. So 1 to 3 for ages 6 to 7 is the ratio required on swimming, for example, and 1 to 12 is the maximum ratio you're allowed to have for 8 to 12-year-olds. So we go over that 12, we now have to bring in another staff member to help keep ratios, which increase the cost of that program as well. And really, we have to support bathroom breaks, special needs, anything that might be involved in offering that program to those children.
Okay. Councillor Blackmore has a question, and then I have a quick one, and then we'll move to the next consideration.
I need someone to explain to me if our recreational access program is based on income, whether we charge $10 or $50 for a program, that person's income didn't change. So I'm wondering, I need someone to tell me, like, is the sole criteria income? Like, how do we run that program?
Who would like to take that? Chief Lemieux.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe it is income-based. I'll get some further details for you, but I believe it is income-based.
So the only change we could make to make it more accessible for people who cannot pay that higher fee is, in fact, to raise the income threshold.
I don't have that answer, but I'll get some details on the RAP program for you in the morning.
Thank you.
My question is for Chief Whiteway. I'm assuming, I think you mentioned in your background information that these prices are still competitive to industry or to fair market programs as well as other municipalities. You mentioned that this doesn't encompass any consideration for fitness or aquatic program, and I wondered why.
Thank you for the question, Mayor Clayton. To be quite fair, this was a new initiative by management, and we wanted to start here to gauge what was the appetite of council, what are you looking for in terms of financials on programming, fees and charges, open to looking and exploring further. This was our first step.
Okay, perfect, thank you. Do you want to continue to introduce them? I know whose these are. What? Okay. Oh, no. I said that was the last one. Go ahead, Councillor Bressie.
I'm just trying to, so I'm looking at this, I'm just trying to figure out, so if we go to 75% cost recovery, it says we're comparable with local for-profit offerings. So how, I must be misunderstanding this, because how, if we're only recovering 75% of our costs, how does that make us comparable to people that are making a profit on this?
It says well ahead.
Yeah.
So it'd be more expensive than other jurisdictions and local not-for-profits if we went to 75% cost recovery.
Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out. Yeah.
Chief Whiteway?
Yeah, absolutely. I also asked the same question. So we have differences where as a municipality we have unionized instructors and wage requirements. They would not be required out in with public offerings of such. We do hold ourselves to a high quality assurance and staffing standards as well. An example being that really our staff are well trained and take additional safety training as required. So, for example, we have municipal programs we ensure that our instructors undergo comprehensive training. Criminal record checks are done annually. This includes vulnerable sector, family intervention checks, first aid certification, and we do have specialized certifications like High Five Principles of Healthy Childhood Development. So our instructors are exposed to some of those additional training to help them to support these programs and the youth in the community. We also do spend on, the accessibility grants, the RAP program. That's a cost that the city would incur. Any of our marketing and such, those costs as well. Equipment and supplies. So there is some great programs that aren't offered by others within the community, and those do take some specialized equipment, materials and such, and instructors in order to put on. So that's just a few examples of sometimes why it may appear that we have a higher cost, and so perhaps that's why the cost recovery differences between us and for-profit.
And it definitely is. When I take my kids to city camps, it's the staff absolutely are amazing. I'm happy to see that as a parent love to do that, but it just is such a more comprehensive, high value, better experience than when I've done private camps with kids. And I sure don't want to compromise on kid safety. I sure don't want to compromise on the quality of having good staff for these people. But at the same time, it is, I don't know, I just do wonder, even as a parent who's done these kids, you kind of expect the publicly funded program to be worse than the privately funded program in some ways. Not in terms of safety. I expect my kids to be safer when I'm taking them to a publicly funded program, but I don't know, it is, yeah.
We can talk offline. I'll tell you a couple experiences. Okay, we're going to move on to arterial road beautification. I'll turn it over to Chief Glavin. I will say that my expectation that there is some consideration for this being addressed in the conversation at Standing Committee yesterday in regards to a community enhancement policy. But I'm happy to hear what you're thinking, Chief Glavin.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Clayton. Mayor Clayton. The arterial road beautification proposal here is to address some degradation of our boulevards throughout the city, especially along arterial roads where we are having challenges with the turf. Specifically, what this is proposing to do is remediate portions of it along the high visibility corridor. So this is essentially 108th Street coming in from Highway 40, 100th Street coming in from Highway 2 on the north, 100th Avenue coming in from the west from 43, and then 116th Street. And I think there's a portion of Resources Road in there as well. What $650,000 would do is not as much as you would hope in a year. It would be approximately, to do sod would get you ballpark 3,200 meters. So that would be between, say, 108th Street and 116th Street on 100th Avenue, doing 6 meters on either side for sod. Now, not in every location are you going to need 6 meters, but as a calculation, that's what we were doing just to simplify it and make it more exemplary. However, if you reduce that down to 3 meters on either side, in theory, you could double it. It may not be a pure double on that, but that's the context. So we looked at soil and seed options, hydroseeding, sod. Then we looked at something like stamped concrete, and you see a dramatic increase in cost when you go to something like stamped concrete. So, for example, soil and sod installation, you're looking at ballpark $42 per square meter. Stamped concrete's north of $250 per square meter. So you go from having, say, a 5 to 6 meter on either side down to 0.8 meters on either side when you go to stamped concrete. So that is, generally speaking, what that program would do over time. So $650,000 in theory, if you had 6 meters, gets you 1 kilometer, 1.6 kilometers, on either side of a road to remediate it on an arterial. Same thing goes forward. Now, the reason why you see a jump to 700 in 2026 is we did do what portions of road we would do on each of those years. So the first year was 100th Avenue from 108th Street to 116th Street. Phase 2 was 108th Street from 100th Avenue to Pinnacle. So it is a longer stretch, and it appears as you can likely do a smaller amount on either side of the road, so you can go a little bit further. And then in 2027, it was 100th Avenue west of 116th Street, and then 116th Street north of 100th Avenue. looking at median planters, this is for the section of the median on your approach from the west into downtown, just to the west side of the Bear Creek. Years ago, millings were put in that area as a measure to try to improve the aesthetics of it. Arguably mixed results on whether or not that is better or worse than some of the vegetation challenges that we had there in the past. $35,000 would keep the millings there, but they would add the installation of planters that we would put annual flowers in. There are other options we can look in there. It's not much more expensive to do something like a bioswale in there where we could have more natural vegetation and no annual flowers. But there's certainly options we can look at in that area if it were funded. And that is Arterial Road Beatification.
Great, thanks, Chief Glavin. A couple questions. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I love the idea of beautification. I think it's one of our standing things we've talked about lots for the last several years. I'm just curious on what the life expectancy of what, if we replace with sod, what do we actually think the life expectancy of sod would be when we're still going to put salts and corrosives and stuff back onto it? Like, are we going to get 5 years out of the beautification or 3 years, or what's the hope for length?
Chief Glavin.
Difficult one to give you a super accurate response. So if you look at the areas that we have the most trouble with, it's usually where the water ends up sitting or pooling or melting or a flat surface. So if you can establish grade, it's still going to accumulate somewhere. And that area we're going to have a challenge with growing something. So if you have, a side slope that's going to take it to a bit of a swale of some sort at the side of the road, that area is likely going to be saturated with chlorides just due to our ice control and will eventually not grow something. Exactly when that happens depends on a few different factors. It would be difficult for me to say. Like, there's sections of arterial roads that we have right now that grow grass great right up to it, but you'll notice that the grade is coming back onto the road, or there's a significant side slope that's taking it away. So it could be, 5-10 years and you have a problem again with saturation of chlorides in some areas. Hard to say with certainty. I know we would, wherever possible, we would try to establish a bit of grade when we were replacing the soil, but we're pretty limited to the existing geography without it being coupled with a road reconstruction.
Is there anything we could do different with our snow and ice control movement as far as ice and types of products we're putting on that would limit the amount of damage to the...
Chief Glavin.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. Yeah, so it is something that we have investigated in the past and we're looking at again. The challenge is materials cost, and it's debating whether or not it's, do you go with a higher cost ice control product, knowing that in theory it will cause less damage to turf. There are some options out there. They do become multiples of what we're currently paying, depending on what it is, versus the aesthetic. And do you just accept that every, X years you're going to be replacing the grass? There are other techniques that we've also discussed internally for trialing, which is essentially flushing, which is just adding water. So taking a water truck out to some of those areas and try to dilute. Not sure if that will be purely successful, but it is something we're looking at as an option as well.
Okay, but we haven't tried that as a practice to this point yet? Or?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I'm getting a kink in my neck because most of the questions have been from this side of the floor today.
Okay,
and I'm just rethinking my seating arrangements, but that's okay. Yeah. Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. To go to Councillor Plott's question, I know other communities do use water truck to flush out their curbside grass. It's certainly more effective than not doing anything. So there is that. The other thing that lots of communities are doing in their construction requirements is on heavy arterial roads, the curb is deeper, wider, and tips more to the road than to the other side, to the grass side. So that's a change that could be made. It may be more effective in the long run as those roads are rehabilitated or recurbed. So there are things we can do, but I do think that we may not be as pleased with the results as we would hope. Doesn't mean we shouldn't try it. My question that I had was actually median planters. Are we talking like a permanent planter, like a concrete structure, like on 102nd Avenue Street, 102nd Street, or?
Chief Lemieux. Sorry, Chief Levin.
That's all right. Thanks, Mayor Clayton. We're not talking about the port in place like you see on 102nd Street. We would be having something that would be movable. So it may be concrete, could be a composite material. We don't have an exact planter picked out, but the intent would be that you would be able to pick it up with, a forklift or something
Picker
to that
truck.
respect.
I think I would be interested in discussing putting permanent planters with trees in them. Certainly closer to the creek, where the median is wider anyway. It's just my personal opinion, but I think that would have long-reaching success. Right now, I think that the stuff that's there is ugly as I will not swear.
So I guess a question for Chief Glavin. I do have the left side in the queue now that I spoke too soon, or the right side, apologies. But Chief Glavin, if council's consideration is for a policy on community enhancement, which would include trees and potential beautification, if council agrees that do you think that's a better conversation once we see that policy come back, or do you still want to continue this conversation in regards to beautification today?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I think it comes down to like as we noted in here, this is really part of a bigger thing. We're trying to, through the urban forest strategy, add groves throughout to add visual appeal throughout the corridor. I think it is a integrated strategy that we need to have. And whether or not, we do 650, we largely did this. The reason why we landed on 650, 700 is because it was one full stretch of road between two arterials. It could be any number in there, any level or combination thereof that we could do here.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, so questions regarding the arterial road beautification, recognizing Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. I just think that side of the room is a little quicker on their buttons, because the two questions that I did have been asked, but I just had one comment. I'd received one complaint about the boulevards, the sides being all dead, that we can't grow grass, but on the concrete centers, there's weeds and they haven't been trimmed. So just the comment would be, part of this would be to take, whether it's Roundup or a weed eater, a couple times a year and remove those weeds rather than let them fully mature. So that was a complaint that I had that I thought I would mention, because one plays off the other, that where we can't grow grass in the dirt, but we can grow weeds in the concrete. So wanted to pass that on.
Thanks, we'll note that.
Thanks. Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I do have a button that works. Okay. Just curious if we thought of using boulders or large rocks so that it looks artistic and it wouldn't break down. And then use raised planters in the center of those, and then you can at least protect them from the ice control. And on the main avenue, going especially from 100th to 100th, stamped concrete doesn't stand up very well, and so I think raised planters there would be a lot better. So I like the boulder idea, at least by the bridge, and go from there.
Okay, Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. I have concerns about safety when it comes to boulders. Not a fan. The community enhancing program that was brought up at committee, I would like to see where that goes, and then maybe enhance that with arterial road beautification. I'm not sure we're ready, in my opinion, for me, I'm not sure I'm ready to vote on this when we already have something in the pipe. And I'd like to see if we could combine them.
Okay, Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I love all those ideas that are going around. I agreed with Councillor Blackmore. I thought to myself, let's get these crystal ball shaped planters and throw trees in them. That would be good going down. But then I thought, well, that's going to cover the city center sign. And then I thought, let's do boulders. But then I was like, well, it still doesn't cover the dirt. But if we did like colored gravel around there, that creates a space for snow storage and then turf in between, which isn't getting eaten up by the salt. So those are low cost solutions as well. My question really is as a big fan of one of our public art amenities, I know before in the past we once used an artist named Grant Berg's sculpture right in the middle of it, and it kind of got lost there, so we moved it to the Montrose Cultural Center. Well, there's another landmark in our community that's kind of gotten lost behind trees, and that's the giant swan in Jubilee Park. So I wonder if, since we're the Swan City, entering into the Swan City Center, if administration has ever considered the potential of moving the Swan to a higher visible location.
Chief Glavin?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. It's actually somewhat of a timely discussion in the sense that we have had some challenges recently with vandalism of the Swan that causes us to have to go and either clean it or fix it on a somewhat increasing frequency. So certainly something we've thought about and we could take a look at for sure.
Okay, if you want to continue, Chief Glavin, in regards to transit route expansion.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Kind of dovetailing onto some of the discussion around increasing transit service, we definitely are seeing an increase in on-demand service requests. And as I said before, just due to some staffing issues, we've definitely seen a spike in that the last couple months. This would be, the $90,000 would allow us to add an additional transit on-demand bus into service for night service, as well as extending services into the Copperwood area. That equates to about 400 rides per month. We're expecting Copperwood to soak up somewhere around 20-25% of that new capacity. And that's more or less the moral of the story on that one.
Okay, so opportunity for questions. This isn't a time to discuss or debate each other. Councillor Blackmore.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. When Mr. Harvard brought the concept of on-demand to us, and we agreed that it was a great idea, I do remember him saying that for those routes that get oversubscribed with on-demand, there would be a discussion about whether or not to put a permanent route there. So has that discussion taken place? Is there some areas of the city where a permanent route should be, or where a permanent route might be expanded in some way?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. So with the, that's exactly what is the intention would be from administration here, is that as some of these routes prove out and activity increases with demand, that we would start looking to add conventional service. Some of that discussion is, or analysis they're doing in the background all the time. I know that with one of our previous committee meetings where we were directed to bring back some on Trader Ridge as a result of the new apartment building that's proposed there for conventional service. We are doing that at the moment with some of that analysis, looking to see if there's capacity within the existing routes in order to add service to where it is justified.
And do we need to increase the transit fleet if we were to add an additional permanent route?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'll say it depends.
Okay. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Very similar to Councillor Blackmore's question. So this transit route expansion is strictly for transit on-demand service going into Copperwood. It doesn't intimate a permanent route with a permanent transit bus going through there, correct?
Glavin.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. So this is an additional on-demand bus that would be available for service throughout the city, but we would add Copperwood to an area that we provide service for on-demand. And yes, and as I said, we're expecting approximately 400 additional trips per month, with about 20-25% of it being absorbed by Copperwood, just based on our estimate.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Chief Glavin, if you wanted to continue with business license fees.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. So right now, the city has been charging business licenses for a number of different classifications of business throughout the city, except for resident businesses. So any businesses that are based in Grande Prairie that have their own commercial location have been exempt. As part of presenting alternative revenue generation options for the city, we brought forward what it would look like if we implemented a $100 business license fee for those businesses. This would keep us still under the range of business license fees that are being charged from other similar municipalities in Alberta that currently range from $123 to $193.
Okay. Councillor Palat. Sorry, I apologize. Councillor Thiessen.
Oh, she pulled your number, Wade. Right side wins today. Okay, thank you, Mayor Clayton, and thank you, Chief Glavin. I guess I just have 3 questions all in one. What cities charge, what cities don't, that are like mine to us? So I'm just thinking of the mid-sized cities. And if we were to move forward with this initiative, how would we enforce it?
Chief Glavin.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. With regard to who doesn't charge it, I would have to get that. There's not a lot of municipalities in Canada. There's certainly some, like the County of Grande Prairie, for example, doesn't charge a resident business license fee. So I'll have to get that. That might be something we'd be able to provide in the morning. I just don't have that at my fingertips. And how we would enforce it. So right now with enforcement, we look at, renewals. We look at, when development permits come through, whether they have business licenses. It is not, we don't have a full-time active person going around and cataloging every business in the city every year. We do some checks, but it is not a significant part. We would not be adding additional resources as part of this. It's certainly something that we could add additional resources to do a more active enforcement for compliance, but it is not something that we're currently doing.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Yeah, I guess that was going to be my question is, do we have costs associated if we were going to go to do this? What it would be to actually implement and administer this?
Chief Glavin.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. We would, the most significant part of business licenses is when they're first implemented. So there would be a bit of a scale up here in the first year. We are intending, if this were proposed, and depending on what the implementation date was, if we did this Jan 1 or we did it a bit later, but the intent would be for us to try to absorb it internally. And then once it levels out, we think we can handle it. The renewals aren't usually that big of a deal. It's automated.
Okay. And so just walk me through one business just decides not to renew. Do they still allow to operate as a business? Like what does happen in that scenario? Because it would just take 1 or 2 businesses to get away with it for this to derail it potentially on us. So what would happen for that in that scenario?
Yeah, so if we discovered that there were significant issues with compliance on this, we would probably come back and propose additional resources to enforce it. But to your point, yeah, if it's not being enforced, people will stop complying with any law, whether that's the speed limit or whether that's a business license. So I think we would scale enforcement up if we saw a significant deviation from our expectations.
And so earlier today, Ms. Dodd had mentioned we had 2,900-ish businesses in Grande Prairie. Is that about how many people we have in the current system now? Like, are we pretty close to having all the businesses in the system? I know last term we did this because we wanted to get data from them. We wanted to collect information. So are we close on having all the businesses actually inputted into the system now?
Glavin.
So generally speaking, I think we have the vast majority. To say that we have all of them, I couldn't guarantee that every single business, depending on the time of the year when they start or whether or not they're currently in compliance. But we are expecting of those businesses that don't currently pay that there'd be roughly 2,400 of them at present.
Okay.
Now that would be just the resident businesses that have a commercial location, not including all of the other businesses that are currently paying a business license fee.
Okay, thank you.
I just have one question, and then Councillor Blackmore, and then we'll go on to the next item. Chief Glavin, what's the operating expense on this? There's got to be mail out, some administration. At this point, you said there's no enforcement, so there's no admin for collection, but there's still got to be some cost to this.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I will have that for you. Okay. We'll put that together.
Councillor Blackmore.
I'm wondering if there's any way to tie this into collecting data when businesses change hands or close. I'm not expecting an answer now, but I'm thinking that it's an opportunity to change the process a little bit to collect more information than we currently are collecting.
I'm going to move on to the next, unless Chief Glavin had a comment. No, you're good. Okay, moving on to the next one. Chief Lemieux, we are on events.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the first item in front of you is proposal to consider parking, paid parking at Bonnets. So on the east side of the building, there are 76 stalls available for sale. So if we did this as a pilot project in 2025, would allow the city to explore the potential benefits of implementing paid parking in our smaller lot while leaving the larger lot west accessible for free parking. So this would be like a VIP parking ticket that could be sold with the as an option to when you buy your ticket to attend an event at the Bonnets. So that's the proposal, and as a potential revenue of $56,940 for 2025.
So I have a few people in the queue. Just a question for conversation. What events? Is that a Bantam hockey tournament? Is that what are you classifying as events that you would collect revenue from?
I believe these would be like the larger events, like the
Only
concerts,
ticketed events.
the ticketed events.
So storm games, concerts.
Ticketed events, yeah.
Trade shows?
Potentially, I don't think those were included in here, but potential.
Okay, Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. Similar to the last point from Mayor Clayton, there has to be a cost involved to this, and I don't see that on there. Now, be it a ticket machine inside or a person that sells tickets, but if it's a ticket machine inside, then somebody still has to enforce it. You'd mentioned maybe you buy it with your ticket, but if some guy pulls into your spot that you've bought, there has to be some level of enforcement. So I see there's a cost here, but I'm not seeing it on paper.
Chief Lemieux.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I believe that what Catherine has provided here is the net profit. So yes, there is a cost. She's got staff, and staff would have to be dedicated to monitoring that parking lot.
Okay, so net profit. So yeah, we're not seeing the revenue part of it minus the cost. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. This would be a pilot project. What would be anticipated after this? Would you continue with this small lot, or would you then... I'm looking for your view into the future. Are you then looking to charge parking for all lots?
So at this point, we're just considering the east lot. However, it's not uncommon for facilities like Bonnets in other mid-sized cities to charge for parking in any lot, but for the time being, we're just proposing the east lot just to see what the uptake is.
So the west lot, it has 97th Avenue businesses that often a lot of people park there. Right now, that's free. That would be in contemplation in the future.
Potentially, but for now, that's not included in this proposal. This is strictly the east lot.
Okay.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. When you were looking at the revenue, can you just give me a sense of what we're looking at charging for this? Like, is this a $5 ticket, a $10 ticket? Like, what are we looking at charging to park?
Chief Lemieux.
I don't have that number off the top of my head. I can't recall, but I will get that number for you in the morning.
Okay.
Councillor Blackmore.
At the risk of Councillor Bosch shooting me, have we given consideration to keeping that lot always ticketed, like always a paid parking lot, rather than paid at some events and not at others? I feel that I would be more inclined to support this if there was a ticket machine that you bought your ticket on your cell phone and parked there on a permanent basis. It's not a big lot, but it is a lot that gives certain. I know some people like the Powwow, for example, use it only for elder parking. But I'm just wondering if, I think it would be more. I would be more in favor if it was more consistent rather than connected to the event.
So that is certainly not a consideration as part of this, but certainly we'll be bringing back some additional information around paid parking at a later committee meeting. That might be a good time to have that discussion.
And I'm okay with people paying there because I never park there.
Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Clayton. My concern is going off of what Councillor Blackmore has said, there should be a machine. Otherwise, you've got to designate a sign. There has to be costs for each one of the spots that are in there. In the center aisle, you'd have to put a railing down the whole side to put signs there. So
App-based programs. There's app-based programs that cover a zone.
Okay. Yeah. Well, they haven't said that, so I'm just clarifying that I'd rather see an app-based approach if you're going to look at it, but also for us seniors, handicap parking, you're going to still let me park there or not?
It says excluding accessibility parking and suite holder spaces. Councillor Burke.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. So under the idea of renting out our parking lot, I know that that specific parking lot is used by RibFest. Do we charge a fee for RibFest to use that parking lot?
Chief Lemieux, do you happen to know that?
I believe we do, but I'll get the details for you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Chief Lemieux, I'm going to get you to continue on to the events, the next item of specific city-hosted special events, and then for council's information, that'll be the last topic of discussion under the additional initiatives and opportunities. Then we are going to have an in-camera. I am going to take some time in between this item and the in-camera for CFO Whiteway and I to have a conversation with the media, so to give council a couple of minutes break before we start our in-camera. Councillor Bresty, is something not on this next item?
No, it is. I'm going to declare a conflict of interest on this. I've got a business that has a major event at some of these, and so I don't want to be part of this conversation.
Sounds good. Councillor Bresty will remove himself. Councillor Plott. You don't even know what he has to say yet. Anyways, Chief Lemieux, please carry on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we wanted to provide a list of large-scale events and interpretive events to council and just show you what the cost of those events are. It's for your information. We're not proposing to change anything here, but you have the information in front of you in case you have any questions. Again, it's just for your information.
Thank you. So this isn't an opportunity for telling me what you like and don't like and discussion and debate. If you have questions about specific items as listed, go for it. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. My question's more is specifically about the Experience Grande Prairie. I didn't realize it was that sort of a cost for the city, a great event. Is there an opportunity to look at that event scaled down? Has the administration looked at different options of a 20,000, 40,000 sort of event? I personally wouldn't want to see it completely gone, but I struggle with the amount that it's costing when it's more than our New Year's Eve and half as much as Canada Day, over half as much.
Chief Lemieux.
So the amount that you see in front of you is what we have budgeted for 2025. I believe it's similar to what you've seen this year in terms of Experience GP. Certainly, if council wishes to make some changes and reduce the cost, we certainly would adjust accordingly.
Okay. Well, tomorrow when we can do business, I'll make a motion on that.
Just a clarification. These are prior to any sponsorships or revenue realized, correct?
That is correct. And if we get revenues, we either decrease the costs or we can enhance the event.
Thanks. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Just two quick questions. Back in the day, now I'm dating myself, I used to do Sundays in the park all the time. I used to be there every Sunday with musicians and other stuff like that. And it was pretty much like a volunteer free. They just opened it up and we brought our own equipment. Is that the same scale of eventing that we do this year, $2,000 for a Sunday in the park for the entire summer?
Chief Lemieux?
Yes, I believe you're correct. Yeah.
That's quite a deal. The other thing I just wanted to point out that Heritage Day, we've put multiculturalism very high on our priorities list, but yet I know it's a good day, but we only spent $7,500. So when Councillor Palat talks about scaling some events back, not only, and I'm all about making more events happen. So my question is, Chief Lemieux, I get asked every year, and I think it's because I participated as a volunteer a few years back, is the Children's Festival coming back to Grande Prairie, or can the city of Grande Prairie create a Children's Festival? Has that ever been bandied about the events and entertainment crew under your leadership?
Chief Lemieux?
I'm not aware of that request, but certainly if we had the request, we would investigate that, but it's not part of the 2025 budget.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Before I go to the next one, Chief Lemieux, for information for tomorrow, can you bring the net costs of these events tomorrow? For example, I know there are some that have sponsors, etc. I want to know the tax impact of these costs, or these events, rather.
All right, yeah, we'll bring that back.
Chief Whiteway, you had something?
Yeah, and I did just want to ask that those sponsorship revenues would be included in our marketing revenue.
Kind of hard. It's a little bit hard to evaluate the event if I don't know the direct impact that they...
Right, I'm not saying we can't pull that. I just wanted a reminder that we have centralized those.
Fair enough.
So just for information.
Councillor Blackmore.
I'm astonished at how cheap these events are.
I would agree.
Like, I'm astonished that the prices are as low as they are. I think great for us. Keep doing them.
Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. Specifically around the 80,000 for Experience Grande Prairie. I actually honestly expected it to be a lot more. I booked bands in the past. So I'm happy to see that it's only $80,000. One of the other things that I was looking for is Bear Creek Folk Festival had come to us with a few asks, and one of them was a potential stage. I keep flipping through. I haven't seen it yet in our budget book, but maybe that's for next year. But should we buy a stage, that would lower that 80,000, because right now we're renting a stage from Edmonton, I believe.
It's not identified, but Chief Whiteway has some comments.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. Tomorrow it will be presented with capital. It was a budget referral from council, so we will present that tomorrow and go through what that looks like.
Thank you.
Councillor Bosch.
Thank you. I have a question about the Halloween Spooktacular. From my memory in the past, it used to be 6,000. Has that gone down as far as the event costing? And then the other questions I have is, what is the participation numbers with the Girl Zone and Folktale tours, please?
Chief Lemieux, do you have that information by chance?
I could tell you that the Folktales tours were sold out this year, and I'll get the numbers for the Girl Zone. I think it was very, very well subscribed to.
Did you happen to know the clarification on the Halloween Spooktacular? Has it been, Ms. Whiteway, to your knowledge, has it been reduced, or has that sort of been what it's been for the last few years?
I'm not sure either. We'll get tomorrow.
Okay. All right. Okay, so that is it for discussions in regards to additional initiatives and opportunities. Tomorrow, Council, as you see, there's page 34 and 35 to go through. We are going to have an in-camera session. Sorry, did Ms. Whiteway, you had something?
Tomorrow we can start with the 5 additional packages.
Okay, perfect. So we'll start with those items that are on page 34 and 35 tomorrow. Right now, we are going to go in camera, but prior to that, we're going to take a 15-minute break, and then we'll come back, make a motion to go in camera, and have a quick in-camera conversation. And CAO Burke, do you know your... Okay, perfect. I'll see you in 15 minutes. Thanks.